Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz, most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes wait late in the grass, plotting on what you can take? But my black money in the black bank, me black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check, check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto. Effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. You be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door, miss.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Run that up, Rico.
Yeah. There you go. 84 music, baby. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. If the block on his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block where it needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove, stepping, watching my lean shoes. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living levels and smalls all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, take sight. One thing for certain, where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take them true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame, nigga, is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we taking, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what it needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies, bars and spaceships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play into the grids, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch it take true, watch it take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat, woo. Black as a motherfucker, let them know. Cops ain't frame, niggas is fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what it needs, leave him watching like woo.
Yep. I almost got it. We are back once again. 1 second, get that going. What's up with it? I know. What happened to the live? Well, we live. Better late than never. For a couple hours before we had Wake and Bake. Had an extended long day yesterday. Got a few things done. Trying to get something going late in the evening, but just not able to turn the key. And so what is worse than not being able to go live all day Friday and nothing on Saturday morning? So we are here. And I'm outside trying to get some sun, waking up with the birds. Looks like it's going to be another great day. What's up with it, Afro? Got a couple cardinals in the background. Bringing in my Saturday morning. Yeah. Hey, Corey, you're going to have to teach me how to do that, man. How did Q do it? Yeah. I can't do it. I think it's too early. Yeah, what's up with it? Keeping it going, keeping on the grind. Today is definitely not a leisure day. I got more things to do, but I'd at least try to give y'all a chance to get y'all say in the early morning hours before we get busy on this first Saturday in June. This the first Saturday in June 2025. Half of 25 is over with. Were you able to get started on the things that you said you was going to do in your New Year's resolution? How far, what kind of progress you done made towards your goals for 2025? Did you even make any goals? Are you going to let the rest of the year go by without even acknowledging or making any type of goals? But you expect, you want to receive and benefits, but you don't want to do the legwork. Thus, a little bit of the title and inspiration. What are the penalties for not enforcing the black agenda? Is there legal ramifications? Is it community-based reprimand other than being trolled on the internet? Or do the young people suffer and become a part of a growing progression of illiterate, uneducated, misinformed, disabled generation? And what do? We blame the young folks. These young kids can't get it. Don't have nothing to do with the adults do it. The adults didn't have nothing to do with the young kids, right? Oh yeah, it's gonna be some accountability, whether you want it to be or not. Whether you label it accountability or not, you will be accountable for not enforcing the top, most impactful, most important black agendas for the black community. Education, reparations, social development, whatever else comes up under those umbrellas. Those are the main three that I can think of off the top of my head that every black person, at least in the United States, should be pushing and supporting and doing everything in their will to make sure that those things are at maximum capacity at all times. Even in your sleep, you should be pushing reparations. Even in your sleep, you should be pushing education. Even in your sleep, you should be ensuring that the black community is secure, safe, and steadfast, being able to defend against all obstacles, even from within. What's up with it, Joe? We got OS in the house. Bayasa, what's up with it? Yeah, go. For those in the clouds, go ahead and stay in the clouds. This don't concern you. Don't pop out because you hear a trigger word that you don't like, and then you want to fight because it will get called out for you pretending and faking that you support Black Power. No, you can't rest. The day you rest is the day that the black community falls and are fully defeated. Hell no, you can't rest. Rest? No. When it's your time to rest, it's somebody else's time to be on duty at all fucking times. Shift change. Ain't no fucking rest. Had the black community ever been at rest since we've been over in America? Have you been on rest since you've been here? Since we always been here according to you? You been resting? No. That's when the enemy take advantage. When do they go to sleep? When do they want to get involved and be engaged in entertainment and gossip talk? Let's move in and gain access to all the commodities. Replace the academic and reference books with tabloid and back page want ads. Except it ain't back page no more. What's the new one? Fans only? Only a fan of? Yeah. It's a good thing you're anti-entertainment. Oh man. I don't have no problem getting a mass crowd and full participation when entertainment comes in. They be busting down the door, line all the way around the corner to get a chance to see somebody uh, perform and see how well they can tell jokes. But when it comes to education, when it comes to actual information and knowledge, then they want to bust out the cricket cage. Oh, okay. I didn't know. I can't keep up with this social media platform. I'll take the hit for that. But you get my drift. I need to be hearing reparations every single day as long as my heart is beating for the rest of your life. Not how we gonna spend it so much, making sure that everyone is in uniformity, and the consensus is that Black Americans are owed reparations now. And we're definitely going to need more than we was treated bad and our people went through slavery. Obviously, that's not going to be enough to get reparations pushed through. Those people in America, they could give two shits about not only what you've been through, but they damn sure don't give a damn about what your descendants and people went through. In 1619, 1791, 1870, 1964. They don't care. You just woke up. What I'm angry about now? I'm angry because I was too tired to go live last night. Will, I should have been able to delegate my contracts to some young people to complete an order and lay up on my Ross to do a live stream last night. But since the job had to be done and I needed it to be done and they wanted it to be done and they paid for it to be done, it had to be done. So there you have it. Nat Turner. Oh yeah. So in our current society that we have adopted, what are some of the main reasons people do not commit crimes? Is it because they're upstanding moral citizens? Is it because they are uh, compassionate? Do they want to naturally help others? Are they considerate by nature? Do they have a habit of doing good deeds? Or do they simply not commit as many crimes against others, primarily and simply because they don't want to go to jail? Did y'all do a study on that? Maybe we should translate that into enforcing Black Power. Maybe we should translate that and see if we can have a model to enforce reparations. Maybe we should enforce Black education, financial literacy, STEM, social and political development. And instead of just saying, hey, step to the side or get to the back of the line, maybe there should be some penalties involved for not enforcing Black Power or at least getting in the way. Because I'm telling you right now, if anybody's getting in my way for pushing Black Power, it is some goddamn immediate penalties. And I ain't waiting on no judge either. I am the judge. You saw what happened to an East Indian that came up on this panel about a year ago and tried to use the nigger word, right, very loosely. What happened to him? He got banned for life. And it's still in enforcement to this day. Check the videos if you think I'm BSing for those newcomers who just came on the scene in the last few months. All the grifting and supporting of the BS that other content creator did to the Black community. I also enforced a no-fly zone for the Chicago metro area within 100 miles. If he's spotted, it will be enforced. That no-fly zone is still in effect to this day. Check my page if you think I'm BSing. I'm the judge. Yes, he is banned for 100 years. So we need to still have the same type of smoke for those who feel like reparations, basic primary education for the youth, social and political development for the black community is not a priority or not as important as talking about gossip crap. Is the results of the Diddy trial going to affect the black community? Is somebody going to be affected if Diddy goes to jail? Is that going to hurt somebody in the black community? Please update me if so. Yeah, what happened to the birds? I was on a good little road here. I'm gonna have to go down by the river. The case is interesting because you look at how the feds work. Yeah, that's quite humorous. I assure you that not only this case, but any entertainment celebrity case does not entail how the federal government is operating. We have numerous reference and educational materials pertaining to civics, social studies, and other reference materials. We don't need a Diddy case to learn how the Fed operates. Who gaslighting the new Black Panther? Who is Ryan? Oh, some more what you call. All right, I don't know nothing about that. Damn, y'all busting out all that goddamn entertainment topics, huh? All right, cool. So I shouldn't have no problems when it comes to outlining and enforcing the top black agendas. Yeah, I kind of figured that out. But in any case, the young people are going to follow suit based on what's been laid out for them by the older generation. And if we're left behind the curve when it comes to education, if we are left behind the curve when it comes to financial literacy, or we are left behind the curve into being able to compete with the evolvement of modern technology, you think the younger generation going to be in good position or be able to keep up with other groups? So so what we saying? We saying that the younger generation, they got to figure it out for themselves. I'd be in a whole worse position if I had to figure life out for myself. I gotta keep a track record. Nah, you good, man. I'm speaking of walking. Let me see, can I take a little short walk to blow some of the steam off? I'm gonna drop the link. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Getting that morning gas, morning fuel to get me going. I know most of y'all still in the bed. But we're gonna give somewhat of a pass since it's Saturday, right? Yes. The windows roll up after I get out the car. Hold on 1 second. Making sure that nobody rip me off. All right, we're gonna go down by the riverfront. Catch the last half of the Try to catch the last half of the morning sun. I'm gonna drop the link in. See, can we find out who's gonna be liable and accountable for enforcing Black Power? We got some Black Power events going on this weekend in the South. We got Juneteenth coming at you in a week or so. I think they're supposed to be having some events in this area. I gotta check the calendar. Did this thing work? Oh, okay. I think that thing. Yeah. All right, y'all let me know if I'm breaking up. As y'all can see, you got a couple of ducks here. Yes, you will get a ticket if you hit one of those with your car. Got a little art right there. And we got some Black Power in the park here. Anybody see what that say, right? What that say? What's up with it? What it say? Illinois militia and U.S. Army in the Battle of Stillman Run. When did it go down? What's the year that it went down? What's up with it? Y'all don't want no Black Power. Let me go to the garden. Let me go to the garden. Oh, it's messy over here. Hold on. Let me turn my cam off so I can watch while I'm stepping. You saw it? He was indigenous. He was always here. There go the birds. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll put the link in. Trying to make sure I don't lose signal. I would take a shortcut, but I can't see. I was coming through here one day, and it was a little boy up in this tree, scared the shit out of me. Okay, getting close to the riverfront. Let me see how many people we got fishing out here. They all gone now. Got it. Got it. Got it. No, I don't have the right shoes on to go down now. I'm chilling on the riverfront for a few. Yes, I love the water too. All right, let me see if we can get the link in. Make sure I put it in the right chat. See me walking down on the dock. Get down low. And this river takes us all the way to Wisconsin. And you go that way, it will connect to the Kishwaukee River, and that river connects to the Mississippi River, which will take me down south. Go past all them bridges and shit. You see, it's a calm day today. Not too much of a ruckus right now. So the people wake up from their hangover. Got a little gazebo going there. I gotta find out what type of tree that is. But I'm gonna be chilling out for a few minutes. What's up with the P-Funk? 2,000 pounds of oil was dumped into the Baltimore harbor. Oh, okay. You had the lawnmower going, P-Funk? Hopefully you didn't wait till 2 o'clock in the afternoon to do it. Because I definitely was outside fucking with some grass in the hot sun. Okay, didn't have to get on that. Or maybe I get it. So what that say right there? National recognized water trail. Oh, they'll be back to get those headphones, that's for sure. We got some more references here. There you go, Ebony. It's laying here, right? What that say? What's the last line in this monument right here? What that say? Yeah. Can't mess with that, boy. Let's see. So did that disrupt y'all water system? Did they declare a national emergency because of the oil? I didn't hear about an oil spill in Baltimore yesterday. When it get too hot, got another area off in the cut. So see where I'm at, right? Then what we have on the ground right here by my shoe. What we got on the ground here? They're placed all over. So it's actually, I think it's the chill spot over there. I'm not going down there though. Yeah, they keep it up pretty decent, y'all. Pretty decent. As you can see, it is a historical trail and landmark. So ain't no random people just coming up and camping out. Although it can get kind of rowdy over here during the summer months. Y'all keep passing the link around. Moderators, appreciate it. I'm done with my little blow off rant. I done got charged and I'm energized right now. Let's see. Somebody done had a saw. Yeah, it's got birds and squirrels on it now, but it be human beings up there, depending on what night it is. It was diesel fuel. I see somebody want to talk about entertainment, huh? Well, it's Saturday. Y'all can come up or y'all can post in the chat what y'all got planned for weekend festivities. Damn, this motherfucker. Weekend festivities and events coming up. Sorry, I'm trying to respond to a text I got. Oh, I never did read these over here. Or y'all gonna lay up all weekend and watch Netflix? Nobody going outside this weekend? Let's see what we got here. We're gonna go off of that. Sometimes people look. Is this what I seen on the picture? Is that the same thing? Yeah, y'all can't see the little stuff that I'm trying to avoid. So this area is what I look at every night out my window. Y'all ain't coming up? Oh, okay. Shit, we can keep the goddamn Black Power shit going then. Nobody got nothing planned for the weekend? Y'all gonna lay up, watch Netflix? Till your battery run out on your phone? So when we start enforcing Black Power, you should have no problem. They still asleep. It's all right. When them reparations checks get handed out, they gonna be still asleep. Stay your ass in the bed when them goddamn reparations checks get handed out. Still asleep. Need to find me a grill and claim a spot. Man, one rare time I see a damn fire truck and it ain't making noise. You must have just got back. Oh, once the checks get handed out, everybody gonna turn black. Gonna go from 14% to 35%, from 48 million to 150 million. You're probably right about that. Probably right about that. Take that with me. I gotta take these with me. I should take that with me, but I don't have enough protection. So I'm gonna do this like that. Put that over there. And I'm gonna put this right there. Okay. All right. Since don't nobody want to come up, we're gonna go over the steps to learn how to deal the basic fundamentals for sustaining the black community. What are the primary things that you need to have in the community to establish and lay an opportunity for not only the people that are there, but the people that come behind you to help it become progressive and grow and excel and defend against all and any obstacles? What's the most important thing you need to have first? No, not a movie theater. No, I know some of us don't live around black people, never have lived in the black community, so they wouldn't know. So you are exempt. Primary thing you need to have is security. You got to have some sort of enforcement of law. You got to defend against people outside, people within, combination of both to sustain said assets, resources, and commodities, and the well-being of the people in the community. Next thing you know, you should have some sort of lawful or legal structure, whether it be government, uh, different organizations, board members, things that will set in place the compliance of how things should operate and run, right? But you can't really have established that if you don't have an institution or a uh, consensus on training and education and some sort of source for information, right? So that would be the education system. Can't have no steel mills, can't have no damn media, can't have no medical, can't have no engineers. You can't really have anything unless you train and informed on how to build it, operate it, keep it from getting torn down, how to grow. You got to have an education system. Since we live in a capitalistic society, has to be tied to some sort of economic uh, base as well. Oh, my bad, Wale.
Hey, good morning, man.
What's up with it? I was getting in my community bag, taking people
I'm
on a
like,
short tour of a historic trail that I reside near. I'm able to view it out my window, historical reference. So whenever I get a chance to get wound up and feel like I need to unwind, I don't have to get into fights or aggressions and arguments. I can just stroll back down to the river less than 200 feet from my door and chill out. But go ahead.
That sounds like a good thing to me, man. And I was saying, I'm liking the way you're going now with this community thing, because that's always been my push for self-supported community.
Mhm.
Right. So you're right up my angle right now.
What's up with it, Jackson? Yes. So, uh, sorry, people are somehow want to text me on Saturday morning. These people that are texting me on Saturday morning, they know I'm awake. They know I'm not hungover, wore out from partying and getting slushed and trashed on Friday nights. They know I'm awake. So just bear with me. What's up by any means? But yeah, definitely got to keep the education system in a position to expand, be able to modify its uh, what do you call that? Cu- Curriculum. It's like Q is trying to add to his curriculum and its expansion, uh, different fields in terms of training and education. Uh, Hopefully, we'll be able to expand on the robotics portion. I said he has some interest in implementing medical field, bioengineering, basic nursing. Matter of fact, in the Chicago area, they are building a brand new nursing school for the first time in 100 years almost. The Chicago area just increased their minimum wage to $16.60, 16.60. So we have some of the shot time coming up and confirming that news. It just came through. Trauma therapy is direly needed in the black community, huh? And how do you know how to deal with trauma? You need somebody to head up the mental instability department for self-awareness and mental agility. OS, what's up with it? We need somebody to check to see if the information being presented and taught is valid or not. Yeah, y'all got the stuff all down packed and shit. Look like somebody been studying. So, Miss Demi, since you told us about the diesel fuel spill in Baltimore, Maryland, evacuating residents, is that a emergency situation? Is OSHA on the scene? I don't know why I'm thinking that that incident happened in the water. Maybe because when I seen it on the screen, I was on the river. All right. For those who coming late, we're gonna put the link in one more time, and then we're gonna get into our community development bag. Oh, okay. I thought I got a little bit more battery time. I can stay out a little bit longer than first anticipated. Yeah, let me go back over to the whatchamacall. Uh-oh. Spirit, that word alone is gonna wake some people up, I'm sure. I should have brought my fold up chair. Maybe after I make me some breakfast this morning, I'll come back up if it's not too crowded. Find me a good shade spot.
I was just yesterday over on the Smoke channel. You know, Smoke doing that Abo thing, right? And he asked me about the treat peace treaty. I've been attempting to manifest among the people, wherein the people have all these different acronyms: ABO, ADDS, PA, all these different idealisms. And meanwhile, we all in the same boat, but we have different thoughts about the water. So I was just thinking that, when I look at it just now when you were talking, I was thinking about we all go to lunch. Everybody, we all leave work, we go to lunch, and everybody's not going to eat the same meal. Some people are going to want fried chicken, some people want a hamburger, but we all going to lunch, which means we all in the same boat. We just we're going to eat different things on the boat. When we get to the lunch counter, we're going to want different things, but we all going for lunch. This shouldn't, we're making a bigger argument and we're not eating. Because why you eating chicken? I don't, why that hamburger ain't, we get into that kind of viciousness with each other instead of just going and eating lunch, leaving and go back to work. And that's what we're getting caught up in. And, you know, to me, it seems that kind of frivolous argumentation, we don't get back to work and we don't get to eat lunch. We're really doing it to ourselves at that point, because we could just go in there. You like hamburger, I don't want no meat, I'm gonna eat a vegetable salad or something. Okay, then everybody's fine. Eat your thing, man. Let's all get eaten up. You know, we fed up, and then let's go back to work. We got work to do. We all know that. We got to educate our children. We got to bring our communities up, and we can do it. We got everything we need to do it. It's over. Like if it was just 10 or 2,500 of us or something like that, maybe we would have a problem. But we got millions. And at $1 a day, we can raise $1 million in 10 minutes if we want to. We don't want to. We have to want to. And that's what I'm saying. But even with the argument about the doggone lunch, what we're going to have for dinner, all that kind of stuff, that's what we into now, instead of being into how we're going to set up our community. So when you start talking about how to set up the community, I got all kind of understandings and what you call it, prepared ideas for that. How to set it up. It's not even mine. I just get it from our ancestors. I ain't got to bring in no new stuff. It's just new to us because we ain't been doing it. Yeah. But it's old by our ancestors. Yeah, I had to explain on Smoke's channel. It took a long time too, and half of the people never even got it. Communalism, communal living. They talk communism. I had to break them away from the concept that people commonly hold for the word communism, and go to communalism, where we're living in a community. We're always talking about this community and that community, but we don't live like a community, because community means something. Yeah, community means something. Like a dress means something. You can't wear no 3-leg pants and call it a dress. It's a dress is a dress. You know what I mean? A community is you take a neighborhood and try calling it a community, you just misnomer the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood, not a community. So a community is a particular thing, a particular entity of people's minds and construction and how they live and move around. That's a peculiar thing. So we misusing a lot of words. That's why I go, you know, we just sit on, my ancestors say, we sit on truth and nothing can move us.
So how do we know what words to use to communicate with others on getting the agenda done? Is it the word? Is it the understanding of the word, the language itself?
It is the use of certain words that are used to make things happen.
Who is determining whether the validity of that, though?
The reality of, you know,
reality.
The reality of the world will determine that, because you can use one word and nothing changes. Then you can use a different word and things change. That's called the reality of you know, it is what it is. If it don't change nothing, it don't change nothing. If it change something, it change something. That's reality. Yes, to me, you know, to me, that's reality. Yes.
Oh, okay. So you ended it with to you. So reality to you and reality to the rest of the community. Does that invalidate the whole community, or is everybody in the community wrong?
When there's a community, it would invalidate me. However, you show me a community and I invalidate myself, nigga. Show me a community. See, I grew up in a community as a child. Yeah. Lived in a community before. I have experience in a community. I know how a community functions from being there, not from reading or whatever somebody told me, from actually living in it. That's where I'm coming from. And that's what I'm describing. And if you see it from, whatever perspective you see it from, that's your perspective, no problem. So I have to keep saying, yeah, of course, my perspective.
You got the whole park to yourself. Got the whole park to yourself.
No, there's some other people out here. The lady just chilled out right there.
I'm landscaping my yard to look like that right now. I got it about halfway there. Yeah.
Well, you're gonna need one of them ride lawnmowers.
No,
you can't keep that grass. Go ahead.
My yard won't take a ride lawnmower. It's different terrain. The terrain will be a waste, total waste. Even a hand lawnmower, a push lawnmower is a total waste on this terrain. You couldn't do nothing with it. All you could do is go put it back in the shed.
So you're gonna chop it down with a handle weed whacker?
Most of it has to be done with a weed whacker because nothing's level. There's almost nothing is level. So it has to be a weed whacker once it gets down to that kind of small thing. Otherwise, I cut with a saw and a clipper. I clip the bush till I can get it way down, and then I take the little weeds. The little weeds I could do with the weed whacker, but the bush itself has to be cut and and tamed and stuff. And that's what I'm doing now. I tamed like a quarter of the yard because I have a little over half acre. So I tame about a quarter of it to where I can go over it with the weed whacker every now and then, go cut the bush back because the bush gonna keep coming. Yeah. That's how that is. And then, but the rest of it, I've been through the whole yard twice, cut it all down, grows right back up. And then I go and cut it like, you cut your hair. You got to go to the barber every week or whatever, and that's what's happening now. Now I'm into every 2 weeks or something going to the barber so I can get it down to where you are looking at a park level where I could, because I want to have the children come through. And I'm breaking it down so I can have all the children come. I want to have them come through as in tours because I want to teach them about the plants and the medicines and all that stuff that the plants do, that kind of thing. And so I have a lot of medicinal plants, fruit plants, and, tree plants, stuff like that. And I'm laying it out in that fashion for tours. Another guy that I know, he's doing the same thing. He's further along than I am, but he's doing it too. He already taken tours.
So what are the vital essentials and the importance of maintaining landscape? We got a couple people in the chat. Had some contention about you talking about cutting grass.
Oh yeah.
Grass don't get cut by itself, do it?
Grass don't really grow by itself. I mean, if you don't put it down, if you don't bring it, like, okay, here I made grass grow here. I encouraged the grass to grow. I didn't make it grow. I encouraged it to grow. And so it's growing. And I have 3 or 4 different types of grass growing. I even brought one grass on purpose because I like that grass. And I brought it over to the yard. And it's starting to catch, and I see it in different places now. So it's
mustard grass.
Mustard grass. I don't have mustard grass.
Green. I might be thinking of something else. The onions with the green stems on it.
Oh yeah, them scallions. We call them scallions. The young mustard, the young onions. Yeah. Yes. The scallions. I have a group of them. I bought them the other day from the market. I plan to put them out in the ground and grow them too. But I haven't put them in the ground yet. Those things. Those scallion. But I do have some onions.
The ones you got the bulb at the bottom that come out.
Yeah, yeah. And the long green, call them green onions or something. Young onions, yeah, whatever they got. Yeah, and the scallions. That's their regular name, as I know it, scallions.
Okay.
So I'm growing those too. Like I said, I just bought them. I haven't put them in the ground yet. I haven't put them in dirt yet. Because I just found some dirt. I put so much stuff out, I run out of dirt. Just found some more dirt. So I'll be sifting the dirt. I have to sift the rocks out of the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
The terrain is totally rocky.
Oh, it's damn near desert landscape, like out in New Mexico and California, huh?
Where you at now, you mean?
No, where you at? You saying it's rock?
Yeah, but it's
maybe not red rock. Yeah,
it's not desert at all.
It's not desert rock.
It's bush, almost jungle.
Bush, jungle rock.
Yeah. You know, it has its characteristics. But almost anything will grow. It's just a matter of clearing it out so it can grow. Like there's a group they are growers, right? They have different growing associations and stuff, and they meet and they talk about how to grow and whatever something they know about and how to sell their stuff. You know, so it's different groups that meet in that growers thing. And I met a guy yesterday. He's taking a piece of land next to me. And I spoke with him yesterday, and he was telling me how he does it, which is very interesting. You know, how he plans to set up that parcel of land that he's taking now.
Oh, okay. Somebody got their boat over there. See the little duck family right there getting their day going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm literally on the river. Yeah.
I like the water, man. The water is so quiet.
Yeah, it's a calm river. This is one of the rare calm moments right here. Down in there, like that.
That's nice. Been a long time since I've been around. That's a park you say near you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you see the steps right here? Walk down the steps.
When I was in Florida. Yeah,
when I was in Florida. In the river. Yeah.
Right. When I was in Florida, when I came out of my front door, that step you showing me right there, that was our front porch. And right there where you're showing the water, that's where the river was. We used to fish off the front porch, just walk out the door and throw a line right in the water, man. It was the water was Little River. It's called Little River in Miami. Yeah. I lived on Little River.
Y'all got all types of river and waterways down in the area.
Yeah, man. But it was a setup pretty much the same. Only when you walk away, you walk to the park. When I walked away, I walked to my kitchen because we were sitting right on the river. But I don't see that kind of water much anymore, where it's so calm and the water I see now be moving, man.
Yeah, it's one of them rare, cool, calm, collected days.
Oh, it's not always
windy. Yeah, it was kind of rocky and choppy last couple of days.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Deb, you were saying... Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying I went to get my charger, but you were saying security is the first thing that we have to do. in order to what was you saying? Because I sort of missed some of it that you said.
Okay.
Yeah, self-preservation of
Mm-hmm.
all the things and components and basic components of a
Mm-hmm.
developed of a society and community and civilization. You have to have established a form of security uh, against outside forces and forces within that may be a detriment and cause those components to be corrupted, just being destroyed, or work against whatever you're trying to build. So you're talking about law enforcement, militia, uh, army, however you want to put a name to it. It has to be
Mm-hmm.
enforceable. Can't just have a name. Oh, this is the security force, and have a badge. And people are just going to honor that and do the right thing. I was in America in Western society. The main reason people don't commit crimes is because they don't want to go to jail. That's it. You can say they have good moral standards or they naturally do the right thing, but if they haven't been shown some of the reprimand effects, and if we see even now with laws being in place, people still continue to commit atrocities and crimes against each other and destruct property, uh, steal, kill, take advantage of, abuse, uh, different things for their own preservation in the inner ego.
Mm-hmm.
What's
I
up,
found that
Samuel? No, people, I'm not gonna baptize myself in the river. That's crazy. Go
I
ahead.
was just thinking that when I think in terms of what I was saying, a communal environment, which is what I call a community, inside
Yeah.
that environment, those things that you were just saying almost never happen. They do happen, but almost never.
Oh, okay.
Because the community, the communal environment is a one for all and all for one. So who you going to rob? It's a one for all and all for one. That's the that's the actual that's the actual definition of community. I am because you are. We're not arguing. It's one for all for one. That's
Yeah.
a community. Without that, if that ain't happening, it ain't no community. You're just in a neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
I got neighbors. Yeah, okay, fine. But if you're in a community of even of jackals, it's one
Yeah.
for all. They gonna fight between each other. I got that part, but in the game, it's one for all and all
Yeah.
for one. When there's something come involved, they all on it because it's one for all and all for one. And so what we are in is communities where it's a jackal living in one house and a fox living in the next house and a rabbit living in the next. What kind of community? It's not really in that sense of community. It's a neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
and everybody got different everythings. But in a community, and that's why I say it's important to speak the truth, because then when you speak the truth, you have to speak on the true definition of words. You have to speak on the true definition, how they are used. And then once they're used in their proper space, anybody can see it. It's like painting a picture. And then when you see it, you say, oh, I see. It's just that clear. It don't require no heavy stuff. It's really kind of simple. It really is simple. Most people can't believe it's really simple because it's taking so long to do it. They
Mm-hmm.
particularly think it must be complicated, but that's where the whole thing glitch lies. and thinking that it must be complicated when it is not, and making it complicated when it's actually simple.
Oh, I thought he was
Like that
coming over
water,
here.
that scene on the water you're showing is very simple.
Yeah, that duck was heading this way until he saw me come down the steps. I should have snuck her. I should have eased down.
I haven't done this in a while. Yeah, maybe I'll do it too. But there's a white bird that comes to my yard periodically. One of them long neck birds. It comes and stays.
A seagull?
It's more like a crane, I think.
Oh, okay.
They
I don't
come in
know
the
if that
yard.
light works at night. But I think they close the park at 11 o'clock. And you can be out here later than that.
Where is this at that you are showing? What town or
This
country?
this is Northwest Illinois, Winnebago County, about 25 miles south of the Wisconsin border.
Oh, so you're up in the north area. I see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just look at it.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see this from my window.
Oh,
I'll
beautiful.
go up
Man.
from the
That's
window.
beautiful.
I can look down on it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he went over there. There's a duck over there.
That window thing is nice, man.
Yeah.
Now we have a spot you could always turn to, and it's automatic calm. That's beautiful.
Automatic. Go ahead, Taz, I'm getting a phone call. Let me take this call.
Hey, Taz.
Oh, what's good? What's good with it?
Peace.
How's everybody feeling this morning?
Life is good, man.
Doing, nigga.
Right.
I said how y'all doing. Now it can get loud early. I said
Now, how are you feeling, Taz? Because it sounds like you got a feeling or a rash or something. What's going on?
nah, on some real shit, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I'm sitting here contemplating on if I want to go over to LA or not. I lightweight want to go over here and cover some of these protests. But so I'm sitting here looking at the news and shit this morning, and they already got it popping. You know, it's only 7 o'clock out here. It's already cracking over in LA. So I was thinking about driving over there and covering some of these protests.
Oh, where are you?
I'm in Vegas, like 3.5 hours away.
A couple of my children are in LA. I'll check with them, see what they got to say.
Yeah, they got the Mexicans out in the streets and shit. So they getting it in over there. Big protest in the last couple days and shit.
Protesting what though?
ICE.
Oh, ICE. Okay.
Yeah, you know, yesterday they had like 15 raids. They were just pulling up the Home Depots and jumping out, snatching folks and shit. So they didn't got upset now. Now the Mexican community came out with their little flags and going over in little parts of LA and holding up traffic and shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well. The ICE thing is very Nazi Gestapo to me. And that's my thought about that.
You know, I don't really think that. I don't agree with that. But from if you're looking at it and watching the how they're moving, I can't really disagree, fam. I saw him back down a dude yesterday with a whole K, like just walking up on him down there, had the gun in his chest, backing him down. So, you know what I'm saying? That ain't how we supposed to really get down in America. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to be walking down on folks with a gun as a police officer. It did kind of look shady, you know what I'm saying? But it's not the first time I've seen him operate this way either.
The first time I saw this operation, this type of movement, this type where they the way they behave, and I know a lot of them have been taught. They were actually trained. They actually visited what I'm about to tell you and trained there to come here and do it is in Israel. When I saw them in Israel, how they behave with them Palestinians in Israel, they walked through the same way. They started it there and they ran it there. And I found out that the United States, not, you know, the police officers in the United States government, not Fed. I ain't talking about Fed police. I'm just saying people who work for the police in the US. You with me? Okay.
Yeah.
Those people were being sent to Israel to train on what they call urban something. Urban, it's not warfare, urban control or something like that. And a fair number of them, you know, I'm saying a fair number, because I'm not saying 50% or 100%. I'm saying a fair number though, like 35, 40%, 15 to 30 in some cases percent of the police in the US have been trained there. And they have been trained by trainers who come from there and go to the police stations and train at the local police stations. That is how the Israeli contain their, I want to say, slaves, unwanted, you know, natives, because they taken that place over from the Palestinians. You know, it was Palestine. It used to be Palestine. They just took it over, put another name on it, and now they making sure that it stays solid by getting rid of all of the people who were there when they got there. That's the plan they do, and that's the plan they're carrying out, and that's the plan they're doing. They learn from the, like I said, from each other. Actually, they learn it from each other. Because I was just thinking South Africa was also training the U.S. police. The South African police doing apartheid were also training the United States police.
Yeah.
So when I that kind of activity going down, and I know it's not from our regular, I mean, without any interruption, without any introduction, the regular police stuff has pretty much always been, you know, without a mask, with identification, with some respect. The thing they're doing now is strictly gangster. They in the gangster mode. That's strictly gangster, man.
Yeah, no.
So where is South Africans training USA police at?
In South Africa. And
why is USA police going to South Africa?
I said doing apartheid. I said
you talking about back in the 80s?
That's specifically what I know about. Yes.
Go ahead. The phone call I just got, if you can believe it or not, was a guy I used to work for driving trucks that specifically said one of his drivers got deported.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
That was wild. I wasn't ready for that one at all, man.
That is beautiful.
Oh man, I think if he'd have said I don't give a fuck, it probably would have been different. That nigga said that.
Yeah.
God damn.
That's Wale, man.
What's that? What's Wale?
He tripping off your beautiful reference.
Well, don't you think it's beautiful, Ted? I mean, Deb.
Yeah, it ain't ugly.
I do not. I don't. Yeah, I don't think somebody trying to make a living for their family getting deported is beautiful at all, man. Because now whoever deported him has that truck, the name of the company, and all the information tied to that trucking company in their database, no matter who drives it. So even if I get in the truck, it's gonna be on the radar.
The whole company, right?
But I said,
that's how you see it.
Yeah,
I
but
see
the
it
whole
like
company. Yeah.
Hey, to me, it's beautiful.
But I told him I was gonna call him back Monday, so I gotta think about it. But go ahead.
Oh, see what I mean?
Oh, he wanted to bring you back in.
Decisions.
Of course.
Yeah. No, he want me to go today, like now, like drop what I'm doing and get in the truck. Straight up.
Double timing, man.
Yeah.
Make a deal
he's
that
gonna send the truck.
Don't accept
boy.
him.
He said,
make a deal you can live with in your heart and be like, yeah, the right thing. Double him up, man. Say, yeah, I'll come right now, man. You're gonna double my pay. Hit it.
Man.
This is your time to negotiate, man. Until you try.
I'm just letting you know. He ain't that desperate. He just knows. He keep me in his phone because he know I've established a relationship with him. So,
yeah, well,
he ain't no dummy.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. But meanwhile, I'm just telling you how
everybody has to operate.
I hit him for double right away. I said, "Oh, you want? Oh, your man got done. What? Yeah. Oh, and you want me now? Oh, okay. I tell you what, you hit me for double, and I'll be there in an hour, and see what he moves.
What's up with the price?
Otherwise, like you said, it ain't beautiful. I look at it like it's beautiful myself. But hey, do your thing, man. I'm glad you brought it up. So Taz can be tripping on the fact that I say, "Oh, that's beautiful."
No, he said he got caught up in that law where the DOT, Department of Transportation, is enforcing drivers to speak English, and he got caught.
Now is that new?
Yeah.
Is that new, Dave?
Hell yeah, that's new, motherfucker. Shit, you get a ticket or out of service because you can't speak English?
I hear you. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's new.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Oklahoma and Arkansas are the states that really clamping down on. So he must have had a run down there.
Yeah, that's the wrong area of the country though to be fucking around in.
Yeah,
like out here, I like. It's just different out here. They're more accepting of I ain't even gonna say foreigners. I'm gonna say Mexicans and people that's coming across that border. But I think you need to start getting toward middle America. Nah, bro, you trying to get caught in no fucking Arkansas, some goddamn where.
Yeah,
you kidding? Gotta get your ass back to the East Coast.
yeah. Stay to the edge.
Stay to the edge.
For real, like up here, maybe down by Texas, Chicago, all right. Miami's a little safe. No business in no fucking Nebraska, though, bro.
Nah.
We're sanctuary city. We welcome them in. Good morning, Go. Good morning, Dad.
What's up with it, Lena?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
I was just wanted to comment on the title of the stream. They was like how we don't enforce the Black agenda. When you don't enforce the Black agenda, you get presidents like Trump, who sit up there and enforce his agenda and rob the Black community, get rid of DEI, and people say, "Oh yeah, DEI didn't benefit." And I agree, it didn't benefit us at the rate that we thought it was. Like I think it's like a 4% or something like that. It benefits, but what it is doing is attacking. Since they're so scared of DEI and people losing funding and being prosecuted, they they see, oh, Black people, let me get rid of them because I'm scared they're going to think he's a DEI hire. So it's actually being weaponized. That's what I'm seeing happening. Like when they got rid of that general, they got rid of, there was something else. People in the military, they're no longer tapping Black talented shows and stuff because they said that's DEI. You're searching for like Black engineers. When you go to those Black engineer expos and all this stuff, you look and you're tapping that talent. And when you go there and you're picking them, it's like, oh, that's DEI. That is crazy. That's what the military is saying, that they're preventing them from going into. And they was like, we just need the sheer talent. We don't care what race they are. We need these people to work there.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, but in a sense, I think if you do too much with DEI, I think you start putting the question out there of if the people are qualified to work the job. I think DEI is specifically beneficiary to individuals. When we start talking about how the community can benefit, I don't think we can, because if we're looking at Black people that's, mistreated in their workspaces and whatnot, what we're asking for is for them to be treated better. DEI does not address that. DEI don't address that. It's literally just having white folks like you.
Treated better.
You said DEI doesn't address what?
Where does DEI? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it addresses the actual issue. It's just the ability to sit next to white people without them calling you a nigga. But it does nothing. There's nobody gets fired. That's why I'm just being careful, because I got a debate coming up on this. But nobody gets fired. Nobody gets fined. There's nothing that can be done to them for not following what you want them to do with DEI. There's nothing there that says you have to do it. So it was just them doing it on their own.
Mm-hmm, that's true. Another thing I felt.
I think there would be some support for it, but there was no mandate. You didn't have to do it.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I felt like too it kind of added as a hindrance, because people didn't know. Like I don't see people getting canceled as hard as they used to about racism. Like it's like really open now. Like when that woman, you a bold ass bitch. Excuse my language. If you sit there and call a little kid, I don't care, he wasn't double digits, a nigga, and then got the nerve to start a GoFundMe page. If you don't sit your dusty, I wouldn't dare even start it. I'd be scared people will see me connected to it. I would try to disappear. I wouldn't want anyone to even know. Like I wouldn't even start no GoFundMe page. That's bold. And she raised money too.
What's this thing about a nigga?
It was a white lady who called this little, called this Black kid.
You ever seen a squirrel and a duck in the same picture?
I'm still trying to find out what's the problem with that. I don't understand.
My bad, Wale. That was me. Just dropped it by mistake.
You don't call little kids niggas.
Yeah, go ahead with the discussion, y'all. I'm a mute.
He was.
You don't?
Yes, not no white woman. You don't know. I seen other people called.
Why not? Let me ask you, why not? Because you said
racist.
It's racist. Okay, so what's wrong with that? Isn't that a race? Isn't so? It's racist. So what? We all looking at stuff in a racist thing. You think Black Power is not a concept of race?
What are we saying? Race, but it's not excluding. It's not racist. I guess you could say it's excluding because there's only 4 Black people, but it's not punishing. It's not supremacy. It's not like we say Black Power and F you honkies.
Who don't say that? Oh, you don't.
Well,
say
I know
that.
I don't.
Oh yeah, well,
it's a racist Black people. Yes, I agree, but
I think they all are actually. I don't know one that is not. I don't even know how you concept that. First, you're going to call them by a race and then say they're racist. You just called them a race. You are being racist by doing that. I don't understand.
Racist means excluding by race. I mean, it's a classification.
It don't mean excluding by race. It means distinguishing by race.
No, it does not. You can distinguish by race without being racist.
How? How is that possible?
It's classification. It's like, yes, it's a way to classify people. Like you could Like you can classify people by countries, classify people by race. You can classify people by social status. It's just a classification.
I got
However,
that
when you
part.
punish and hinder people because of
You
race,
coming
then
in
you're
what? You
racist.
coming in what people? You coming and what people?
Huh?
I think you say you coming in what
If
people?
you're if you're hindering or
How is that
punishing people,
hindering? What are we
no, I'm
talking
saying
about
if you
hindering?
hinder and punish people because of their race, then you're racist.
What's the well? You do that all the time. What's the hindering? What do you mean by hindering?
Like
And
systemic racism. Like, okay, I don't like working with black people, so I'm not gonna hire black people.
well,
Um,
what's wrong with that? I don't like working with frogs. I'm not going to hire frogs. Is that racism against frogs? What are you saying right? I'm
well,
trying to understand what you're
frogs are
saying.
human, and that wouldn't be race because that is a race. I guess a species of them. I don't know, but
Okay,
yeah, but
fine.
if they can't do the job, then why would you hire a frog?
Dude, I'm saying it don't matter to me. If I don't like something, I don't have to hire it. What are you saying?
I think, well, if
I
you don't
don't like,
hire them
let's say
because
I
of
don't
race,
like,
then you're racist.
well, wait a minute. Let's say I don't like Chinese, so I ain't going to hire no Chinese. Is that racism?
Yes,
That's how you see it. That's racism.
yes.
Mhm. I don't like chocolate ice cream, so I ain't gonna buy no chocolate ice cream. What is that?
You just don't like chocolate
Just
ice
saying,
cream, including.
right, exactly. So when I don't like the Chinese and I'm not gonna hire no Chinese, that's my personal preference. That's what it is. I'm trying to get you to get to the
Well, your
reality of reality.
preference is
You're
based on
talking
racism.
about yeah,
Your
yeah. Okay. Is my
and you
preference
said
is
you don't
based.
like. Now it'd be different if you prefer to hire black people. It's not because you don't like the other race. Then that isn't racism. You just have a preference.
I say I don't like chocolate. That's a
No, but you
preference.
said you don't like Chinese. You didn't like working for Chinese. Then
I
yes,
said
that's
it the
racism.
same way. I said it the same way. It's all personal preference. I don't understand any difference. I don't like Chinese. I don't like dogs. That's a personal preference. I don't actually. I like dogs. I don't like dogs living inside a house. I don't think that's their proper space. But that's just a personal preference. Some people like dogs living inside their personal space. That's their personal preference. There's not like racism, and it's not like not racism. Some people like Chinese. Are they practicing racism? If they like Chinese and they hire Chinese, is that racism?
Well, like this: if you don't like hiring someone based upon their race, then you are racist. If you don't hire them because you prefer working with black people, not because you dislike them, then that would be the difference. Like you could prefer hiring working with black people because hey, I know I work better with black people, or I feel like our race is struggling, so I want to give more black people a job. Chinese people don't need it; they have more wealth. I wouldn't say you were racist because it was the intent, but if the intent is because you don't like them, then you are racist.
My thing is, Wale, do you realize you're making the white racist argument? Why should I have to live
I'm not.
around them niggas if I don't like them niggas and don't want to be around them? Why should I have to allow them to vote in my government if I don't like them niggas and don't want to be around them?
Oh, see, now you're talking about something else when you
I'm
went to
talking
the
about
next thing.
everything.
First,
I'm talking about
no,
employment,
you're not.
government, all that shit. I'm
I
saying
know you think.
fundamentally,
No, you're
you
not,
are
and
making the racist white
I'll tell
argument. I
you
want to
what.
be clear on that.
That's
If you
where
gonna
you are
own it,
clear
I'm
on
fine
that.
with that.
That's fine. That's not what I'm saying. And I'll tell you how so. When you said the first thing about I don't want to live around niggas, and so I don't, that's a personal preference.
It's more than a personal preference. There's
That's a
redlining. There's
personal.
other.
It's redlining.
This
They
is
ain't talking about redlining yet, cousin.
so you
That's a whole
saying
different thing.
so you
Right
saying
now,
that
I'm just
wasn't a real
talking about
thing.
the thing.
We were
Right
talking
now, I'm
about
just
where
talking.
people live. That was a
I was
primary
just
fact.
talking about. I'm just talking about the one thing that you mentioned. Now you're going to try to broaden it out into a lot of different conversations and angles and stuff, and I'm not willing to do that. I'm just staying with the first thing that you mentioned. which was I don't like niggas and I don't want to live around them. That's a
The first thing
personal
I
preference.
said was you're making a racist white argument. You are
I
literally
know you said
making
that.
right. That was the first
That's
thing
your
I said. So you
perspective.
want to stick to that?
That's your perspective, and you're welcome to have it as long as you wish.
That shit goofy. Like
Mm.
it
And like,
literally.
I don't think it's racist. Like me, I like living in black, well-to-do neighborhoods. I thought I
See,
wanted to live in a white neighborhood. I didn't think it wasn't
Well to
because,
do.
yeah,
see, that's
well,
what
not
I'm saying.
well-to-do. You're
There's
right.
no
I live in a middle class,
she
but I
created
prefer
herself.
living into like a well-to-do black neighborhood, like Olympia Fields. I wish I could live there. I used to think I wanted to live in a white neighborhood. So I used to live in Glen Ellen and Glendale Heights, and I wasn't happy. It wasn't because I
Why
didn't
did
like
you think
white people. They were
why did you
cool. I
want to
didn't
live
have a
in a
problem
black
with living
neighborhood?
around them. The problem
Why did you
was
want to live in a white neighborhood? You wanted that. That was an active want. Not be
because
I'm
I
talking
thought
about
because
before
they had
you
more
went
money
around.
and that they
Why did
listened
you
to
want
what
to go live around crackers? Why? Before you ever did it, why did you want to do it? You said that was an active desire and you
yeah,
fulfilled
I
it
can
by
tell you
active
why.
desire.
I was
So I
told the
can't
white man's ice is colder, grass is greener on the side, and my logic was, okay, they got more tax dollars, better schools, better. They were going to have better stuff there. It was going to be nicer. So I lived there, decent neighborhood. But the thing I didn't like about it was my culture wasn't there. I felt weird. I felt like I wasn't comfortable in my own neighborhood. Like I felt kind of like talking to him and stuff, but I felt out of place kind of a little bit. But they tried to welcome me, and I like their culture, but I just didn't want to live there. I don't mind visiting. I felt more at home in a black neighborhood
My
and
my
like
thing
around my people.
my thing is this though. How in any way is defending any form of discrimination gonna benefit black people? Now, if we're talking about collective economics and doing our own thing, I'm fine with
Discriminating against who?
against people. When we're talking about employment and things like that, we were talking about jobs, right?
Discriminating against people. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead. That's your argument. That's your argument.
So
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying in the overall context of what black Americans have to deal with, how is defending that benefiting us in any way?
Who was talking about jobs? Where did that come from?
It started
Elena,
with
were you
jobs.
talking
You
about
said I
jobs?
don't like to work with the Chinese, right?
She
You
was
said that,
talking
right?
about racism. She wasn't talking about jobs.
I'm talking about what you said. You said you
I
don't
know
like
you're
to
not.
work with
I'm
the
talking about what
Chinese.
you got in your mind, man. Otherwise, you wouldn't be telling me no stuff about
So
as
you
you
didn't say
came
that.
out the first sentence.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said that word for word.
But another thing too, I always thought like that I have a kid, and I was thinking about uh, moving to like a white neighborhood from the school for a little bit. And I wonder why. I thought I'd rather stay in this school because I think she'd do better around black kids, and she's competitive, and she has like a good friend group that's positive. She's out there. They not singing like sexy red or twerking or anything crazy. I'm not trying to come down on those type of people, but they're in like, oh yeah, let's do the science fair. Oh, you do this. Oh, what are you on the honor roll? They push themselves. They're competitive. Daughter was mad. My daughter mad if she don't make the honor roll or if she get a C or something, she will flip. And I didn't instill that in her. I just always tell her, do her best. We're gonna learn, and you probably get an AB, but just do your best. Aim for the best. And she doesn't do that. She want to be the best in the class. She like, oh, I can't be on the honor roll. I got to be on honor roll. And I like that. I like that they're competitive and they're supportive. I think if she went to a white school, she wouldn't have that type of competition and friends and stuff like that. So I used to always think, oh yeah, I'm gonna send her to a better school. And I know black kids who went to white schools and they ran back. They was getting discrimination, isolation. None of the kids talked to them, treat them like outsiders. So I'd rather just stay in the black neighborhood. Nothing personal.
I think they trying to sneak up on me and get my coffee here. The ducks pretending
Ducks
like they're
ain't
looking for
gangster.
food.
I would argue what the Elon and Trump thing proves is that all you niggas be full of shit. Because now people like you, Fitain, and niggas like you, your argument is suddenly now going to change. I've been sitting up here for the last 6 months listening to you niggas whine and cry about the Elon Musk, Donald Trump takeover. Oh my God, the oligarchs, they're going to take thunder. Now suddenly, nigga, you think you in the conversation still, nigga?
Right.
You're Damo. You niggas really think you're still in this conversation? You niggas never know what you're talking about. You are alarmist. You cry and whine about anything this white man do, and then you want us to meet you there. Remember, I told y'all 2 months ago, I'm not meeting you niggas there. You niggas crybabies. Wait till it's over. Let's see it play out. Remember Taz saying that? Remember that? So now you niggas' argument gonna change before we can even get to the shit playing out. And I'm supposed to play along with you like, yep, you're so right. This is terrible. No, nigga. You niggas don't know what the fuck you be talking about. So sit down and shut up. You crying so fucking. I had to sit here for 2-3 months. And Trump and Elon and Trump and Elon. Do you see what Elon's doing? Oh my God, you're up here defending Elon, Taz. Well, now Elon ain't even there. And niggas still want to have a conversation as if they wasn't saying Elon was going to take over. You niggas was saying Elon looked like he run the government. Get your ass up here, nigga. Get up here, nigga.
Taz, I got a question.
What up?
If I may ask, how do you feel? Do you think that Elon this is all like a ploy? Like, there it's a fake, fake stunt. Him and Trump going at it, or do you think that Elon in the end is going to win? Because like Elon said, he posted, he said, all you senators and representatives of the House, if y'all think y'all want to be behind Trump, he only has 3.5 years left. I got 40. I am rich. He's basically threatening, like, yeah, I can fund your opposition or not fund you, your campaigns. I was like, oh, dang, that was crazy. I don't know who's going to win.
When it first jumped off, though, I thought it was cap. You know what I'm saying? But now that it's continued on for a couple of days, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It might be true. It might be real. Because at first it looked like cap and like just a little breakup or whatever. And let's keep the public off track. But a lot of shit was said the last couple of days that was like, I don't know if motherfuckers say that though. If you know what I'm saying, if this shit fake, I don't know if you'll want a motherfucker to put that in the airwaves, like Epstein files and all that shit. Some of that shit you wouldn't want somebody to say shit cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's crashing now. It's
I'm
clear.
leaning more towards it being real. You know what I'm saying? At first I thought it wasn't though.
To be on record for it.
But yeah, I think I'm leaning more towards it being real now.
I think one of Donald Trump's motives in keeping Elon in play was to have a fall guy. I don't think he thought Elon was going to crash the way he's been crashing this week. Trump keep a fall guy. He keeps somebody to blame, right?
I agree on that 100%.
Hold on, Fi.
Why would he? Another. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. I thought I was muted.
You better be careful. You lucky those are ducks. Because pigeons would jump you. I've been jumped by pigeons before. They will take your hand. They take the food right out your hand.
I done been jumped by ducks before.
Oh, I have.
About 100 of them motherfuckers.
Them pigeons will fly from the sky and swoop down and take the food out your hand and peck you. I was like, these are some.
They just came from the sky.
Yes, Chicago pigeons are different. You ever seen birds? So you seen birds from Chicago?
Do me a favor, share my screen, bro. Let me share this what Fitain. So
yeah, they just came from
like, because some of us are not MAGA, right? Some of us have held these positions long before Donald Trump came into office, right? So, for example, right, you can go to my social media. I've never changed. I've always been the same. Loud, typing in caps, nigga, whether I'm in a Facebook group or on my own page. So some of these are post-Trump, right? But this is pre-Trump. Let's talk about the so-called black president that addresses issues of Latinos, illegal immigrants, and gays, but has yet to do anything for black people. Why is it that he can speak on other groups in the country by name, but when it comes to us as a people, he's the president for everyone and not just blacks? How did he get away with that? Now that was 2015. I'm posting in 2015 about illegals, about what Obama's doing for illegals. Some of this stuff has absolutely zero to do with Donald Trump, right? So again, when we're talking about me, I can't tell you about everybody else, but me, you can find me posting in 2015 about people like Hillary Clinton promoting illegal immigrants. They have a better chance of being gainfully employed than a black man. Okay, this is 2015. So this has shit to do with MAGA, shit to do with Donald Trump. Some of us saw this shit coming down the pipe with Obama, saw these Mexicans intruding, infringing, and was saying it 10 years ago. I can't help it that y'all be stuck on today with Trump. But some of us have a long-standing position. And it, you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. To show you posting against MAGA, posting what? What do you want to see? Charlottesville? Something like that? Some white folks? Some MAGA motherfuckers beating up a black man? Like you want to see that? Because I can show you me going against some MAGA people. But I'm talking
ain't nobody gonna hit you. Bro. You tall as hell.
Let's see. Like, y'all need to be with that shit. But I got you though.
I didn't realize you was so tall until you did that video about that woman on the ground, and you had filmed it, and her husband came to play. I was like, "Damn, Taz is tall." Everybody looked short around you. I was like, "Damn, how tall is Taz?"
Hell yeah, I should have left that bitch laying on the side of the road. Left her motherfucking ass laying there.
I want you to do your channel again. Come on.
I started going live again.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'll be going live again. I just ain't I ain't all the way there yet, but yeah, I'll be going live again. I gotta get an official time. I'm gonna be live and shit like that.
Damn, I couldn't.
It used to be lit. You kept me, you and Nyla,
everybody kept me
going through the pandemic, man. I got my news from you in the morning. Remember you used to run your morning news?
Yeah, oh yeah, hell yeah. I just, even with that though, it's like people don't appreciate that shit, so I stopped doing that shit so much. Like, shit.
I loved it though.
If it ain't Donald Trump, they don't give a fuck.
I couldn't turn my cam on fast enough, boy. Them motherfuckers came after me. Shit, they ran me up out of that bitch.
I kind of knew that Elon and Donald Trump was gonna fall out eventually. I didn't know what over though.
You didn't know that. You kept saying we was gonna be under martial law. I ain't trying to hear that. We got you on record.
Yeah, no, but I still think they was gonna fall out.
Don't flip flop now.
I'm not flip flopping. I knew it was gonna fall out. They were saying that before. They were saying that before that they was gonna fall out. Because I felt like they was gonna fight and Trump was gonna get jealous and say, "Who's running this country?" Like, you know, you can't take it away from. I thought that's what they was gonna fall out.
Don't flip flop now.
I'm not flip flopping. I always thought that they was gonna fall out. I did, but not for what they fought over. I thought he was gonna do everything Elon says, but I thought he was gonna get tired of Elon getting the glory of, oh yeah, I'm the president. You know, people was looking at him like he was really the president instead of Trump. I thought that's what they was gonna fall out over. But they fell out over that bill because he ain't getting subsidies. That's what it is. He want his welfare. He want his welfare check. Nigga on drugs, but they give this man billions of dollars. But they want a regular common people. And they want regular common people to take drug tests for
You think
a
they fell
hundred,
out
two
over a
hundred dollars a
damn
month.
bill?
Yeah, partly because he said he in the bill they cut EV electric vehicle mandate. That's just part of his company. That's where they get money. Yeah, he was mad about that.
Oh, I thought something had to do with China. He went over there to China and started some without Trump knowing and started some, you know, some stuff. But that's what I thought. Oh, I didn't know it was a bill. Interesting.
So if he gave him $300 million in campaign money to help him get elected president, why would he write a bill to hinder his business? Why would Trump write a bill?
Obviously, Elon has more money than Trump.
That hasn't been in dispute. So it's not about loyalty, currency.
It's not
I
about
thought we
what?
lived in a democracy.
Yeah, we
I thought we
do.
lived in a democracy.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Chief was on the panel. What's up, Chief? What up with the Chief?
Okay.
Greetings, everybody.
I always felt like Elon was a good political play by the Donald. It was that reinforced installation of having someone there to be the fall guy if need be. And once conservatives started to turn on Elon, I knew the relationship wasn't going to last long. Now, if you look, the board of directors at Tesla is saying we need to start thinking about what will be the succession plan if need be. You know what I'm saying? That nigga's even on the outs economically in his own company. And I felt like that was
I thought he was
always
the
what the
richest man in the world. Why would he be concerned about getting
because he still
disowned
answers
by
to
his
a
own
board of
company?
directors. And they could still get rid of his ass.
So he's trying to be.
So
He
can
want to
he
be
can
rich.
can he just invest? Can he just invest and buy his way into another company, just like he did
He can.
that one?
I mean, yeah, potentially he could do that. But Tesla's his baby. But what I
Why
think
does
a
he
lot of
need
people
another
don't
company? I thought
understand
he. I
is
thought.
he's
I,
not
He need one
he's
company
not the
taking loans out
dictator
against.
and monarch of Tesla. They can get rid of his ass. And now they are actually talking about succession plan in the
Mm-hmm.
event he's no longer leading the company. The writing's on the wall.
That's true. They was talking about. I heard that. But another thing too. This is what it was said. This is what it's rumored to be. The reason why he put so much into this campaigns and stuff. Um, he wanted these government subsidies for that Starlink thing. They're trying to put Social Security and stuff on one of his platforms where now you can. I forgot it was a platform they changed the Social Security to where you do it online. One of his companies, I forget. And he the rumor before this, he put all this money. They're on a race to be the first trillionaire. So it's between him, Mark Zuckerberg, and some other people. Privately, they was joking like, who can be the first trillionaire? They on this race. He was trying to do it with government subsidies, buying out, all these countries, because he wasn't just doing it in America. He was doing it in Germany, some other countries. He was backing all these candidates, people that was going to sit there once they become in power or whatever. They go ahead and give him government subsidies to his companies for whatever services he providing, be it cars, Starlink, or something like that. So that's why he was putting in so much money in all these political campaigns. He's trying to become a trillionaire. He wants to be the first trillionaire.
Can I ask a question?
Hmm.
Why do us so-called black folks indulge ourselves in so many distractions of their world?
Because they will be affecting us.
Okay, but if we had a different effect on our world, their world couldn't affect us now.
That's
So
what you think.
I'm with Brother Lex. That's what Brother Lex just came on. He said everybody being crybabies, right?
Hmm.
So my thing is, I agree with that because of the fact that I see us doing more talking about what's happening to us instead of what we're doing to change it. Most
I
of
had
us,
to come see who was
I'm talking about
talking.
if you go on everybody's topics every day and add up the hours that we spend on that type of talk, racism and stuff like that, instead of planning, then all we doing is planning to fail. I'm just hoping that
I,
everybody understand that
I see what
because
you're
most of
saying.
us, yeah, because most of
We
us when
do
we
talk
leave this
about
call,
things. We do.
we're not actively doing nothing. We might talk about it, but what are we actively doing that we
We
coming
have
back?
actively done stuff, and even as a community and things that I brought up, whether people in the actual chat of this channel have taken heed to it or been involved is different. Like me, like one thing that Black people did, like, oh yeah, y'all effing with DEI. Okay, we go out to boycott. We had one of the most successful boycotts since the Montgomery boycott. We're about to bankrupt Target. Cause we're good enough to spend money, but we're not good enough to hire. Oh yeah, okay, bet. Fuck Target. And that's what happened.
Wait, good
So if you
enough to
sit there,
In what
hire? Good
state?
enough to hire? Oh yeah, I
mm,
can't wait to this debate, family. DEA ain't got nothing to do with hiring.
No,
DEI, DEI, or if you can't hire, if you're not sensitive,
that was another distraction, sis.
but you see what it
Nothing to
still
do
was
with hiring.
effective though with the Target.
That was a bootleg distraction. See, y'all got to understand who for you and who ain't. Y'all got some people that look like us that are not for you that are pushing
I agree.
Q came on earlier and said they pushing white agenda. You got people coming on every day pushing being governed by somebody. How many of y'all have to be governed by somebody to be able to do right and to be able to handle your business every day? None of y'all, right? So then why we letting them do it? It ain't hard to not do something. See, we spend 24 hours talking about what them crackers ain't doing for us or what some racists then sold us out on. But how many of us are taking the initiative to go get it for yourself? Buy it for yourself, then you ain't dealing with them. How many of us is out there setting some up so we don't have to deal with them? We're not spending the hours on that, on these social medias, on getting away from them. If we spent the same amount of hours that we spending like right now on Elon Musk, if you spent that same amount of hours on helping Q get his school bigger, his school will be bigger.
But we
We're
have
not
done.
doing that. We're not doing that. We spending more time on gossip
I see what you're saying.
and stuff that don't mean nothing about us advancing as a people, Aboriginal, Pan African, Black Panther, Jehovah Witness. I don't care what you trying to call yourself out there. Ain't nobody
Southern
spending no
with
time. Ain't nobody spending their time like the Amish people are doing. Ain't nobody doing that. Just saying, okay, yeah, y'all got y'all government going, but don't trip this. We just over here feeding ourselves. So we don't really have to come and deal with y'all like that. And that's what the Chinese people, how many Chinese people you see in the line on voting day?
yeah.
How many Koreans y'all see on the in the line on voting day?
I mean,
Now, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Y'all don't
mhm.
see them people in the line because they got their own stuff set up and they don't give a damn about what these folks is doing. See, we done got concentrated on distractions because we love to make it seem like we smarter than the next nigga. We just nothing but show off. Oh, I'm gonna show this nigga. And then when if the nigga has something that you didn't like, then you start cussing him out. You start calling him different names. See what I'm saying?
Did that nigga drop off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. So
So he's saying it's too much lip service. That's what he's saying, huh?
I mean, that shit sound good ideologically, but like people got to take care of themselves, fam. Like, I do agree that there's an overplaying of a lot of this shit, but I don't know how much of that, you know what I'm saying, is goes with the Donald Trump shit. Like president to president, you know what I'm saying, this shit is never going. Like, what do you expect to be different? Like I said, for me, the issue has always been when a Republican is in office, we paying attention. When some Democrats are in office, everything's fine. That's been the issue. I don't care which side you vote for, which side you support. Some of this has gotten to a problem of just being for a side. This ain't about policy. This ain't about facts. And that's the bottom line. You find that post with you going at Trump. Oh, I didn't look for it. I'll get you one, though. I ain't look for it. I said, there's no point to go at Trump. In my opinion, y'all gonna do all of that. Somebody got to go at the motherfuckers y'all protecting, right? Because I think that's y'all. You can't make the argument for the crackers you protecting versus me presenting an argument that says, well, maybe all the crackers bad. But yeah, I got you. Let me find me an anti-MAGA post. Yeah,
what's up with the truth?
My bad. Go ahead.
Nah, what's up with the truth? I see you missed Nature Hour.
Okay, here you go, fam. Let's get this one up on the screen for this nigga, cause for some reason niggas got their one-sided understanding. I guess they think I got one too. Do me a favor and share this for me. So this is June 16th, 2018. I said the Eagles ain't going to the White House. Stephen ain't going to the White House. Nobody going. This is all that the world hears from black men. Kanye, kneeling football players, and mass Facebook comments about how much we hate Trump is all they see. Y'all be talking that we all brother shit till a brother do some silly shit like this. Then you ready to vote and trade him off for Eminem. That's why I don't be on that brother shit. It's way more dumb niggas unwittingly playing for the other side than it is openly doing the bidding in MAGA hats. All this shit makes black men look weak. You one-sided ass niggas. You'll never get me in your conversation. I am never gonna be a fucking Trump supporter. The media keeps telling stories I was telling people 3 years ago. Back then, you were a Trump supporter if you called it out, though. I was never MAGA. I just show how Obama's shady administration set the Trump team up to multiple hits from multiple directions. We're different, fam. I don't go to voting booths. I don't support white motherfuckers. I don't support the government. But do some of this shit get so one-sided that you gotta at least contest it? Yes. And that's where I'm at with the Democrat part of it. It's not to say go vote Republican. It's damn, dog, we ain't allowed to challenge Democrats. We ain't allowed to challenge Democrats at all. Like I say, fam, I'm cool. I'm going to challenge you niggas on how you niggas moving. Because that's why you lost the last election. Too much whining. You just agree with a lot of MAGA positions. Those were my positions before MAGA ever came into existence, fam. I didn't like illegals before MAGA. Right? What else? What else would be a MAGA position? I guess you saying I agree with. I didn't like illegals. I was fine with these motherfuckers being reported. I'm for black business. I'm for black people being viewed for their intellect and not just being hired for some DEI affirmative action. Right? I want us to be hired because we actually qualify. I want us to be looked at as intelligent, not just some fucking hire because you need to meet a quota. Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to figure out what MAGA position would I have. I'm not a white supremacist. I don't really support their ideology in terms of how the state should be ran. But on the federal level, yeah, fam, I see more of a challenge needed. There's more of a challenge needed for how we move in terms of Democrats. If we can just stop going to the vote, automatically giving Democrats our vote, I won't be saying shit. So I challenge Democrats, just not when they're running against fucking idiots that wanted y'all to vote in an office because Kamala not black. Yes, she not. Right? So I mean, Kamala not being black don't really mean that much to me other than she's a fucking liar. She's a fraud. And because some of y'all ain't really trying to gatekeep black or protect black, it don't matter to you, right? You care about Rachel Dolezal, but not Kamala Harris. I get it. I understand completely because this is what you're told is okay. But that's why niggas don't hit the panel and have those discussions, because it's going to be hard for you to sell me how a person that isn't black should be accepted as black just so you can feel better coming out the voting booth. Trump ain't black, and we know that. So that's not an argument. So why do we have to argue about a woman that ain't black, that y'all just want to be? And then even worse, you want to gaslight and try to downplay it because the nigga tell you she's not black. You think you can gaslight me? She's not black. So the best you can do is accept that and try to argue around it, nigga. She's not. There's nothing else to say about that. We don't need that as a talking point, long as you accept it as a fact. As long as you accept it as a fact. Say Trump accepted as president when he dumb as fucking not fit in, but her not being black is important. Who's accepting Trump as president? Listen, fam, I will argue half of America don't want that motherfucker to be president. They're right now protesting in LA. It's a lot of people who not happy with Trump being president. I don't know what you mean, man. She was part of black culture, but where has she called herself black? Never. She is not black. She ain't called herself black outwardly, but she certainly benefited from being black by applying to be black on documentation and whatnot. What do you mean? Matter of fact, I think she did call herself black sometime at what was that? Howard. She gave a speech at some point, some shit. But yeah, I don't. But again, why do and then so for example, again, is if you're straddling the fence, black people call her black, so it's our fault. See, you campaigned against Kamala and not once against Trump. You supported Trump being president. I mean, you could say that, but I can take you back 2 years ago and tell you I didn't think Trump had a shot, which is what I said even before the election. I thought he was going to lose. But if you take some woman and randomly throw her in the mix and take away the fucking incumbent president, well, maybe the bitch will lose, and the dumb niggas who supported the bitch might not realize how stupid they are because they let the Democratic Party play them into throwing a whole candidate out there that wasn't ready. That I'm supposed to fight for that? I'm supposed to fight for a candidate that wasn't ready when the party you supported fucked up? Instead of you coming for the party, you think it's my fault that Donald Trump won? Nigga, I didn't think he had a chance. And I can stand on that. I said that many a time. I did not think he had a shot. I actually thought people were stupid for acknowledging Donald Trump all the way up until he got shot. When he got shot, I said, oh shit, this motherfucker might have a shot. But before that, no, I thought them 34 felonies was going to keep him out the White House. I didn't think he had a shot, man.
So what about the 90,000 registered voters that didn't even go to the polls?
90,000 or 90 million?
I was just saying if you was paying attention.
Right, and that's always a question right there. Like, as many people as don't go to the polls, do we really know what the American people wanted? You know what I'm saying? When half the people didn't even vote. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's always a question of how it turns out. But I just think it was a bad idea to replace Biden. To me, that was stupid. It was just not smart to try to get your first woman president in that way. You know what I'm saying? You're already dealing with an uphill battle. The fact that the country's never had a woman president. So she would probably need the best campaign possible. And she had the worst. She had a quick moment. It's crazy. Renee says, I don't get the issue with discussing Trump. He's the president. He's fucking shit up further left and right. Fam, I remember when you were so anti-LGBTQ, I couldn't even hardly have a conversation without you bringing it up. Now they got you running around here throwing rainbows around, calling yourself pro-black still. I know you ain't talking to me about no Trump shit. These white folks moved you closer to the rainbow, Renee. You are a supporter of Democrats now to the point where you don't even see yourself. Fuck Trump. Why do y'all support Democrats? And then if you're going to be so supportive of them, don't complain that dude is in office now. You're complaining. You sound like losers. You lost, nigga. You lost. Maybe good luck next time in 2028, nigga. Maybe get your motherfucking ass to the poll next time. Because like I said, I really don't give enough of a fuck. I ain't voting for one of them motherfuckers. Neither one. Neither one. One of them are just obviously against us. One of them are clearly not on our side. But some of them agendas, fam, that LGBTQ, y'all got to make sense of that, fam. Y'all got to make sense of that. You can't keep making it seem like somebody's wrong for being in question of the things that black folks are out here supporting openly. What are we doing, fam? You niggas fight. You niggas spent a month fighting for this motherfucking immigrant who's a goddamn human trafficker. They brought him back. I don't hear you niggas yapping today, nigga. You motherfuckers sat up here and cried for weeks, and they taking people and they deport them and they getting them out of here. And Trump. Well, now they got him back here, nigga, on fresh new charges. Where you niggas at? Come on up and tell me how glad you are that he's back. This shit be fake, nigga. You don't have to stand on none of that shit. So you can go around the community for a month talking about how horrible it is, and Trump gonna deport us all, and he gonna send us all to Venezuela. But now that the motherfucker back here with fresh new charges, you don't hear shit. Crazy, fam. It's just unbelievable.
Bro, they waiting on Jesus, bro. They waiting on Jesus, bro. You know that. They need a savior, bro. That's why they begging from a government to govern them. Because they waiting on Jesus, bro. You know that. I'm glad you putting it to them like that. They're a bunch of children. Begging for somebody to do something for them. They need to get that shit out of children mode and start learning how to be adults and support yourself. Tell them again, Lex. Taz, I'm sorry, my bro. Did I get your name wrong? Tell them again, bro.
No, I'm Taz. I Lex, but I'm good, buddy. We good. I ain't tripping. I just, like I said, I would rather have the conversation than people just sitting around complaining, Trump. Yeah, that shit sound good. Okay, he's going to be out of office and can't run in 2028. Then what?
Yeah, then what, right? Then what? Then what we gonna do? We gonna still complain about the next one coming in too? Or we gonna go do something for ourselves then? See, what y'all don't really realize that y'all not doing something for y'allself. Y'all acting like y'all don't really realize that y'all children. By saying, oh, I gotta go. Man, look, listen, ain't that what y'all did when y'all was in elementary school? Went and voted for something? And went and put y'all money in put your little vote in a little box or something. Y'all understand that y'all are children. I'm gonna ask y'all again, how many Chinese people was in the line voting? I guess they the only adults around here, huh? And then I hear a lot of people cussing folks out. Just because you cuss somebody out, you ain't no adult. Because you ain't did what the Chinese people is doing and can't get in the line. You gotta get in the line. You gotta go vote because you so programmed. All they can do is say, hey, y'all voting day tomorrow. Oh, half of y'all gonna go run and go do it. And just saying, fuck it. Nah, I ain't going. Vote for yourself. It's your shit. You ain't giving it to nobody but your own. Y'all ain't doing nothing but being racist and loving y'allself. So shit, I ain't gonna get nothing to you niggas. When y'all gonna learn that?
Hit the panel, KT. You ain't got to talk to nobody in the chat about what I'm saying.
Truth, I just had my nature walk, man. I'm good. I got mine in before it fell out the closet. Can't put that genie back in the bottle. Go ahead.
I want to know when I ever said only one side harms us. I said we clearly know about the other side. Who's in doubt of MAGA? Who's in doubt of what MAGA's capable of?
You love MAGA though. You good. You love MAGA.
Uh-oh.
You love MAGA, Taz. You've been supporting MAGA for the past year. Up here, down in everything. You've been down in everything that MAGA is against, while never saying nothing against MAGA. You support MAGA.
Okay, so again, based on what? So MAGA's been in office 6 months. Let's talk about the things I've supported. Illegal.
No. Let's talk.
Yep. Motherfuckers gone. Removing LGBTQ policies. I've been wanted that shit gone. Sanctuary city policies. I've been wanted that shit gone. So what exactly are you talking about that I'm supporting?
So is everything you just named MAGA positions? I'm not saying are they only like, are you MAGA just because of that? I'm saying you support the same things MAGA supports, and you talk against the opposing people, but you never talk against MAGA. So you basically support MAGA. And you just admitted it.
MAGA's a bunch of white people that I don't support.
But you support their movement and you align yourself with it.
No, the fuck I don't. What part of
you just said it? You said I support illegal immigration. You support
adding words. You adding words to what I said. I said I had that position before MAGA.
That's what I mean. So you supported.
So how am I supporting them?
No, listen what I'm saying. Slow down. So you support removing illegal immigrants, correct?
Yes.
You support stopping the LGBTQ, all the stuff they're trying to do with that, right?
Let's do this one at a time, though, fam, because you can't do that. You can't move it that way. This way you're gonna die easier.
I was asking you one at a time.
Right. But let's do them one at a time. So the illegal immigration part of it wouldn't be a MAGA position because I supported it when Barack did.
I'm saying that you align yourself with the same things that MAGA wants to do. Now you might not slow down.
No, bro, let's stick with that part. I aligned myself with it when Barack Obama was doing it.
So then you would have been an Obama supporter while he was in office.
Listen, so you'll be aware of the argument you think you can make with the GOAT, nigga. Barack Obama went on TV and told them to quit sending their children to our borders in 2014. I supported that. What are you talking about? That's not a MAGA position.
Maybe you're not listening.
Okay.
So you and MAGA hold the same views, meaning you hold the same position when we're talking about certain topics. I'm not saying that MAGA owns this position. I'm saying if I supported removing illegal immigrants, I also support a MAGA position because that's who's in office. That's who's running. You have the MAGA people, which is Trump, and then you have the opposing side, which is the Democrats. You never talk down against the Republicans and Trump position, but you always talk down against the Democratic position. You're aligning yourself with the Republicans and MAGA, nigga.
So what position with Democrats should I be aligned with?
You should just shut the fuck up and not be in the conversation.
Are they aligned
shut the fuck up and not be in the conversation? According to you, you can't
align with reparations, nigga.
Some of them are, nigga.
Right, and I'm aligned with them, nigga.
No, you're not.
Why?
Name them.
Why not?
Who are you promoting? That's a Democrat. That's up for
the city council in
reparations.
Evanston, Illinois. I'm up here talking about it all the time. Palm Springs, California. I talk about it all the time. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the conversation you were having about us. All of a sudden, oh, y'all niggas was talking about Elon this, Elon that. Yeah, we talked about what Elon. The purpose of what I've always said was Elon is using his influence so that he can make moves within the government, like getting the people that was on his ass off of his company's back. And he was doing that. Y'all niggas was like, no, man, Elon they need to let Doge go do all these evaluations and audits. You nigga, you supported that. So why you ain't standing on that?
Yeah, I can definitely stand on auditing.
So why is Elon out the door now saying Trump is a liar and it's all bullshit?
because Elon saying that. I don't get in the middle of white folks shit. I'm telling you.
So was it bullshit and was Trump lying or not?
I support the government being audited. We don't know if it's bullshit yet or not.
So hold on. I also support the.
Hey fam, these are two white folks fighting, throwing insults at each other. We don't know if it's bullshit or not.
I also supported the government being audited. All I ever said was it's the motherfuckers doing it that we have a problem with, and y'all was like, nah, nigga, let them do it. That's who we need to do it. What are you talking about?
Right, because I wouldn't care if it was Joe Biden and some motherfuckers doing it. It needs to
so be now that we know Elon is openly saying Trump is a liar, the nigga he was just campaigning with, now he's openly saying he was a liar. They're basically calling their whole movement bullshit. So you was aligning yourself and supporting something that was bullshit. He was only doing that shit to do exactly what we said. Get those companies and those agencies that was investigating him off of his ass.
The only person aligning, nigga, is you aligning with Elon Musk because he walked away from Trump, little nigga.
I'm not aligning with shit. I'm talking about what happened. I'm talking about what he's saying.
You ready to line up with Elon fucking Musk because he walked away from
Trump. Is Elon Musk company still being investigated? Are Elon Musk companies still being investigated?
Elon words. Now you tell
me Elon Musk companies still being investigated?
Elon said,
not in Memphis.
Fuck Elon.
Are Elon Musk companies still being investigated?
Not
by the companies
Memphis.
He was auditing.
Not in Memphis.
This is crazy.
I'm asking you, are Elon the companies that was being investigated by government agencies before Elon got his position with Trump? Are they still being investigated now, or did a lot of those cases get dismissed?
Clearly, if you just heard what Trump was saying the other day, he finna go after him in other ways.
Yeah, because they get dismissed.
So in other ways, meaning the way that I'm referring to did get dismissed. So what Elon attempted to do, he did. What we were saying he was trying to do, he did.
Yeah, we talked about the open AI methane gas turbines, Steve.
Yeah.
My point is, we didn't support Elon. My bad, dear.
Yeah, he did.
My point is, we didn't support Elon doing audits and stuff because his only reason for being there was to get those investigations off of his company. He had no intention to do no damn. He didn't care nothing about auditing the government. But y'all was down our neck and shit, talking about, oh no, we needed audited. Y'all trying to save these niggas. They fucking over money, yada yada yada. We like, bro, he don't care nothing about the shit y'all talking about. But y'all was fighting against us. So why now are you acting like we are wrong?
I'll say it again. I'm still perfectly fine with a government audit. I just want to make sure you hear me. I don't care.
Me as well.
If we gotta wait till 2028 to let some Democrats do it, somebody needs to do it. I don't care.
The Democrats was already doing it. They all was doing it. Trump did it. The Democrats did it. They've been auditing for the past 10 years.
Right, but we didn't know USAID was over there spending LGBTQ money on trying to train foreigners to be gay. We didn't know that.
So the Republicans was. I'm just gonna ask the Republican sectors. The Republican sectors, they're spending the money and like they're doing it the right way.
Who said that?
I'm asking because the audit ain't showing nothing about none of the shit the Republicans did. It's only showing the shit the Democrats supported do.
Bro, put that shit up. Show it. You act like I'm against it because it's one side.
I didn't see. I'm saying they didn't offer that information. There's nothing showing what those Republicans. So were they doing right? Because it seems like an attack on those opposing parties. It doesn't seem like a genuine audit, which is why I say I don't agree with the motherfuckers doing the audit because they have ulterior motives. You're saying it don't matter who do the audit, just do the audit.
Yeah.
How is that beneficial to just let anybody do the audit when their motives don't have nothing that is not aligned with what we need the audit to accomplish?
This is the difference. If some Democrats are doing the audit, fam, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, if Democrats doing it, so we should dismiss it. This is what you're doing. You're picking and choosing which white people you want to support and believe.
You saying Democrat though. I'm not. I just want to make to that point. I don't have a problem with Republicans auditing the government. It's Elon Musk that I had an issue with. Who the fuck is he? That was my whole argument. I don't have a problem with the Republican Party implementing the audit. Trump did it in 2018 or whatever it was. I don't have a problem with that. But when you telling me a nigga like Elon Musk, who's not American, who has other incentives to be in the position he is, you're gonna let him into all this information for our system, yeah, I have a problem with that. And y'all saying we shouldn't have a problem with it.
I didn't say we shouldn't have a problem with it. I said let's wait and see. I said let's wait and see.
That's not having a problem with it. Let's let them fuck it up, and then we'll see.
Now let's wait and see means 2 months from now this shit might be over with. He might not even be there no more.
But that's he did what he did. Like so, it's like let him accomplish his goal, and then we'll see what the results are, and we'll deal with it. No, nigga, don't let that nigga do it. He doesn't have any reason to be there.
You know you sound crazy, Taz. You know you sound crazy, nigga. You wild.
How I sound crazy? Why? Because I didn't vote for it.
Because you're saying let a nigga that's not.
Now listen, even before any of this, we're not even gonna go to the last question. Why I said something in the chat. You literally, Taz, listen. You said one side clearly hurts us. You said one side clearly hurts us. You cannot say you're not taking a position when you're literally stating one side, and we know that you're not talking about Republicans, literally hurts us. You already took your position. Like you can't, you shouldn't even be arguing whether or not that's the thing.
So can you take me to where I said only one side hurts us?
That's what we was talking about in the when I was talking to Aaron. Right, he was bringing up you weren't taking a side, and I said
only. Fam, I never said that. So I'm asking you, in what context do you think I said that in?
Well, if you're saying only one side hurts us, I don't know what other context you could take that in.
I never said only one side hurts us. I never said that.
Did. Yeah, you did.
I said you niggas act like only one side hurts us. You niggas only acknowledge the one side of it. You niggas point.
You're not talking about me.
You see,
because I'm definitely not. Because that's my. Then I'm saying in the chat, if you're not being, if you're actually saying like the truth, you wouldn't be talking about just how Obama and them suck. Because Trump's ass too, Biden's ass and Trump's ass. We shouldn't be talking about.
I never supported Biden or Hillary Clinton. I never liked either one of them. I wanted Sanders and I wanted that Asian nigga. I can't remember his name. So like I don't know who you talking about when you say that. I never liked Obama. I never voted for Obama. I never voted for. Well, I voted against Trump with Hillary, but I wanted to vote for Sanders because that's who I thought was the better person. Like I don't care.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have these for and against positions y'all have. Like I deal with what's happening. Not
because you don't vote
for this person. I'm for that.
Of course, because you don't vote. I actually go vote, so I have to pick a side when I write it on the paper. I can't say, "Well, I vote for all these niggas." Like I vote, so.
Or you don't.
But I do. I support their positions. My bad. Because I keep
you support their agendas. I don't. That's what I'm saying. So when we start putting it into, do you support MAGA? Do you support Obama? Do you support Biden? No, nigga. None of them motherfuckers.
Oh. Okay, I'll kind of back off that point about you supporting MAGA. And that's why I kind of moved it to you align yourself with certain positions they have. Not because they have those positions, but y'all just hold the same ideology on those positions. Not that you like, ooh, MAGA doing it, so let me do it. You already was on that, and they so happen to be on the same shit. So y'all line up next to each other and then go implement the things you want to get done. That's what I'm saying.
Right, so I would say the black community used to be on that, nigga. The black community
that's their fault.
Anti-immigrant, anti-white, foreign, Mexican-ass immigrants.
And how has that benefited us?
Community, nigga, the black community used to be anti-gay, nigga. Let's talk about
how has that benefited us? Like, what did any of that do for us?
How did it benefit us? We didn't have a bunch of young black men running around here about to die from HIV, being one of two in the data that shows that shit is affecting.
More niggas get killed in the streets than for HIV.
We didn't have those
More
issues.
Niggas get killed in the street. More niggas get killed in the streets than for HIV.
Yes, they do. Where's the street agenda? That's a
Democratic
agenda. That's a Democratic
agenda. No, it's neither party to me has an agenda for them.
Is that a Democratic agenda? I'm talking about a Democratic agenda.
I don't think gay shit is a Democratic agenda.
Oh, you don't?
That's your position.
Maybe you tune in. I'm doing a series right now.
I do not really want to have any more gay conversations, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm tired of talking about gay people.
Yeah, I know.
But see, this is the unfair part about it. We're a bunch of straight people having gay if I'm gonna have a conversation about gay people, we gotta bring the gay people in the conversation. But you don't want that, do you?
No, we don't. That's the problem now. You
then. So that's like.
We don't have.
What do you mean? Because I can't have a conversation of. I'm for you. You sit here and act like I deny that I'm a human rights person. I'm a human rights person. I think every human has rights. Yes, nigga, I don't deny this. I openly admit that I'm a human rights person.
You think MAGA people got human rights, right?
They're humans. They have rights, nigga. They don't have rights just because they're MAGA, nigga.
So we're clear.
They don't have rights just because they're MAGA, nigga. They have rights as humans.
Fuck them. They can die.
That doesn't make any sense. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. I don't care if they die or not.
Yeah,
I don't care if none of these people die or not. Like, but
they don't want me.
I also don't care if a bunch of niggas like the nigga next door to me can die. I don't give a fuck.
If they don't,
what are we talking about?
Human rights, fuck.
The nigga below me can die. I won't give a fuck. They're black. I don't care. Like, what are we talking about?
Wait a minute.
I don't give a fuck if none of you.
You don't hear me, bro.
Which one of these people is never going to die? Ain't everybody going to die?
Yeah, like what are we talking about?
Don't respect my human rights. So why the fuck would I respect theirs?
I don't know what we're talking about.
You sit up here
MAGA, see, so gay people and MAGA aren't the same. MAGA is like an ideology. Gay is a sexuality. So I don't know what we're talking about.
Having human rights, nigga.
Yes, nigga. Everyone has human rights. That's a confusing question. That's not their right to step on my black ass. That's so now you're like conflating shit that don't even go together. What are you talking about? Do they have human rights is one question. Yes, they're human. Every human has rights. Do they have right to abuse other people based on race? No, nigga. What are we talking about?
We're talking about
that's not a human right.
We're talking about the continuation of them doing it, and somehow, someday, you think that they're going to acknowledge and respect your human rights.
No, that's what you do. You think once you get the illegal immigrants out, they're going to start supporting your position or helping you out some way, somehow. No, they don't give a fuck about you either. They're just trying to get the illegal immigrants out, and they want you to help them. And you're like happy to help them do it.
You heard me make that argument?
No, I'm telling you what you're doing. I didn't hear you. You support illegal immigration. You argue up and down all the time, and you go hard against illegal immigration. That's their position, that they're making that shit actually happen. You just yell about it. They're making it actually happen, and you're in full support of it. But then once they get those illegal immigrants out, that's not gonna help you niggas. Like you keep saying, once the immigrants gone, we gonna get some more jobs open. No, we're not, nigga. They're already replacing you.
Those jobs will be open. That's by default.
No, they won't. They gonna give it to poor white people before they give it to you niggas.
Like I brought the
they gonna give it to poor white people before they give it to you. So okay, show the data that says they're gonna hire black people over poor white people or legal Mexicans.
There are multiple places in Mississippi. There was a whole takeover when they were removed the first time. The chicken plants down in Mississippi was hiring a bunch of illegals. They started hiring.
Did you see that comment I made, Taz, when I said I just rode by a Mexican yesterday? He was standing there watching his robot dig up the dirt to do his thing in his landscaping. You niggas already being replaced. It's literally happening. So they're getting those motherfuckers out of here and already replacing you with AI and robots. It's literally happening as we speak. This ain't no down the line thing. So those jobs you're talking about are not gonna be open, my nigga. That's the whole play.
Okay. So now what? So now we
have to.
So now we compete.
No, we need to.
Now those jobs are available. Right?
We need. I'm gonna tell you, we need people in places that will get those people that aren't being seen in certain areas that would benefit them, like AI, robots, and automation.
Fam, hold on, because you're saying
I didn't say
that
I got
the world is about to end in terms of jobs. You can't get this.
No. That's not what I'm saying. It's a change of technology, right?
Are the robots taking over, or are people going to keep working? Make up your mind.
I'm trying to tell you, but it's like you I don't know. You don't want to hear it because
you're intertwining both positions. You can't.
So when
the robots, either the robots are taking over, or we're going to be competing for jobs.
I'm trying to explain to you how it's going to affect black people. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. But you jumped in. So black people are not being seen in these STEM fields like other people are. So with that and the influx of new jobs being taken over by AI, robots, and automation, we're not equipped to work these positions. So if we can get people to support policies and bills that force them to allow us into these positions and move into the education sector and get our younger people into these fields so they can learn these things that are coming and are changing as we speak. Yes, nigga, that would be more beneficial to us. illegal immigrants getting gone does nothing. It doesn't matter at this point. That's some old shit.
It's old.
So yes, that's some old shit. I'm not saying it doesn't affect us at all.
So
like some 0 point.
They ain't spending no money on them. They ain't spending new money on them every day.
But what about the argument I just made? Before you go to that, what about what I just explained to you about the AI automation and black people not being seen in these fields? Because that's the reason we have somebody like Q doing STEM, so we can get our faces in these fields. Because if not, we're going to get left behind because technology is here.
Right. So again, when we're talking about in the fields, your argument was they're using a robot in the field now. Yes. So if that's the case, then nobody's going to be in those fields. That means every one of these people we talking about in this discussion will be jobless. You want both sides of the conversation.
Both are true, bro. It's going to be a lot of people, no matter black, white, green, or blue, that are going to be jobless, regardless of what we do. That's just a fact of the matter.
So wouldn't it behoove us to fight for those positions to stay in a realm where we're closer to them as opposed to somebody else?
No, it would behoove us to fight for somebody that I'm responding to what you're saying because I don't agree. It would behoove us to get somebody in these positions that will help us move into this technology era that we're moving into, not take away things that are helping us be in these fields. So like you said the other day, what about DEI? So what did DEI do for you? When DEI got canceled, some of those college places that had programs due to DEI had to cut kids' classes or change certain things so that these kids can stay in these places. Like it was a NASA program that got completely cut that was bringing in a new demographic. That's black, Mexican, marginalized people to go into these fields because they aren't represented in these fields. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you like, no, it ain't just black people, so it don't matter, right?
You ain't got no data to prove that.
What do you mean? Oh my God. So hold on. Are you saying that NASA program didn't get cut because of the cancellation of DEI? Is that what you're saying? Is that the position you're holding until you see it?
What I'm saying is you can't show me how many niggas was in that program.
And that's my point, bro. Your whole thing is
all you can show me is that it was
us, bro. That's for us to get them in the programs, bro. We have to. It's not so.
They're going
no, Taz. If a motherfucker say, "Hey, this is available to you," and none of you go do it, whose fault is it?
They're going to accept the marginalized people they want, like white women.
No, white bro, that's not. This is crazy, bro. We're talking about kids, bro. This is about kids. This is not about no, bro. I don't know why y'all think this shit. Bro, NASA is not only white people, bro. Why do you think that? Like, even with them wanting to get more representation, it's not only white people. They're not gonna deny black people, bro. I don't know why you're saying
that. Immigrant conversation, though, to say
what?
They
continue.
Yeah, they're like.
What do you mean they not?
Yeah, because you canceling DEI programs that allow them to do it. Like, this is crazy. So what do we do to get in these positions? You tell me what we do to get in these positions. How do we get to NASA then? How do we get to, if you're saying they're going to discriminate even with the DEI program there, how do we get to NASA then?
I'm trying to understand.
No, I just want to stick to the NASA part.
Stick to the NASA part, bro. What's your question?
How do we get black faces into NASA? If you're saying they're discriminating, even when they're only letting in marginalized people, they're still discriminating against black people. That means when they're not letting in marginalized people, we know they're discriminating against black people. What's the plan to get our faces in places like NASA then?
Right. So yeah. So the plan would be, for, in my opinion, to be educated enough to get in NASA. The question always outside of that is going to be, are they going to hire your black ass at NASA? Are they going to hire your black ass over that white woman, over their daughter, over that Indian motherfucker that just came over here, over that Asian motherfucker? Is your black ass going to get the job over them when y'all got equal skill sets? That's the question.
And in that conversation, the reality
hold on, Will, before you jump in, because we actually talking. Hold on, bro. Hold on, Will, real quick. Hold on, and I shut the fuck up. So with that being said, are you saying now we have more chances of being hired in those positions?
I'm saying nothing changed. I'm saying DEI ain't got a fucking thing to
So we have no hope then. So we have no hope.
No, you ain't hear me.
So because I'm asking you, what do we do then? You said more education, as if we're not educated enough to be in these positions currently.
I didn't say that at all.
I'm asking you what you said. You never gave me the what we should do though.
there's a
We
okay, so
continue to
there's a
do what we've been
certain part of
doing
this
and
I
try
can't
to
cross
advance on
into.
that.
There's a certain part of my argument I can't cross into by just because I got this debate coming. So it's a certain part of it that I do have to cut it off at, right? But again, that's what you hear. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you in terms of the position itself, I don't think DEI is the solution. It's not the solution to the problem. If the problem is we trying to get black representation in there, DEI has nothing to do with hiring and getting that black representation in there. That's not what DEI is. It's about feeling good when you get in there. It's about them.
But the program I was talking about is about students and younger people being in these fields early on. So they're like black people been at NASA. So why are we acting like they're not gonna hire the best and brightest? Like I just disagree with that. That they're just gonna ignore niggas because they
It's
niggas.
not like DEI put those black men in space.
That's y'all argument
not at
that
all.
they're not gonna hire. But look, that's y'all argument that they're not gonna hire the best and brightest. Remember? That's y'all argument.
My argument is this program was implemented because they're saying we don't have enough faces from these marginalized groups. We want to do something that makes these faces show up more and be represented more. That's what that was about, bro. Just getting
when you say they're
that's
saying
NASA.
that, you mean Democrats, right?
I mean NASA.
No. You're they for when you said they saying that. That was Democrats.
I'm saying that this is coming from NASA. It's not a Democrat or Republican thing. NASA wanted to implement this program because they wanted more representation from marginalized groups.
No, bro, no.
And DEI allowed for this program. What am I saying? That's a no.
Taz, are you saying NASA got it from Democrats?
That's all. You just have to wait till the debate, bro. I'm gonna show you that NASA ain't saying a motherfucking thing, bro.
What's the data? Well, I mean, what's the date on the debate, yo?
Like, bro, hell no. Like I said, we have been bamboozled on this DEI shit. That shit is not putting black people in positions. It's not.
Hey, you set a date? You set the date for the DEI debate?
Nah, we still waiting on this other two debates before us. So it's still
damn, I forgot. Damn.
Oh yeah, y'all got too much time on y'all.
Yeah, Solar just was on the panel yesterday. Yeah.
Y'all two finna go crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm definitely tuned in. You know I'm tuned in to that. You still one of my favorite debaters, even though we damn near never on the same position.
Yeah, my nigga. I already know.
But
where
yeah, so this is.
Look like Tamla taking that nature walk that somebody was saying we need to take. I think that was true story. He came here and talked about a damn nature walk. Nigga, fuck you. Shout out to Tamla though. Niggas who actually take nature walks. Niggas,
I ain't gonna cap. I wanna throw in though. I think the solution would be like some black shit. Like, and I ain't just saying in terms of like some single black man owns this, but like maybe a little bit of socialism. Like a community-led black organizations are our only true answers. Cause like I'm listening to both of y'all and I kind of agree with both of y'all somewhat, but like, listen, politics done failed us. I done said that plenty of times. I don't really understand why we keep having this argument about whether like Democrats or Republicans support this bet. They both be on bullshit. Like if they got 100 things that they want to tackle, 3 of them apiece might be for black people and specifically. I agree with you, Taz, on the DEI doesn't help us in specific. It does help us somewhat, but I do understand what you're saying. Like DEI was really made for black people, and for us to even get that, we kind of had to make the concession of like include other marginalized groups. So if we really want to start getting those things without adding in other groups, we got to do it ourselves. I think that's what we kind of skipping, man.
But how are you going to say that politics fail when politics is the venue for developing avenues to allow for training and education programs, allow training and education for employment and job opportunities, implement legislation to ensure that healthcare and medical needs are being met without having to come up with large sums of cash for those who may not be in a position to. I mean, there's a list of things that politics definitely play a direct effect in. I just think when y'all say the word Democrat, y'all do not include your local and more effective politics. You only resort to one single office. Y'all don't even include senators and congressmen. Y'all only point to the executive branch every 4 years, and that's just kind
I'm
of
not making a
biased to
debate
me. But
about
go ahead. Yeah.
my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm
But
not
to
making a
say that
debate
is
on
almost
just.
to make the argument that on the local level, it has been effective Democratic policies and whatnot. I would say on
I
the
definitely
federal
can show
and
it in my
local
area.
level.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
my
listen.
area being
What goddamn
Democrat,
it?
yeah, is
Hold up.
yeah, my
Lawful,
area,
how
my
dare
area
listen go into some
approved
bullshit.
millions and millions of dollars for several different projects. One I just advanced in and have showed y'all live on the live streams my certifications. What the hell are you talking about? Those OSHA and those
Now
motherfucking
Because there
construction
are a ton of
programs,
people that
those
will
were
tell you
implemented
as
by
well.
Willie,
Democratic
hey, stop.
Party
Willie, stop.
Hold on. There are
councilmen.
also a
No,
ton
you're
of
not
people that
about to
will tell
Go
you
hijack
that
ahead.
this and
they've
turn to some
benefited from
bullshit, bro.
federal
Stop. And we're
policies,
not doing that.
right?
No. Stop.
No,
Listen.
hold
The point
on.
I
Let
was
me
making
just
from the
respond to
beginning
that.
is it's not about a specific branch. All points of politics have failed us. You can say millions of dollars in something, your state makes billions.
And
That
so he
doesn't.
disagrees with that.
Even with us saying, listen, the Nazi Party did many of these things you're naming. That don't make it a good thing because it has some good points. Doesn't mean we should.
No, you lying when you say the Nazi Party has implemented legislation. When has the
Some
Nazi
of these
Party
things,
implemented
like when
legislation,
Hitler
bro?
was in office, he didn't.
When
He
who?
didn't have literal community programs to build up the Warsaw
When who
Ghetto and
was in
stuff like that.
office?
When Hitler was in, I'm saying when Hitler was the builder.
When
I'm
did
saying the
Hitler
literal
rule
Nazi
over
Party.
black people in the United
I'm
States, yo?
talking
What the
about
fuck are you
Germany.
talking
I'm talking
about?
about politics. I'm talking about politics, Dev.
But I'm
Politics.
saying you saying about black people.
He
How the
wasn't
fuck did
applying it to
Hitler
I'm
black
talking
affect
people.
black
about
people in the
politics.
United
I
States?
didn't even. I said how politics affect black people. I'm talking about period. Politics have failed us. I didn't say black politics failed us. I said politics failed us. You know what I'm saying? I'm not arguing about
I
whether or
thought we
not.
was talking about how it affected black people in the United States, yo. You
No,
bring up
I mean,
Adolf Hitler.
We are in turns, but I'm talking about politics as a whole. Politics can be manipulated, regardless if we look at it in America
Anything can
or in
be
Germany or
manipulated.
anything. Okay, so we
Name me
witnessed it.
one thing that cannot be manipulated.
I didn't say that's not my argument. Now name me something. I mean, if we've already seen it being manipulated and taken advantage of, why would we keep participating? Think somehow this is going to land a solution?
Well, you keep talking in general. You haven't offered an alternative either to prevent that or implement something that will push us even more forward.
No, I
So
did.
name the
said
things that you think that are alternatives to what we're already in right now.
I said we would have to take some form of socialism where we would have community owned and ran organizations like how they was talking about NASA. Okay, the thing to for us to be able to know for sure we could beat that is if we had a somewhat socialist led NASA group. You know what I'm saying? We had if we say this is North Carolina NASA, I'm gonna just always go back to home, right? We say we're gonna make North Carolina NASA, Black North Carolina NASA. It's Blassa, right?
So here's the thing about that, though, KT.
If we
right?
make
Man,
that
we got to
though,
put
it
our
would have to
kids
be.
in
It
these
wouldn't be having
You
programs
to
and
know what it
worry
stop
about
would take.
one.
denying that
Stop,
they
Willie. Let me
benefit.
finish because I'm
Socialism?
finishing my thought, please. So we wouldn't have. We can't put that in the hands of one person. We can't just say, okay, this is the smartest man in North Carolina with science, because he would be able to better manipulate that situation. Now, if we say, okay, this blaster is going to work in every county in North Carolina. So we're going to pick one black head in every county, and this whole group will run the organization. That would be our best bet, something of that nature. Because otherwise, we will be in positions where they could say DEI, we're going to hire someone else for DEI, or we're going to do this for that. It takes the power out of our hands, and literally we're putting power in other people's hands and saying, please do right by us. We've done that for 200-300 years. It hasn't worked.
We sit here saying let's eliminate the programs that help us a little bit, and then we'll just wait on the programs that help us all the way. This shit crazy to me.
No, that's not what we're saying. That don't say.
I'm not saying you saying that, KT, because I know you kind of with DEI. I'm saying why eliminate DEI? There's no point of eliminating DEI. You keep something like DEI and you tell them, hey, this is still not affecting our community the way it should for these particular reasons. And that's how you get a program that says, hey, we need to focus specifically on this group. Because even this program that we started for marginalized groups, they still getting branched out.
I ain't gonna say we should get rid of DEI, but I will also say the point is the only thing we have is DEI. So the problem is, like, again, like I just said, we kind of depended on somebody to look out for us when we don't have the power to look out for ourselves. If we're only depending on DEI, then we're fucked. Because we've already
Who's saying
been
only depend on DEI? Whoever said
that's really all we got
only
from this
depend on
government.
DEI?
Like what other real
they
life
did affirmative
like
action, they did DEI, and from DEI they started implementing programs like I just referred to with the NASA thing. And NASA, like, I don't get it. But then when I say they got the NASA program, niggas say, oh damn, you think they hiring niggas? Like, we deny anything that is being offered to us and then saying it don't help us.
Now for me, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying this don't help us. I'm just saying it don't help us enough. So I'm saying while we got DEI 4%, what somebody just said, it only
will
helps 4%
never
of
be
black
enough.
people.
What I'm saying is compound these things. Once you have a DEI program, you've admitted there's marginalized groups. Now you take the data from these DEI programs and show, hey, even within these marginalized groups, we even more marginalized. We need our own shit. But once you cancel the program, you can't make that argument.
Yeah,
you back in the lot with everybody.
That isn't true, because we would still have 100 years of research already showing that we're still marginalized out of the marginalized.
So when did they give you your shit for that 100 years of research you had? When did they give you something? Please show me.
You said
you saying fuck DEI. They were giving you that, and I'm saying use that. I'm saying use that DEI information to show we still being marginalized. You like, nah, fuck that DEI information. We got 100 years of information. We've been had the 100 years of information.
I just said the DEI itself is 100 years old. So that's the information itself. Like
you talking about the old ass DEI program, like
the old, the new, the everything. I'm saying we have 100 years, because right now today only 4% of black people.
So what is the benefit of canceling DEI?
I just said I'm not saying cancel DEI. I'm saying we have to make an actual alternative by ourselves, because that way we know it will affect more than 4%.
By ourselves? What do you mean? Oh, you saying like put our own pool of money together and grow from that?
Yeah.
Oh man.
And kind of run on a socialist like system, not the complete socialist system, but
and when do you think that's gonna start?
I hope he asked me that.
When do you think that's gonna start, KT? I'm asking you, when do you think that's gonna start?
That's on us. I can't tell you when. Oh, tomorrow morning, all niggas will wake up and say, you know what? Let's take care of ourselves, like the shit that we be actually talking.
So you saying don't wait on the government to implement programs that'll benefit us. Do it ourselves, but we don't know when the fuck we gonna do it.
I'm gonna do it every day. You can do it every day. Everybody on this panel, you a good example. You do it every day, right?
So individually, it's cool, bro. We talking about as to affect the black community.
I'm saying Ronald
that
McNair gets on a spaceship to go out of space,
when niggas gonna
not
wake
because
up?
of DEI.
Say that again,
because he went out and did it.
That's
that would
fact.
be my argument.
I don't disagree.
Yes.
No, I agree, bro. You got to get up off your ass and go get it.
That got a nigga on that spaceship.
But Will, are you saying that a DEI program can't get some of those smart kids noticed?
My question is it worth investing?
But hold on, you got to answer my question before you ask the question.
I'm answering the question with a question, right? I have two simple questions to that. My question would be, are these programs actually benefiting us getting those kids to that space, right? When I'm talking about Ronald McNair, I'm talking about a nigga that was headed to outer space, right? That got to his space not being a part of DEI, right? So now the second question would be, if we get rid of DEI, does it stop niggas from getting to outer space? And no, I don't believe that.
If you go to the NASA, if you go to the Minority University Research and Education Project for NASA, one of the first faces you see is a little black girl. But you right, I don't have no stats. I'm gonna find them though.
Did he answer your question?
No, he never answered it. He asked me some more.
You keep talking about the NASA program as if it guarantees black people to be there any more than they were before the program started. Like you said,
that was my point.
Black people already work for NASA. You said that. So the reason why you have no data is because the shit is what I'm telling you. It would be easy to show, see, this pre-DEI, this is how many people were hired. This is sense.
Right.
There's a
That's why I
reason
gave a specific name, Ronald McNair. So for these DEI black space programs, where are you showing me? Hold on, where are you showing me the product of these programs? Where's your Ronald McNair?
So as of 2017, Black or African individuals comprise 11.6% of NASA's workforce, aligning closely with their representation in the U.S. population. However, disparities exist in higher level positions. Senior leadership, Black employees held only 1.3% of senior level, and scientific and technical positions, 9.6% of senior executive position roles. While Black individuals made up 10% of the federal STEM workforce, they represented just 6% of NASA's science and engineering positions. A 2023 audit indicated minimal progress over the past decade in increasing diversity, particularly in senior roles. So they're making this initiative to change those numbers. And y'all are saying how you know it's going to benefit us. How do we know if we keep saying don't use it? If we're sitting here saying fuck that shit, it don't benefit us, how can we have numbers to show?
I'm saying it's not being
these
effective.
Shit's just getting put into place, and y'all saying where the numbers at? We haven't had a chance to even. How many of y'all know that there's a program?
Look at the numbers
Willie. How many black people?
Getting niggas to higher positions.
Willie, how many black people know that there's a program for minority people for NASA?
Yeah, there's been a minority.
Hey, listen. I would debate. It's many black people already working in NASA. Like the problem here is that they have to have
I just read the numbers.
You just read it was 10% black people working there, 1% black black management, right? They could literally elevate 3%, 2% of that 10% within itself. You don't have to hire out. That's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to hear how programs aimed at increasing those numbers is bad.
No,
I'm just confused.
Like my point is saying you're aiming for that doesn't mean you're going to do that. One, second of all, like
how do we prove if they're going to do it or not if we don't participate? If we're saying cancel it, when are they going to have the chance to develop the numbers to show it can do it? Make it make sense.
We have.
My point is we've already watched them lie about these type of things.
Oh my God,
the data disproves what you're talking about. These
programs
have not gotten us
when was the program implemented? When was the program established?
Just recently, but like you've been saying, DEI's been a thing. That's the thing.
No. We're talking about this NASA program that y'all saying does not benefit us or will not benefit us. When was it established?
It's recently. I don't know. You never said.
Okay, so how long do we need to determine for it to be a benefit to us? Just 2 years?
One day.
So do I need to show you
one day?
Yes, you do, because at least you'll speak some information. Please, Taz.
Of their 10% black worker force.
I don't mind being wrong, Taz. You can damn sure show me.
Right. So because what my thing is, if the question is just initiatives, there were initiatives under affirmative action that pointed to the same type of quote unquote future progress that never happened. I'm asking you if you think this is the first program NASA implemented to try to get some black people hired, some black people up in senior management. Do you believe this is the first time? Because if so, then I go through the data.
No, I don't mind you going through the data, but no, I don't believe it's the first time.
Yeah,
just like it was programs implemented. It was programs implemented in 1968 that didn't benefit us like they do today.
So I'm asking, what makes this time now the time to get behind it? If every other time we got behind it and nothing came of it,
because now people are knowing about it. Because it's more opportunity for us to know about it. This is why I keep saying, if we're not participating in the programs, of course they can't benefit us.
Yeah, again, you can't.
Programs, bro. I'm lost on where you're going. Like, black people have participated. These programs have been there long before now. Nothing's changed. There's no data that says, well, since these DEI policies came into play, that 1% turned into 5%. Where is it?
This program just got implemented in 2023.
Yeah. So within them 2 years, we ain't got nothing. Nothing.
I'm not gonna say we don't got nothing. If I haven't sat here and looked at the data and say, "Oh, we could pull it up."
Yeah, I guarantee you it ain't none.
I think 2 years is definitely a good source pool too to see if something happened. Like you can change a
You
percentage in
just said
2
a day,
years.
my nigga.
No, I said you said it's been there for 2 years. I'm saying 2 years would be a good because I said one day, and I'm serious about that. Like I said, because if you have 10% black workers, you can literally just instantly elevate 1% of that and double your workforce. I mean your
senior management. Yes.
Yeah, senior levels. Like you don't have to go outside and hire people. You could just
in 2 years you expect senior levels to change that much?
From one, you can't make 1% of your workforce because you can hire workers. That's way easier to replace than senior management. You don't think 1% of that 10 are qualified to be senior level? I think so, even without looking. Because I know they've been there probably 5-6 years plus. A lot of them. That's another thing when we talk about the 10% of workers
they've been doing the minority research program since 2014.
Yes, and my argument is DEI didn't get that 1% those positions.
See, and that would have came under Obama. That's what I'm saying. And so again, when we start talking about a lot of this stuff, man, we should be able to show, okay, it's been 11 years. The diversity conversation is one thing, but now specifically in the past decade, how has this benefited young black children? All the data they pull, they can take these minority groups and individualize them when they want to, but when it's time to show benefits, it's just time to throw us in the box with everybody else. Trust me, you benefit. No, fam, show that. The same way you break down other statistical data based on us being us.
So
there's a reason why they don't do that.
So it does show. I'm reading through the data, so I'm just gonna read through what they're saying. So the Minority University Research and Education Project, that's through NASA, provides financial assistance to historically black colleges and universities and other minority serving institutions. For instance, in 2014, the program supported over 1,100 students through grants, internships, and STEM engagement. Now, that would also include others, because they did say other minority serving institutions, so that wouldn't just be black HBCUs. It said they aimed at increasing graduate degrees among underrepresented groups. JDFP has supported 200, that's Jenkins Predoctoral Fellowship Project, has supported 210 students with 74% being minorities and 60% being women. So in 2024, Epps became the second African-American woman to participate in a long duration mission aboard the International Space Station, spending 235 days in orbit. Stephanie Wilson, with 3 space shuttle missions. Wilson is one of the NASA's most experienced African-American astronauts, accumulating over 42 days in space. So it's basically saying there's small increases in numbers. Like you can see the representation growing, but it's not like it's going to be such a major influx. Our people aren't in the field of going into space like that. Our
My
people aren't
question is,
NASA
though,
people like
are
that.
they products of these programs? To
Yeah,
throw
that's
their
why they know.
names
That's
out
why they
there
noted
as
them.
to throw their names out there as black representation.
But
I'm saying
that's
yes.
why they notified them, because they came up through those
You don't think that's
products of those programs.
downplaying us to say our people ain't in that field to go to space like that? That's what I'm saying.
We're
Like,
not though, bro. Like I'm just being honest. You like being honest. You tell me. Are we there? I'm not saying we don't like it. We're
Yes,
just not
brother,
there.
we're there. Ronald McNair
Okay.
was there.
This nigga talking about Ronald McNair. How old was when did Ronald McNair die, my nigga? You
The
keep naming
argument
one
is,
nigga.
were we there?
Damn, bro.
That was the argument.
Come on, bro. I be trying to defend you with it, but you just be saying
Nah,
like
the argument
pointless
is
ass
almost
shit,
like
bro.
we haven't conquered these things without DEI, right? What I'm
So,
saying is,
all right, are
Ronald
you saying,
McNair.
Willie, that we're not there because they're keeping us out purposely?
I
I'm
would
saying
to a certain extent.
I'm saying we're not there because in mass we aren't the absolute best at that field, and that's okay. Some of us are. I'm
Taz,
saying we
you gonna
do
let him
have
say that, Taz?
representation there.
what the fuck?
We do have representation there.
What the fuck?
Some of us are,
I'm like, y'all saying
but
that's
niggas ain't
fucking
focused
crazy
on
to
going
say,
into
bro.
outer
Like,
space.
Then
no,
you
but
just said we're not intelligent enough, bro.
you're
This is
saying we ain't
crazy.
capable. That's
Nah, that wasn't my
crazy,
argument. That wasn't
That's
my argument. So
like,
let me say it again very slow. That
that was
hasn't been
yeah,
our
please,
crazy.
because I'm
focus.
slow as fuck, bro.
Our focus hasn't been on going out of space, right? If
Yeah,
you look at
Q,
some
we
of the
live,
places,
yeah.
if you look at some of the
Nah, Q, this
places
is an
where
old video, man. This video
if,
old as hell, Q.
if you look at some of the places where we've focused, we've been extremely successful.
right? You've had black men lead national banks. You've had
No, bro,
black
you
men.
got, bro. I don't want to hear the success story, bro. You got to go back and make me understand why you just said that bullshit about my people. Now you
I
made
don't
it
think
sound
we. I don't.
incapable.
Nah, I got you. I got you. I think one of the pushes behind Q's whole initiative is understanding we are not focusing on STEM as one of the primary places we need to be and be represented. I think
But
for
that's what
those of
I
us,
said, and
I
you was
think for hold on,
arguing
let me
against.
finish. Let me finish. I
What the
think for
fuck?
those of us who do prioritize that, yes, we get in those fields very fucking easy. So it's not about us not being
This
smart
nigga
enough.
double
It's
talking,
not
bro.
about us not being
Yeah, bro,
able
because you
to
made an
conquer those
argument.
roles. I'm saying we've done it. I'm saying when we put our focus there, yeah, we can absolutely get in there with or without DEI. I'm saying our, you know, benefit,
So
our
you will
success
pull
in that
yourself up by
space,
your bootstrap ass now.
our success in that space is gonna come from what we do. Period.
So you don't
And
think
I
they
do believe we
discriminate
can
against
do it.
us then? So
You
you
said
don't
what?
think they discriminate against us then? All we gotta do is work hard.
Nah, that's not my argument either.
Oh my fucking
Take
god, this
one
nigga don't have a
side,
position.
Will. Stop jumping across the
I
damn
do
fucking
realize we
fence.
live in America, so I'm not denying discrimination against blacks. I'm saying I have tangible examples that we have beat that shit. I'm saying in certain programs, they're gonna hire the best. And I'm saying we've proven that we can put ourselves at the forefront of being the best. And we did that without DEI, is my argument. Now, I'm not, listen, if DEI stays there, I'm cool with it. But I'm saying I don't think it's worth the energy we're putting into it when we look at the product of the program.
So
The
my
argument
problem
is
with
always it
my
hasn't
problem. All
benefited us.
right, cool, we heard you. So my
That makes
problem
sense?
with yes. So my
No, it
problem
don't.
is,
Uh-uh.
yeah, he
I
gonna keep
know it
trying to
don't make
explain
sense to
this.
you, Dad.
My problem is you're saying we can keep DEI if it benefits us, or we can just let it go. But at the same time, admitting there's discrimination that holds us back. So and then at the same time, y'all saying we need other programs that will help benefit us. From the same people, we're saying implemented other programs already that didn't help us. So what are
I,
we to do? It sounds like we're just hopeless and just do what you can do.
so I wasn't claiming that we need more programs. I'm at a point now where I don't think programs are going to be our salvation. Now, does that mean that we can't accomplish these things? Hell fucking
Could you
no.
stop
We've
speaking
already done it with
hypothetical
less.
and actually speak on shit that you can actually show a goddamn track record on
I
which
just did.
side are
I
you
just
fucking
did.
trying to express?
I
Either
presented
we
Ronald
can,
McNair,
we
and I
either
said
it
to
has
you, he got
benefited
to where he got
or
in the
has it
space
not.
program without DEI. I gave you a specific example. What else
Okay,
did you want, Dev?
you gave the McNair example.
Right. So what are you asking me? Besides just having to disagree with Wall Street Willie, what's your question? I'd love to answer it.
How has DEI been a disadvantage to the black community?
That was never ever my argument.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
reason why I
So your
said I wouldn't
argument,
have a
You
problem
don't know what the
with it
hell
your
your
staying in
argument
argument
has
is.
place.
nothing to do
My
with
argument
DEI.
was never that DEI was problematic for us. I know some can make that argument. That wasn't my
No, but
argument.
that's what they were discussing. They were discussing
I
specific
understand that.
DEI
I
policies.
understand that. I
So
was
if you don't
adding
have a
another point.
position against DEI,
Honestly,
nobody
because
on
Will
the
ain't prepared
platform,
to,
nobody on
Will
the
ain't
panel
prepared
or in the
to
chat
Dev, I
understands
get
what
you
you
don't want me to
arguing.
add a point, but sometimes I do push the
Oh, okay. You just
conversation
wanted to
forward.
fucking
Can
talk.
you just allow me
Okay, well
that
just
space?
say that then. I
DEI,
ain't know.
Because you got to
DEI has the
disagree with me
same,
every single time I say something, but you
hey
don't even
fam,
understand or notice the
hey
Look,
fam,
conversation
look, I'm the
DEI
going,
has
last
the
get
person
pushed
same,
to be
forward sometimes.
protesting too. You don't need to
Just give
tell
me a
me
little
what you
room,
don't
my
like.
brother, is all I'm asking.
just,
It might
just,
make
just,
sense
just,
in the end after the
the response
conversation
to
is
that,
had.
Let
the
them
response
finish
to that,
their discussion though.
because
But
I
go
keep
ahead.
hearing it, so I'll answer it, fam. Fuck it. The reason why DEI is such a problem is the same reason why Jesus Christ is such a problem. So if
Yikes.
you can support DEI, your ass better be motherfucking supporting Jesus too. Because that's what
Now
Jesus
you
Nah,
get,
Christ
yeah, I
DEI
think
has
that was a
nothing to do
direct
with
is.
shot at me. You
religion
I'm
got to
or
not even
explain
Jesus
that
done
one,
yet.
Christ.
man.
I'm not even done yet. But
That
Nah,
boy
Christ
good.
tried
nah,
to do what
That boy
Como got to
good.
do in a couple
nah,
years.
nah.
It's based on faith.
I
It's
never
based
seen
on
anybody
belief.
pray towards
It's based
DEI, yo.
on hope. What do you think you're doing?
Shit, I would argue I have. Yeah.
Fam, I'm saying, what do you think you're doing when you say DEI, we need this, we need this. What do you think that is?
It becomes
No,
God in this
I'm saying
conversation.
that people have benefited and programs have been implemented based on DEI policies that have benefited people in the Black community. I mean, that
And it
can be
doesn't benefit
shown.
us to cancel
Right.
it.
We can bring some people forward to say
Yeah.
Jesus benefited them.
Right. Some
Because they
people will
would be
say
lying.
welfare benefited them. Was
No,
this
I'm not saying
policy
they
or
say it.
was this
I'm
policy
talking about
overwhelmingly
actual
best for us?
show. I'm talking
But
about
I also
actual
tell people,
statistics.
if Jesus makes you a better
Okay,
person,
Things
then stick with Jesus.
things that are
Show the
actually researched and tracked.
Show the
So
statistics.
don't try to compare DEI to religion, yo. That's
So
I
show
don't
the
know how y'all doing
statistics.
that shit. Huh?
Because
Nah,
I'm telling you
I
how I'm
agree with
doing it.
Taz on
Not
that
only am
one,
I
and I hate
telling you
to.
how I'm doing it, I'm telling you what I'm gonna tell you in a couple weeks. It ain't no statistics, nigga. Ain't no
Mm-hmm.
motherfucking statistics to help you or support your argument. I'm the one with the statistics, nigga.
I'm gonna keep it
I'm
a
the one
bean
that's
too.
gonna
I
be
gotta
presenting.
try it with him. Hey, look, that shit
I'm
definitely
the one that's gonna be
religion.
presenting stats. You can't present not nan stat that says DEI put these black people in this position. That's not even what it's for. That's what makes it a Christian thing. That's what makes it a hope, a belief, a thought, a desire. Niggas gonna die on this DEI hill. Watch. Niggas don't even know what that shit is for real. That shit is a prayer. Please, white man, please treat us better. You
Now
can't show me
Taz,
nan stat.
That's not what
I'ma throw you
DEI
something.
is.
Taz,
I'm
I'ma
not
throw you
I'm
something
not
that
gonna
might
get
be
into
worth
the
looking
DEI
at, right?
discussion.
So show me what
I'ma
it
throw
is.
I'ma throw you
No,
something that
I'm
might
not
be
going to
worth
show you
looking
what
at.
it is. That's your
Statistically.
little baby
Show
that
me how you can
you want to hold.
diversify statistically outside of hiring. Show me how you can be inclusionary. With the data. I'm
Yeah,
waiting.
we're included in American white society. So America has always been white, Taz.
Yeah,
America has never been black only or black majority. So we're
I
fucking
didn't know that.
included in
Thank you
all
for making that
aspects of
clear.
American heritage and traditions.
Hey, I
When it
got
comes to
something I want to read
education,
about
when
Ronald
it comes to
McNair.
Watch this,
politics,
Willie.
when it comes
Watch
to
this.
finance, when it
I'm
comes
gonna
to
let
social development, there's nothing in America that black people has not been quote unquote included in.
He's dying. So we don't need to have arguments about diversity, right? We're already diverse.
No, I'm not agreeing with that. No,
I know.
I
I know
don't
you're not.
agree with that.
That's the same hill Damo gonna die on.
Nope.
Oh shit.
The only
No
difference is
seat
you're
back
not
here,
required
buddy.
to answer. He gonna have to answer. He's gonna have to respond. Niggas can't stand on this shit. This is a belief system, a feel-good story. And I hope
Can I
this
read something?
works. Go ahead, man.
I just want to say that Ronald McNair was actually selected a part of a program from NASA that was initiative and an outreach to get minorities into NASA.
Right.
Included into that white program
That
that was
doesn't make it
developed by
DEI.
Germans,
Like he
which is
literally
once
was
the
one of the
enemy
people
of
selected
America.
Yeah, but
for the
that doesn't
program.
make it
You
DEI.
died on that, Willie.
And it was other, but it was other African
No,
American people. It
every
was
program
three
is
of them
not
that was African
DEI. Let's be
American.
very
They
You
didn't
clear.
died on
all.
it. You died on that hill, bro.
Yeah,
You
but
died on it.
that's
Who
fine.
died? Who
This is
died?
who you died on it, Willie, because this is the point I'm trying to make about it. The shit has been around so long that if ain't no change in it, you can't even tell who's who.
What
You don't
change
even
are
know
y'all
that change.
expecting? I'm not
You don't even know
sure.
anything
I'm
through
not
that.
sure what were y'all
So Taz,
expecting things to
My
happen
argument is
about
every
black
outreach
people being
program
involved
isn't a
in white
product of DEI.
programs for
They've been putting
multiple
niggas on for
generations.
years. They've been putting
Go ahead.
niggas on for years. And now all of a
Yeah.
sudden, what's the problem? Niggas been getting on. Niggas been coming through programs. These ain't
Hold
new.
Yeah.
on, but Taz, my
They're not
argument is
new.
though, my
So what are
argument is
y'all
these
fighting for?
outreach.
So you're saying do away with the
No, listen, what
program
I'm saying is these
because they only
outreach
benefited us a
programs
little
aren't
bit. So without them,
fundamentally
we'll be much
No,
better.
about
I'm not.
diversity and inclusion. A lot of times these outreach programs are simply, guess what? To find the best talent. It's not about DEI, right? To have an outreach. So outreach programs can't be synonymous with DEI. No, fam. Like these companies, these fucking institutions, they are looking for the best talent with a lot of these programs. That's not synonymous with DEI.
I would
So
disagree
nah,
with
I ain't
that.
down that hill.
I would disagree with that though, but that's not, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna help them with their argument, but I would disagree with that.
Now I'm curious. How so? Go ahead.
So most of the time when we having this conversation, it is under the Civil Rights Act of '64 and everything thereafter. And so with that logic and understanding, I don't know how we could discount all of these programs being under that banner. That's pretty much the origin of all of it. And so
I disagree. I legitimately think a lot of these companies do these outreach programs because they know there's a lot of intelligent talent in certain communities and they simply want to go get it. I believe that niggas are good enough that, all right, let's go find a few of them niggas. Because we have data that when we give them these roles, they get it done. That is not synonymous with DEI, would be a point that I would argue. You get what I'm saying? No, every outreach program isn't DEI.
And that's a point I would agree with 100.
Well, the problem again is again your argument around surrounding DEI is that white people are going to implement these policies and whatnot to make things better for you with no mandate. They don't have to do it. They're just going to do it because they're good people. That's what you're fighting against.
So what I'm having a problem with is black people having an opportunity does not line up with fighting for DEI. Because you're seeking an opportunity, that doesn't mean you're fighting for DEI. That means you are striving for an opportunity. And if you're striving for an opportunity, then that doesn't necessarily be a benefit. That doesn't actually give you a benefit if you're saying that DEI policies should be eliminated. So that's what I'm saying.
Should be eliminated is an entirely different position than what I'll be arguing from.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to get you like pigeon into a hole where you know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm dealing with the fact that they were eliminated. See what I'm saying? It's not really.
Yeah. I probably would argue that they weren't even necessarily followed to the T. Yeah, just because you implement DEI policy don't mean that they are followed.
My question with them becomes when we see the tangible results of these programs over years, is it worth fighting for?
Yeah, we can find several examples of equal opportunity in housing where I was directly involved as a loan officer. So me trying to implement or use a program that specifically says, hey, this program is an equal opportunity, FHA loans. And I can tell you personally in the 90s that was heavily discriminated against black families and people that lived in black communities. So even though they were programs that were implemented, that doesn't mean that they were followed.
Listen, I'm gonna be devil's advocate here because I'm gonna make the argument on the basis of that's why it shouldn't be there. What is the point of it if we're seeing it's not helping? Because today they still have this thing. It was literally an article last year about if you're selling your home, take your pictures of your black family out because the real estate assessor. Yeah, they put a lesser value on it. So the point I've been, because all y'all talking about goes back into what I've been saying from the beginning. If these programs are here and we are not sitting there making no progression, what is the use to continuing to have faith in that? Even going with the task in the religion, it's the same thing because we say, okay, it's these couple good things we can point out, so let's just keep following.
So in your example about, and what he's talking about for an example, and I'll use this because I've actually seen it, where real estate and property appraisals come out to your homes and give your property an appraisal. And there were several mainstream news articles on it as well. When they appraised properties that were owned by people that were not black, it got a certain value, but black property owners with comparable and similar properties were given less appraisals. So if there's no policy in place to penalize or hold accountable for these actions, then we have no recourse then. So I would
But
say
see,
yes.
there is another side of that argument,
But I'm making the
right?
argument because
Like
let me say
when
this
I
real quick,
sold
really
my
before I
house,
forget it. Hold
when
on,
I
hold on. Let me say
sold
this real
my
quick before
house,
I forget
I
it.
didn't
Chill,
even
chill,
want
chill.
to
Let him
sell.
get his personal
When I
shit out.
sold my house, I didn't even want to sell my house, right? They wanted that property that bad that they offered me a retarded price that I could not turn down. And it was because of the location the house was in. They just wanted property. So to make this argument that we always get the worst appraisals and all of that, there is the other side of that argument where I'm gonna tell you, fam, I wasn't even looking for an appraisal. I wasn't thinking about selling this home for another 5, 6 years. But because of the location, they wanted it that bad, they made me an offer I couldn't refuse. So it's
Once
Yeah,
not
again,
all
we're
this.
talking about black families. That
yeah.
was a location, region, geographical argument, which had nothing to do with black people. Go ahead, KT.
But
But
yeah.
I totally disagree
The,
because there's a lot of
Well, I
black
gave
stop,
you a
people.
chance
stop.
to
The
speak,
Hold
yo.
on,
exception
but
is
I
the
you
gave
were
I
rule.
gave
wrong.
you a
Nothing's
chance to talk, yo.
But you were
but
wrong though, Dev.
Let
listen, really,
KT
the
go.
exception isn't the rule. The exception isn't the rule, right? We can
But
point
I'm
out
saying
examples
that's not
because
an
nothing's
exception.
absolute. Yeah, you are the exception
You
because the
just
studies show that through United States, that black homes in particular get valued at less, like you just said yourself, only because your location is why you got such a great one. Other than
not
that,
because you were
they
black.
And what I'm
yeah.
saying is, right,
Okay,
even
Will,
if you
we
look at
already went through
areas
your
that have been
example.
affected
We're
by
not going to go
gentrification,
and drag your example out as being the topic, okay? We were talking about something else.
it's
Go ahead,
always
KT.
something else when
Man, what you
I'm
got?
contributing. Dev, what the fuck is wrong
Nigga,
with
I
you?
don't give a
Nah,
fuck
you
what you
interrupting
think.
though.
Sit your ass in the motherfucking back if you don't like it, bitch.
Shit.
With your spoiled bread ass. Go get some goddamn tissue. I ain't got no more. I'm all out of stock, nigga. On this sympathy fucking shit. I had a great location. That's why they begged me for my property. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Go ahead, KT. Let him get his personal shit out.
Nah, but nah, I'm just saying. So yeah, because I forgot even what I said with him interrupting.
I know
I ain't
that's
gonna
what the
lie.
fuck he be doing. That ain't always the case.
Yeah, because like I was saying, I know that the it's always exclusions to the rule. Nothing's absolute shit like that, right? But yeah, again, my point is even down to that. I'm saying it's close to religion just because we can point out some good examples of what religion does for you. I think Fa said earlier, like if religion makes you a better person, hey, follow it. I think DEI does that same thing where it's enough of something to where you can say, hey, look, it's these people that we've helped, but I think that helps us ignore the overall production it gives us. Like, what's the use of backing something, going for something, being okay with our resources being allocated towards these programs, and in all we're seeing over time, it's not benefiting us very well, or even as a whole. Like, we do have to I just feel we got to kind of move outside of those programs, man. We got to make our
So
own program.
what about the students that's being removed from these programs because DEI was being canceled?
You said, what about the students being removed?
Yeah, because DEI is being canceled. Some of these students are losing scholarships. They're losing these programs are being eliminated, so they no longer have that connection with NASA unless they made like some personal networking connection. So what that benefits them?
No, it doesn't at all. And this goes back to kind of what Taz was saying, right? I bet you we couldn't show any stat showing it's 100,000 black people about to lose a position because of this or opportunity. It's probably about 5,000. Let's be 100. Talking about
So
NASA
we're okay with that then. We're okay with that as long as we get rid of the
what does
program.
5,000 of us making it into NASA do for 40 million?
So
much.
okay. So we don't care about those 5,000 helping and benefiting and being in the field they want to be in because it's not helping the 40 million.
How do we know those 5,000 won't be there anyway? You're fighting a futile fight that has no data that says that those 5,000 aren't going to be there regardless.
But we do. But the
argument, fine.
But you don't need data. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, man.
No, I would just say that I would go back to your argument when you said we've already been in these places. We looking for ways to get in more people in the door. If DEI don't do that, what are we talking about?
But it does.
No,
it doesn't.
It's just not doing it at the numbers y'all consider benefit, like a great benefit. But it's like they're there.
To do with hiring. I don't understand what we talking about.
But see, I'm not arguing that part though. Like
it's about accepting a diverse workplace, not creating one.
No, that's not. It's about also creating one and having the representation in these places.
Over the year. So we can go all the way back to Obama 2011 implementing these policies, but we can't show no substantial growth in no company of Black people.
That's what I'm saying. So y'all saying if it's 5,000 people and half of those make it, that's not substantial enough to keep a program.
No,
this is crazy.
I mean, I would say I understand your argument.
I don't see how y'all saying that y'all support Black people when y'all are saying if it don't affect the whole.
Listen,
that's like saying y'all shouldn't make y'all money at work if everybody don't get paid from it.
No, it's like saying we shouldn't talk about whether or not that's going to help a lot of people if it's about you working a job. That makes sense. You can't save the world because you work at Food Line, but can you put yourself in a better position? Sure. But is that going to help everyone else? No. That's
but it can. I mean, can I say how it can help? If more Black people are
somebody who's
so you want me to say it, or you gonna answer it for me?
I mean, you go ahead.
So I'm just gonna say that if those 2,500 people make it, couldn't that representation make more young people see that and say, "Oh, damn, we represented in NASA. Damn, I do want to be an astronaut. Or I do want to be somebody that work on space shuttle." That's not helpful either. Having that representation.
So let's deal with NASA
because it's not a Black group. It's a Black
they talking they talking about something else, yo. They
let's
off the
deal with
spaceship.
NASA in the context of this conversation, right? When you read your numbers earlier,
you too grown for that.
When you read your numbers earlier, you stated that the involvement in the NASA program at a base level, right, is where the population is now, right? You got to understand, that's the goal of DEI. It's never going to be to put more niggas in play than that, right? A representation that's reflective of the population. So even when we get to that
Did you
point,
say
the article,
you saying there's a max out? Yeah, I don't remember saying that because it's not you saying it's a max number that
he never said that. Stop coming in with shit that people never said.
So you're saying no? I'm not talking about what nobody said. I'm talking about
he never said what you said. He said,
I'm talking about DEI, Dev. I know you don't understand. You didn't go to the schools I went to. I know you don't understand. But if you give me,
I don't give a fuck where you went to school at. Your ass is incapable of holding a meaningful dialogue with anybody, especially when it comes to this goddamn panel and all these different goddamn topics. You don't even know what DEI policy actually includes. You're using it the wrong way, Will. You have no idea. Go back to your white motherfucking daddy and sit on their fucking jock and then tell us how you benefited, bitch. Now sit in the back on that. I brought you back up to the panel because I thought you was gonna have some goddamn fucking conversation. But you want to come up here and blow your goddamn horn. Now you're gonna have to pay to get back.
So from what I hear, y'all are saying that we're fine with those students and stuff losing their benefit from DEI because it don't benefit all of us.
Yeah,
if that was my kid, I would be highly upset.
No, listen to me.
Fuck you and your kid.
If it's my kid and it's not no pull you up by your bootstraps, I'm saying you would get that without the program. You're smart enough to get that.
So y'all are saying they don't have to worry about discrimination. Y'all keep going back to that.
I'm saying discrimination exists, but if we putting ourselves in the system and trusting the system to not discriminate, it's stupid. That's
but they're literally in the program experiencing it. They're literally in the program experiencing it for themselves, benefiting from it. And you're saying outside of the program, you're saying that shit don't really benefit you. You really could have did that without.
It don't because we're talking about black people as a
like,
whole.
Come on, bro.
We're talking about black people as a
whole. I want my child to do things. Listen, bro. I want my children to do things that benefit black people. Listen, bro. KT, you are not raising your children to find their career to benefit black people. You're raising them to find a career to support themselves. No, I'm not saying you don't want them to support black people, but you're raising them to find a career that they can hold up themselves and support their family. That's why you're raising them. So you're not saying, hey, does this job you're going into affect the black community in a great way, or does it just affect you? You're not saying that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. My kids I got my own plans for my kids. I wouldn't say it's the work in the world is regular.
But it ain't to benefit the black community. It's to benefit you and your family, bro.
Nah, it's to benefit the bigger community. But I want to put them.
So give us just a little small insight onto what you're telling your kids to do for their future, so that it'll benefit the black community and not just themselves.
My kids. So they learn banking, financing, they learn shooting. We with the basics too, you know what I'm saying? But it's other things I'm teaching them because I would like for them to get in those fields. Like have some not saying power position exactly, but understanding of those positions. So that way
when you're raising them to get into that and like develop that programs or systems in banking and financial literacy to help the black people.
I mean, somewhat, yeah.
Oh, no. See, I was with you and gonna give it to you, Paul. If you said, I'm raising them like that so they can build. But now you're backing off and saying somewhat.
No, I'm saying
it's either all or nothing. That's what you've been preaching this whole time. It's all or nothing, not partial.
It's very simple. If I say it's more to it, can it not be more to it?
Oh, well, you have to explain it. You're right.
That's all I'm saying. It's just more to it. Because again, I've already stated my personal opinion on what we should do, have our own nation state. So, I mean, I'm trying to also do that, put them in positions of that, so that will be.
I'm not attacking what you want to do with you and your family at all. What I'm saying is, from what you telling me, to have 5,000 or 2,500 more black people into these places doesn't benefit all of black people, so we shouldn't do it. So by that same thing, if your kids ain't going into fields that's going to benefit the entire black community, they shouldn't do it.
No, I think you're missing. I'm saying they should, when it's the 5,000 doing the same things that we've already been doing. Like Taz was saying, we've already had these NASA itself. That one example, they've had many programs trying to get in the minorities, black people. Well, they'll say black people, but also include minorities. So like, it's no need for my kids to, what's that word? The definition, insanity. You know, do the same thing, expect a different outcome. There's no need to teach any of us that, hey, go do this program that others have already done and it didn't progress us in. Let's try a new route.
But it progressed the others that participated in the program.
Yeah,
that's the part. I'm like, you're ignoring that and saying that don't matter. That don't matter because you were able to use this program to get into the field that otherwise you may have been discriminated out of. We don't care about that because it don't benefit all these. I love you, baby. It don't benefit all these other black people.
Yeah, if we're talking about black community as a whole, is that not what our constant topics are about? The black community as a whole. How do we progress the black community?
But you're just cutting your nose to spite your face, bro.
No, that's what we're doing now. That's what we're doing now.
You're saying you 2,500 people, black people should not benefit because the other 39 million can't benefit.
What you missing is you're saying because 5,000 benefit, let's say fuck the other 39 point.
How am I saying that? How does having DEI say fuck the other 39 million? How?
Because they saying, hey, look, we did something. You all should be happy.
Does that mean we can't? Are they saying because you had DEI, you can't get no more programs for black?
No, but there's no more programs.
Let's do this, man. Let's do this.
So how is DEI hindering you from doing things that you need to do just for black people?
That's the way that they're saying that we're helping.
You're not listening, bro. I just told you. So now I'm gonna show you, right? So how much of NASA's workforce did you say was black right now?
It's like 11 to 12%.
Okay, it was that same percentage in the year 2000. 25 years ago, it was that same percentage.
Yes, no less. It's staying consistent with the national population of black people in the United States. Why would any one fucking company or corporation be? Huh?
Make sure you know that. Now you're arguing against DEI. This is what y'all think
No,
you get to
no,
do.
I'm not.
You
No,
can't
no,
do it
you're
with
making
me.
that interpretation.
No, fam, no. You're double talking if you can't acknowledge that the change has not happened. So if you're arguing that we need these policies, then there should be some change to support that.
Wait a
If
minute.
there's
Wait a
no
minute. Wait a minute. When we say change, is there a point where the percentage of black representation should max out at 100%? I don't get this. How is sustaining a double-digit percentage in an organization that was created by Germans, white people, being sustained for at least a generation or better? How is that a negative?
It's a negative if you start saying those people are only there because DEI put them there.
Oh, I get
You're
it.
You're taking away how they actually got there. Those
merit. Okay.
Long before a DEI, a Trump, a Obama, a Hillary ran, the same amount of people were there. So what exactly are we talking about?
Oh, okay. So yeah. I forgot we were going back before DEI and now. And so I'm not gonna go in that whole pause.
Yeah, I just, like I said, I think we have to look at the data for what it is. The data says that Black progress in our mind is listening to some white folks describe it. When we start going to look at what's on paper, yeah, fam, you can't show me shit that says DEI has changed anything. These policies ain't changing shit. And this is Obama bringing this to the forefront. 2011 was when he first signed his first executive order. So where does the point get to where it's like, okay, we're winning. These are opportunities. Blah, blah, blah. That's cap.
That goes back to the same point. Okay, then, so you're saying that they didn't do anything for us.
They didn't. Those policies have done nothing but created backlash, which I'm going to show.
So with these programs like the NASA that I referred to, those students that are in these programs that are being eliminated, was DEI not benefiting them to get them in these programs?
Yeah, so it depends on if you're saying the program is a benefit. If you're saying the program is a benefit, sure. I don't think no child should be away from an education that's available to them. But it is in fact
that doesn't ensure. You're saying like that don't ensure that they're going to be hired just because they went through the fucking program.
Right. And like I said, I fear our argument is becoming that our children are going to go and be equally viewed in an interview as that white dude, as that Indian. What happened to the white supremacy argument, fam? You still got to go sit down in front of the same people. You still got to get hired by the same people. The same people have to implement these changes. So if we're dependent upon them making moves, fam, we got to almost change our argumentation then. That means we're dependent on them making these changes.
But that's like saying there shouldn't be no discriminatory laws, because discrimination is one of the hardest things to sue for, because you got to be able to prove it. I can sit right there and discriminate against you all day and you not know discriminating against you.
Yeah, I agree. That's a better fight than DEI.
Mm-hmm. I ain't gonna lie,
my argument is just that we shouldn't be out here fighting for DEI. So any other argument that you present, I'll support it.
I don't know if y'all heard me or not. I might have blanked out.
All these conversations,
said you cut out.
Data.
Yeah, my
data. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying basically that's like saying eliminate the discrimination laws, because you can't really, it's hard to prove a motherfucker discriminating against you. But those laws are there for a reason. So something like DEI is there for a reason, to start to look at these situations where, hey man, it's obvious that y'all are discriminating against these groups because it's nothing but white people in this program. It's nothing but white people in this establishment. So like I don't understand how eliminating it helps when, like you say, the white supremacy was there before the DEI, so it's damn sure gonna be there without the DEI.
Nah, so listen, like I said, my argument was never really getting rid of it, but it go back to what you just said. That's the beginning of it. So we got to make a intermediate and advanced. Like, okay, it's acknowledged, they're still doing it. Next step.
Well,
we can't stay in the same
because
step.
once Taz said he's not arguing before he's arguing that nigga is gone, it's canceled. So that's kind of what I'm like, how does that benefit us? Now that it's gone and I'm naming programs that are being canceled due to DEI being canceled, how is it benefiting us? Because those programs are getting kids into these positions. My bad.
Well, no, I would say those programs would be beneficial if they were still there. I'm not even against that concept. But the issue isn't the programs. The issue is the idea that those programs are going to get you in somewhere else. That's opening up doors. And I'm saying if that's the case, where are the doors? Like, again, the programs exist without the DEI initiatives. What you're talking about is the funding, which goes back to the president. You're talking about the funding. And again, like I said, my argument is about all of that. Like the dependency on a certain president, the dependency on a moment is what we're hinging our arguments on. Because we're talking about Biden's policy when we talking DEI. But a motherfucker don't want to talk about Biden no other time. It's always, let's talk about Trump. Trump the one in office, yeah, I know. And DEI ain't in office. But yet niggas don't mind talking about it.
Now you can talk your shit about Biden. I didn't like this. Like I said.
I'm saying typically how the argumentation goes in terms of when you saying I'm typically against the Democratic position, but that's why it's not equally given. Like we will literally just get behind Biden's policies, good or bad. But now that those policies are being removed, we ain't even in position to deal with the policy being removed because we don't even realize it was just Biden's policy. That ain't law. There was no mandate. That wasn't law. The fuck? We fighting Trump for Biden policy? Okay. I mean, if you think fighting Trump for Biden's policies is a good strategy, then I'm gonna say we're gonna lose every time. Because that's literally what this is. We're fighting Trump over Biden's policies. And I don't understand why we should be doing that.
I think it's just fighting ideologies. Like if we being 100, people just really fighting. Like I said, that's why I don't really partake in the politics.
What Biden policies are folks fighting against Trump on?
No, the main one. Democratic policy.
No. The main one. The main one. Let's say most people across the nation.
I'm doing too much, but fuck it. The executive order Biden signed when he came into office and said he wanted to form the American government in a way in which companies surrounding can follow the same blueprint. And so what he wanted to do was implement this DEI strategy and give corporate benefits to those who follow. But he didn't make it a mandate or a law. It's just an executive order. That's what you're fighting for.
What's the name? What's the name of that executive order?
Oh my God! It's got.
You got the number of it. You got the number of it.
I have to go into my presentation to get it.
Nah, I'll go. I probably can find it on .gov if they got archive record.
But yeah, that's what this conversation centers around. Because we didn't even have this conversation in 2016 or 2018. The first time Obama's diversity strategies were removed. This ain't the first time we've seen Trump remove diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies. The only reason it didn't matter the first time, we was fighting about something else, nigga. We was talking about police brutality and shit. So niggas,
he tried to reform. He tried to reform the healthcare situation, but some people got behind it and fought for it, so it would not get removed or express their interest enough. I don't know if the fighting kept it from getting removed, but that's just, I guess, since it did not happen, I guess people are not speaking about it. But I do specifically hearing from Republicans or people that were against Obama in all facets, for whatever reason, saying that, yeah, we do not need the healthcare reform or, the healthcare that was signed by his administration, even though he didn't actually create it.
Do you think a diversity, equity, and inclusion conversation could have survived during the All Lives Matter versus Black Lives Matter conversation?
What do you mean survive?
Well, because again, it wasn't pushed to the forefront when Trump removed those policies the first time. Trump removed diversity, equity, and inclusion policies that Obama put in place. There was no conversation about it because in that moment, that conversation would not have mattered. Black America was not going to get on no All Lives Matter bandwagon like they are now. So now when Trump does the same thing he did in 2018, people complaining about it. What's the difference? The conversation we having. There's no conversation about Black anything right now. So everybody's talking about human rights and shit. It wouldn't have worked that way in 2018. So it was not.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
When he eliminated Obama's DEI executive order, nobody cared.
Oh yeah, it was plenty of people cared. Now I ain't gonna say nobody cared.
Mm-hmm. Show me somebody saying, "Hey man, we need this diversity. We need to be more inclusive." When the conversation was all lives matter versus Black lives matter.
What was one of the most impactful Obama policies that he removed during his first term?
You said the most impactful?
Yeah, don't talk about the vaccine emergency. Not that one.
No, I wouldn't go there anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I would think the most impactful would probably be that travel shit. And I'm saying that because that was the first time I seen the country go up over a travel ban. And like some of these countries that was on that list, I thought they legitimately should have been on that list. I think when you saw that reversal, it kind of started the conversation about immigrants back up, Donald Trump being racist and all that shit, and not really dealing with some of those terrorist countries that were on that original list. This list now, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Some of the countries on there, I don't see a long-standing real issue with. But the original list that had Syria and some of them other motherfuckers on there, I didn't understand why people went against that. And I think that fallout surrounding it got into so many other areas that was probably the most consequential, because everything else started falling in line with that, with the immigrant conversation, all that shit that's still here now.
Yeah, the travel ban situation for me as trying to take a scan of Black people in the United States would be, quite minimal unless you're in a education government contract type of situation. I don't see how a travel ban to even countries or places on the continent of Africa would negatively affect Black people. So whether they show concern or not, I would have difficulty actually seeing that would be working against them in any tough fashion, unless you support an organization that does rely on human beings traveling back and forth to those specific countries.
See, but y'all have no push or complaints about white MAGA without merit getting jobs. Yeah, and I think that's where the misconception comes in. I'm saying that's the overall problem. I'm saying that is what's going to happen. They're always going to give their people jobs. Their people always going to be in position. Our problem is getting into this conversation as if something is changing about that. Like the push and the complaint about them giving their people jobs is the one I'm trying to have, and saying we're being distracted by that, by saying DEI and pushes that don't even lead to nothing are the answer. You can put somebody in that's less qualified still today. What's the punishment? What can you do? There's no way to change it unless you're saying, I trust white people to change it someday. And that's what y'all ain't standing on. You niggas ain't standing on that. You're not standing on your belief in them crackers changing one day and fixing things for you. Ain't no law, ain't no mandate, ain't no cracker got to do a motherfucking thing right now. So we are
But if you're
standing
arguing
on
for reparations, you're
your
saying the same thing.
Your
if
belief.
you're arguing for reparations, you're arguing for the same thing. You're saying that we expect white folks to one day give us reparations and fix
I'm
it all.
fighting for that. I'm fighting for that. That's not a job.
That's what DEI is. It's a fight for those for that change. Yeah.
No, because here's the difference. Again, when we start talking about laws, we're seeing laws passed in which people are getting reparations based on our history. There is no DEI law. That was the illusion of inclusion. There is no law. There is nothing that can be done to them for not implementing DEI. Nothing. There's an illusion of inclusion. And niggas don't want to deal with it.
No, I get that part. Like, but I always said it's better to have revised DEI than to just have canceled it. That's what I would have argued though. Like, that's not a reason to eliminate it.
Okay, but
again, it's no benefit once you cancel it. All that same stuff still occurs.
Do you understand who you like when you say eliminated? Who do you think's arguing to that dude who eliminated it? This is a Democrat Republican thing. This ain't a me versus the black community thing. They eliminated it because it's the other side's argument. So you're hinging our community on one side's argument. If we fight
I think Trump eliminated it because he honestly believes it gives minorities an advantage and it disadvantages white people. I think that's why Trump eliminated it. It might have something to do with it being Biden and the ops policy, but I think it was more about, y'all getting too much, because he said it out of his own mouth. Y'all getting too much stuff to sway the scales. Like, nah, it should be equal. Everybody should be equal, as if discrimination.
When you say everybody, you mean everybody but a white man, right? Everybody but a straight heterosexual white man. Y'all, because again, you're saying a straight heterosexual white man said y'all getting too much, right? So he's talking about everybody else, white women, white disabled, right?
Well, no, he was mainly talking about gay people and black people. In my opinion.
Did he say that? I mean, you going off his words, man. You gonna change them to benefit yourself, or
no,
what you originally said?
No, I will agree with you. He didn't say that specifically. So he said
he said y'all. DEI is about everybody except him.
Yeah,
which is why he can send his wife and daughter in to benefit from those policies.
I don't know, but that doesn't make any sense because Trump don't care about his daughter and wife. He care about Trump. He wouldn't send his daughter. He don't give a fuck about it.
But extend that understanding to white America, though. The ones who voted for him. The ones who believe
but like you just said, they can still do it even without DEI.
Right.
So they're still going to do it. They're still going to put their white wives, their daughters, their white friends in position over minorities. And when they do it over minorities, they're not just doing it against black people. They do it against any minority that don't benefit.
Right. So what are we fighting for? Every minority?
We're fighting for those programs to be implemented that will have to have diversity, equity, and inclusion in all of these fields.
But why not just black people? Why not fight for black people?
Because black people are not the only people being oppressed and being discriminated against in these fields. We're not the only one.
I'm sorry. So white disabled men are being mistreated in America? They're being.
I don't know. I don't know about them specifically because I don't study that information and I don't know.
I mean, they fall in the DEI.
But if they fall in, if they're in it, then yes, they would be included. Like.
Right. So
like
you can be a white. So you can be a white gay man, a white disabled man, a white man that has physical and or mental incapacities, and that qualifies you for the same conversation as us. You don't see that's a problem?
In certain aspects, it does. But that's where the equity part comes in. It depends on the conversation being had. Every single conversation in DEI doesn't balance everybody to say, hey, the same way white females are affected by this discrimination, black people are affected by it. That's not how the DEI works.
No, it works. It works and says that all of you have to learn each other's issues and learn to work together.
Not just all of you, these white establishments that are white, straight, male driven, they also have to learn how this works and have to start to develop and implement programs and things. Like my job that I work for had to do certain things to implement diversity, equity, and inclusion. You had to do certain work days.
You said the company had learning. Wait,
I'm saying the company made us do it. I don't know if it's once the diversity equity. That's what they put it in the paperwork that they had us do.
You understand in the class. But under Biden,
that was their choice and they didn't have to. You saying like if they did it, they got the corporate. To me, that's smart though. Like if I want y'all to implement, that's what any politician does when they like, hey, you get a corporate tax cut or you get this if you do this. If you start a fucking what they call shit, a nonprofit,
it's a tax break.
Yeah,
if you hire some niggas, we'll give you a tax break, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's the problem. That's not the issue. They weren't hiring niggas. The data don't say that. The data says they were hiring
like they was hiring the other people that y'all included. And I don't necessarily agree or disagree with that point. I think in certain sectors, yes, they were just using it and hiring their white women and hiring their friends or whatever have you. But I would argue that it's other sectors that it really helped black people. And I think you will argue that's just not enough. I don't know the numbers, bro. I ain't chewing domo on this one.
Well, I'm telling you, he ain't got no numbers. I'm telling you, there's nothing that points to these policies being a benefit to the black community. Now, an individual can come and tell you how DEI policy made the white man that worked in the cubicle next to him a little bit better, right? In his little company. How diversity training may have helped some crackers in that building.
Hey, I'm gonna sit right here and say that shit didn't make them no better though. I'll tell you that right now.
But like I said, them niggas do that shit. Go ahead. A lot of this hinges on white people treating black people better. This is not about anything outside of that.
For me, it's acknowledgement of discrimination. For me, like that DEI shows their discrimination. And then once you keep compounding these things, you keep showing. That's why I say you show these numbers in DEI. Then a person like you take it and say, "Hey, this program ain't shit because we still being marginalized. Look at the numbers. Don't eliminate this program. We need our own. We need our own program based on the program out for everybody. It's fair, equity, and inclusion. We still freaking marginalized. This proves we need our own. I think having DEI helps that. It helps that argument.
So again, because my understanding is that if it helped the argument, NASA would be at 15 to 20% now. The unchanged numbers at NASA reflect the ideology that the government is actually dealing with a quota. If the numbers stay the same way, 20% increases never happen. These numbers never even have a 1% increase. I would argue we're already looking at a quota. We just don't acknowledge it. 25 years, fam, that number ain't changed. I mean, when do we start acknowledging that they're already operating on a quota? I say until we start seeing actual growth in some of these different fields, I'm trying to figure out where DEI does anything. There's a loud argument that's because Trump took it out. But I'm saying before it was ever talked about as a discussion, these issues existed. Obama.
I like that numbers argument.
Huh?
I like the numbers argument you made. Like you want to see an increase in the numbers. So I had to go look at the numbers. I do agree it should be an increase. If we're gonna have these programs and say they benefit us, it should be an increase in the numbers. For me, even a small increase. I know y'all want to see a larger increase, but for me, even a small increase should show, like 3%, 4%, or whatever have you.
Yeah, but see, I wouldn't even be making an argument if we could show that though, Fi. That's what I need you to make sure you understand, bro. I wouldn't be if we could show that, I wouldn't be arguing it. If we could show even beneficial incremental increases, it would be different. But as you're going to see, this is about training white people to treat black people better. That's the bottom line, fam. And again, if we're believing that that will work, then yeah, by all means, keep fighting for it. I don't believe that that's a good idea to fight for. I just don't know if we understand the origins of it and why it's not worth fighting for. Not DEI, nah. But like I said, I gotta stop at certain places, even though I done said a fucking lot. I still got plenty in the chamber, fam. It's not just a simple conversation. And like I said, I know he got fire on his side too. But at the end of the day, I do think I'm correct. We have better options than DEI. It's just I can't really go into them right now. Said no one is saying protections are nice, but at what cost and if it's worth the losses that come with it. No point in being known for handouts and welfare. Well, no, if they handing it out, we should take it. I mean, I ain't on that turning something away. But I'm saying DEI ain't a handout. I'm saying nothing's being handed out. The only thing that's being handed out is checks to the people who going to do the training. What we talking about? Man, let me stop, fam. Let me wait. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you letting out a lot of stuff. You letting out a lot of information. Domo somewhere taking notes like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I know who he is, bro. Like, I already know who he is. He listens to cut this shit out. He gonna listen to it a couple times. Like, yeah, I already know.
Yeah, I got paid for going to school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I say. I just think the argument is more and better representation. It's not that we have no representation.
You mean the number, the population number, or the individual, I guess, salary or wage, or the ability for how much each individual can gain from it. But
see, I mean, I think all of that applies though, because I think even that it might be like a separate part of the conversation, but it still applies. You know, the inequity in pay and whatnot. Like, I just think some of the DEI discussion don't even get into that. You know what I'm saying? When we discuss equity, where's the question of the equity in pay? You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I don't want to go too far in it, but there's nothing there that says this has to change. There's a seemingly a desire to make it change, but that's why I'm calling it an illusion, because if you want it to change, you make it law. You mandate it. You make it so you can't get around it. You codify it.
yeah, and I don't know what how Domo is going to approach it, but the DEI aspects, I don't think necessarily addresses the individual pay aspects or the individual healthcare benefits or the opportunities for advancement. If once you're allowed into these programs, I think those particular points have to be argued with the organization itself. So you can't say, "Oh, he didn't get a pay increase because of DEI," and then leave the organization or the company off the hook for liability.
Right. No, right. So that's interesting though. Q says Taz white woman can make a better argument for DEI. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't debate a white woman on this topic like that. I think a white woman can cook me on it because it's more beneficial for her. The data is there to show how she's benefited. You know what I'm saying? The data is there to show how DEI training has benefited her, how in terms of hiring, she's seen benefit. There's a better argument for a white woman than a black person. So yeah, a white woman can cook on DEI, but that's one of the reasons why, like I said, it's gonna be difficult for a black man to make these arguments that we all know benefit white women in majority and in mass. And so, like I said, I get that as an overarching argument. It's a quick argument, but I got 10 minutes to double, triple, quadruple down on it. Yeah, like I said, a white woman, hell yeah. It'd be almost impossible to argue that shit ain't help her. But a black man, you're going to have an uphill climb making that argument. And I think we kind of deal with it on the surface level. That's why I say we'll see, but his argument is going to be ideological. You know what I'm saying? And so we'll see. I can't wait, fam. If you can't tell, I'm already ready. But it's one of those topics I just think we got to have a discussion on, because there is an illusion of inclusion. And you know what I'm saying? I don't be wanting to argue with my people about shit like that, but I'm not willing to take the opposite stance. It's like now LAPD lined up in the streets of Los Angeles against this fucking element of Mexicans and people standing up against quote unquote ICE. But this is black fatigue, ain't it? Or should it be brown fatigue? Because I don't hear the conversation being held about supporting criminals now. I don't hear the conversation being held about covering for criminal elements in communities now. This is anarchy in the streets of Los Angeles. People running around with Mexican flags and all type of shit. But again, when we start talking about quote unquote fatigue, you got black folks looking and pointing within a community. You got white folks pointing and saying it's black folks, but then both of those groups are supporting this lawlessness because they're anti-Trump. That means you can support this foolishness on the streets, but then come back and talk about you fatigue of my people. Nah, fam, we fucked up out here intellectually, bro. Like we are some crazy double thinking motherfuckers if we think that people don't see that shit and see the ability to manipulate some of these conversations. You got that fucking bum ass fucking El Salvador motherfucker, human trafficking, beating his wife, all this shit, and you got motherfuckers fighting. Bring him back. He should have been deported. Why did they leave? Like now, look at it. They brought his ass back, and he's got more fucking charges, right? But people don't mind fighting for that motherfucker. But I'm wrong if I say Larry Hoover out, though, right? I'm wrong if I say Jeff Ford
now,
out.
I want to retract on my Larry Hoover stance because I've been doing more research on Larry Hoover. I think he might have changed their life around, and if a motherfucker did change their life, they deserve to get a second chance like anybody else. Now, I still don't think he did shit for the black community or nothing like that, but shit, y'all let plenty of people out of jail, so what the hell wrong with him getting out? I just thought it was like people was like, oh man, once Hoover get out, man, he gonna change and all the little GD niggas gonna be different. It's gonna be growth and development. No, the same shit gonna go on. Somebody gonna murk him for clout. Like it ain't nothing gonna change. I'm just happy that a black man get out of jail.
Yeah, I don't think he got nothing to do with the street element. The street element is long gone. He better take his celebration like everybody else do online, nigga, at best. Like, yeah, I don't think he should take no part in the streets or none of that.
I think he should make a bank off of it. Go online and start the Larry Hoover stories, like how Suge Knight be telling his little stories. Like, talk about the life of Larry Hoover and get your autobiography.
Start a motherfucking podcast. Start a podcast.
Go get your bag, my nigga. And that way you can actually talk to those youth that's out there on the bullshit. Because they gonna tune in. That's for damn sure.
Exactly.
They gonna tune in.
Oh, yeah. Larry Hoover could have a popping-ass podcast bringing in some of them young niggas and, you know what I'm saying, kind of changing the image around the gangs and shit like that in the modern day. But I do think it'd be harder to do that, Pauls. It'd be harder to do that these days, though, because I think them white boys kind of want to keep that shit amongst them. The Trap Lord Rosses, the 1090 Jake, Vlad, Adam 22. You know what I'm saying? I think they're gonna always try to keep niggas out. You know what I'm saying? And motherfuckers like academics is with them. You know what I mean? So I just think the black, like Say Cheese and DJU, like to me, them the best two. But those are the least two that people bring up. You know what I'm saying? But them the best two niggas in the game on the interview side.
Yeah, Say Cheese might be the best one for real.
I know Larry could get in that lane. He could easily get in that lane.
How old is he now? Like around what age?
He done did 50, bro. He went in when he was 20, so he had at least 70.
70, 80 years old, yeah. Like nigga, I don't even know what Larry Hoover looked like outside of the picture. So just him on a podcast sitting there talking alone, like, yeah, everybody gonna be tuned in to actually hear him speak instead of everybody else speaking for him.
Oh shit, she won. Bad fam, that's a dub. And she was at
about Coco?
190. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I'm watching highlights now. Yeah.
Got that little black purse money. You know what I'm saying? Got that little B1 money. Because I only bet on her because she black. You know what I'm saying? Coco Golf. That's what's up.
Tennis like baseball. I can play it, but I can't watch it.
Nah, it's not your fault, man.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I definitely had something in on it though. It's part of a couple parlays I put in today.
Yeah,
they had her like they had her at a good little flip. You get double your money. You know what I'm saying? And shit, like I say, I look at her like the next Serena light. So shit, all you got to do is go out there and prove it. You know what I'm saying? She went out there and proved it. Something to be proud of.
Yeah, I wish there could be equal representation on the men's side. Since it's split up like that, it don't have to be NBA or NFL type of situation. But I mean, my dad was inspired by Arthur Ashe, and he got involved in the tennis early, got me involved early, and it just amazes me that the black man has been not eliminated, but I guess maybe other opportunities just keeping away from the whole tennis situation, because any black person just cannot walk on a tennis court and dominate. I mean, it's not an easy. Yeah.
I think if you are physically fit enough to play tennis and you've already been an athlete, I think you're gonna go for the other sports. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Tennis a motherfucker, bro. Like that's a strenuous.
Yeah, you ain't gotta tell me shit. I got tennis rackets in my trunk now, nigga. Like right now, I'm ready to go. But shit,
it's fun to play though.
That's gonna be it for a while. Yeah. Same thing with baseball, like you were saying about baseball. Shit, I remember a time motherfuckers used to go to the park and reel off some bases. We used to actually use telephone poles for markers sometimes. But yeah, it's kind of difficult for these some of these sports to be like a regular thing if you're in an environment that don't allow it to freely take place. I think the personal basketball net has kind of impacted, a little bit biasness towards that versus the other sports, because tennis is very expensive to keep up. It's very expensive to maintain. It requires specialized training. Motherfuckers are not able to be accepted in some of these organizations without major sponsorship. And it take a lot to get to where Coco is at right now.
Yeah, I remember the last little time I saw a run like that where there was a black tennis player. It was the little mixed Japanese girl. Naomi Osaka. I hadn't seen another one that was up and coming that kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Serena, yeah.
Did Naomi already retire? I thought she was young.
She ain't. Shit, that was about a decade ago though.
That was that long ago?
Yeah, that was.
Damn, that'd be flying.
I was in Chicago when that happened. Like when that was about a decade ago. But yeah, that's why I say I think the representation in them sports went away because it's like we really dominate all the other sports just based on athleticism. And if you can play tennis, nigga, or soccer, like them like, man, soccer is a motherfucker. I don't.
Boy, you took the words out my
mouth. Like, if you can play them two, you more inclined to take the baseball, the basketball. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause them two will put that wear and tear on you for real.
Soccer, bro, you know, it's nonstop running, bro, and it's a big field. That field is not small.
Well, at least you're running on grass. Shit, tennis, it's a hard surface, yo.
Yeah, that's true too. See, if they would have had a racquetball profession, I would have been fired.
Racquetball.
That shit look fun still, bro. I'd probably be mad as hell. I'd probably embarrass myself trying to get out on the tennis court now.
Nah, man. Nah, that's strictly a young person's sport.
I can still get out on the court and hoop and play the old man game.
Yeah, because you have the option of shooting without actually lifting your body out the ground.
Yeah, you can pace yourself a little bit in something like basketball. In tennis, you can't really pace yourself once the ball goes.
Hell no, shit.
Yeah, I was just sitting here thinking about the prospect of playing tennis right now. It's like, man, that's probably the least likely one I would play. Like I can still hit a baseball, I can still shoot a basketball. I be looking at the flag football games of shit my son be playing and shit. I think I can still play a little bit, but I wouldn't try it. I wouldn't want to get out there on the flag football field. It's still too much, running too much contact. But like I said, once you leave them sports, yeah, that's probably it, man. My track and field, anything in that realm is over with. Definitely.
Yeah, just stick with ping pong and bowling, yo. We'll be all right.
But you know what? Maybe I should get more into golf though. I did like mini golf, and I do know people golf.
Yeah, putt. Yeah. I was in a putt.
I like golf because it's actually a challenge for me. That's something that I don't easily get. Like how everything else you name in tennis and all that, I can go play that and I can adapt real easy. But golf, nigga, I was at the top golf place looking stupid as hell in front of my girl.
Now, what is Top Golf? Or is because it ain't Top Golf just cranking them motherfuckers out?
Yes, bro, that's it. You just hitting that mud, bro. And I was struggling with that. All you doing is hitting it as far as you can, bro. And then I was struggling, bro.
Like the bad
it's still a strategy, like it's a fundamental to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, cause see that. Okay, so yeah, they got the Top Golf, and it's another one down there too. It's like a company just like it. It's over by the Stratosphere. So the setup is they got all of these different windows. I'm gonna call them windows, but they're like bays or whatever.
Yeah.
And all they doing is hitting for distance. That's all that is.
Yeah, teeing off. That's practicing your teeing off, not necessarily your putts and stuff. Yeah.
That is great. But yeah, I don't.
I mean, they got certain points and certain targets. You feel what I'm saying? So you getting points, and so in certain spots, if you hit it right there, you can aim it. So that's part of it too.
Yeah, it's an aim. Yeah, it's not no.
It's like bowling for like bowling for golf. You know what I mean? Kind of like
Yeah, the objective is still put it in the hole from long distance out. I mean, pause, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, and I might still try it one day, but I still prefer to putt go. I like putt golfing.
That's been around a while. Yeah,
if you and your son like sports or something like that, that's something like if you and your son want to go kick it, y'all can go out there drink because it's like a bar atmosphere too. If y'all drink, I know you said before you don't really drink with your son, but Like your partners or something, y'all go up there and kick it.
I don't drink at all.
No,
Oh, okay, well,
Ryan,
yeah, it's still a spot you can
badminton.
go kick it. You know what I mean?
Badminton,
You can bet on it if you
Ryan.
want.
I don't see a lot of black men in auto racing. Is there black men in auto racing?
Oh,
Like race cars?
we need brother Will
NASCAR?
from Detroit on the panel. Damn, I forgot you still up there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say from what he says, maybe the lower tiers. But I think once you start getting up to the professional ranks, no.
It's very expensive also. Overhead cost. You play badminton, Ryan? Yeah, because even if that's not my position, just like basketball, I kind of force the issue and I will go up on the net and try to smash. Not only will I try to smash the ball, I aim for heads. Pause. Yeah, I get kicked out the volleyball team real quick.
Where's
Yeah, my
coming
daughter
to,
said
Aaron?
she gonna go play volleyball.
Where they opening that up, Aaron? That's another sport I think I could play still a little bit. I could probably still play some volleyball.
Oh, they opening up something like that for volleyball?
No, he said for basketball. They opening up something like that for basketball, something like Top Golf for basketball.
Oh, nigga, I'm
Yeah,
definitely in that.
there's too many gyms open for that. But yeah, I would have to see what type of format you talking about.
Nah, it probably ain't no running involved. It's just shooting, bro.
Yeah, just standing there
Nah,
launching.
man, that sounds like it's for white folks. Yeah.
Nah, nigga, you just standing there launching them motherfuckers, nigga, for 50 footers, Steph Curry shit, nigga.
Yeah, nah, man.
I want them to get that hologram shit going where you can be like playing one-on-one against your favorite NBA players, some shit like that.
Yeah, that's gonna be some sponsorship, man.
Mm.
Them virtual shit.
That'd be crazy. They'll make that bread off of that shit as soon as it come out.
Man, Taz, I had the idea when I was in college, bro. Instead of Dave and Buster's, have a whole little virtual hologram spot where you doing all them same sports, but you doing them shits. You can play the NBA Finals against the Heat in 2011. You can put yourself and insert yourself in the lineup type shit.
Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy right there.
I thought they had that with the metagram type of glasses
I was
already.
just gonna say, it
Yeah, they
sound
trying
like
to do
they coming
something
out
like
with
that.
that type of shit. It sound like that type of shit be coming out. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm against all that type of shit right there.
Yeah, I fucked up my girl's furniture and dining room situation when they came out with that what was that, the Wii for I was bowling. But when they came out with baseball, man, shit, we was in a big ass argument. She ended up taking that shit back.
To ever come out on any system though, but that Wii bowling game was like the best bowling I've ever played.
I was into it, yo. I was into that shit. I was like, man, this shit actually is accurate like a motherfucker.
that Wii bowling was true.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton actually came to Vegas when the Formula One was there last year.
That's crazy. I still got that motherfucking Wii in the closet, bro. Wouldn't
Yeah.
touch it for nothing, bro. Can't convince me to pull that motherfucker out.
Yeah, man. That shit had disrupted a lot of families. Motherfuckers in there swinging. What's up with it, Miss Murray?
But yeah, I do appreciate everybody for coming up and letting me get that little workout. You know what I'm saying? Damo ducking. You know what I mean? Tomorrow he on that sabbatical and shit damn near. Talking about he just ain't gonna argue and I'm not gonna debate until the debate. Nigga.
Yeah, Solar was just on the panel the other day. I was trying to get an update on the other two, so y'all can go ahead and advance. Is somebody else holding it up, or because it was like a debate going off every night till a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, one of them is tomorrow. I don't know when the other one is, but I know one of them tomorrow for sure. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
bro, you know how it be, man. Niggas get busy, and you know what I'm saying. If you don't get it done that day, then the other person get busy. So now we're like a month ahead, a month behind on that shit. But yeah, as soon as they get done, we'll definitely be first. Just Dance. I remember Just Dance. I couldn't get it to act right though.
Well, Taz, you're a master debater. I say it sounds like you're a master debater.
Shoot, it seems like debating is an art. It seems like debating is an art.
Well, what I don't like about it is, what I don't like about it is that a lot of people weren't had or expressed or haven't expressed interest in debating until they observed what was happening on another content platform, and that did not represent the quote proper form for actual structured debates. So I think a lot of people take that format and what they were doing over there, and they like to call it debating, but biased opinions don't necessarily translate into being able to have a structured debate. Yeah, I remember they had Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal, all that.
Yeah, I ain't never had no dance on lock. I've been unable to dance my whole life. My brother used to be swagging out this bitch. Talking about all in the club with motherfuckers around him watching him and shit. Like, I ain't never been able to dance.
Yeah, that's one thing about hip hop, boy. That definitely got a lot of people that had no interest or desire at all to dance. So all of a sudden, literally overnight, how can I do that move I saw on the screen?
So what? Is anything we can discuss? Um,
There's always something to
as
discuss.
far as
Yeah, I know you
definitely
normally come on in the middle of the night when it's kind of slow. I
right.
put the link to Psycho's live in the chat earlier.
Well, will you say your name for me? Because I see it written, but I would like to hear you speak it.
Who you talking to?
D-E-M-I.
Oh, Demi. It's short for Demetria.
Yeah, Demi.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yes, Demi. I just make it short for Demetria. Hmm.
I saw the two eyes, so I was going to say
Yeah, I was
Demi.
just making let's just being creative here. Um, mm, 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 mm. What I wanted to know was that do you think that AI have an effect on students as far as is it helping them or hurting them as far as doing the work? Like it seems like it makes what I've noticed that it makes kids a little lazy into doing things. It makes it easier I know to get the task done, but and information, but it seems like they're not going really into the books like they should. You know, it's nothing like holding a book. Because I know in the school system I see kids, they're just like lazy to just do the work and they just get online and just, copy stuff and then the teacher goes and grades it and stuff, and I think that's part of why we have so much illiteracy in the school system, because unfortunately that the teacher, in order to keep her quota up to pass children that unable to read or comprehend and everything, which I think that should be sort of different. Don't you think that should we sort of like change that? Because that is one thing that I see a lot in the school system, that a child doesn't know how to do arithmetic, and he passed to the next grade, of course, so the teacher can keep her quota up, for the the board of education and stuff like that. What do y'all think about that?
I think that's beautiful.
Really?
I think that's beautiful.
Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, she
Well, like
knew Wale. You're gonna have
I'm a
to explain to her what beautiful means.
Yeah. Well,
I'm a person who learns through adversity. Well, I managed to realize that I can learn through adversity. Let me put it that way. Because when one learns through adversity, they learn to provide for themselves. So I taught my children at home. We homeschooled our children because we had already went through that adversity, and we didn't want to, once again, the adversity, we learned from the adversity. So we homeschool the children. Now, in this generation, I see Cuba is not only homeschooling his children, but he's broadened it up to bring in other children and the other instructors, so it becomes a school, not just a homeschool. But that's what it, actually is. So when we start taking care of our own children's education, these questions you're asking about with these different policies that we depend on others to provide for us, and all we basically do is complain or something like that, and hope they'll hear our complaints and change it relative to those complaints. So yeah, I say that's beautiful because it provides the adversity that's necessary for movement. Everybody knows in a stagnant pond, not much grows. It has to have movement in order to keep it, the liberty is in the movement, not in the stagnation. So yeah, I see it as beautiful because it calls people to arms. It calls them to come up. You got to come up. Ain't nobody going to pick you up and bring you up. You got to come up. So yeah, that to me, that's a beautiful thing.
That's a problem, dude. You act like I never said anything before. If you were paying attention to the chat, and I know you saw, and I highlighted Q's comment about how you interrupt people and how that interrupting of people on the panel is quite different than when other people do it. Yes, all people and most people that come up on the panel, very few that don't, overtalk and interrupt people. But when you do it, it is overbearing, and you do it quite more often than most people, as if the owner of the channel hadn't acknowledged it and actually told you multiple times before. I don't know how that's so hard to get over your head, and how you don't respect that. Like, it seems like you don't give a fuck what the channel owner said about you over talking people overbearingly so much that people don't even want to come up on the panel no more. Other people, other chatters in the chat also have told you. Now, if you don't want to recognize that, you want to post up comments about, do you want to debate? No, I don't want to debate. I don't want to argue. I'm not an arguer. I don't like to argue about every goddamn fucking topic. I don't know how you motivated to argue with people no matter what the subject matter is. Let's argue. So no, you're going to have to wait till the next live stream, or if you want to come up during this stream, you're going to have to pay money. Either way, you're going to have to pay to come up on the panel, whether it's by money or time. Wall Street Willie is going to have to pay to get back on Q Butter's panel. Now, do you understand that? Go to Psycho Stream if you don't like it then. My bad, y'all. I just want to make sure that was clear, just in case there was a confusion. Since he acting retarded. Now, back to regular scheduled program.
Someone said they think that we should march. Is he talking about what the? Oh, okay.
March, okay.
You said what, Demi?
No, someone said in the chat that, do you think we should march? And I was wondering what you're referring to, what's happening in California, or march or something else. He I guess that was a no, huh?
I don't know if they're familiar with what you're talking about. What you talking about in California?
Oh no, someone said that you think that we should march, and I didn't know what he was referring to.
They were saying marching in terms of protesting, like Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
Civil rights. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we gonna march, and I'm willing to march, but I'm willing to march like the NOI. I ain't marching like no crybaby nothing. A march don't imply crybabyism. March implies militarism. Just the implication. March. A herd of elephants marching down on the town. You're not looking for them to be coming and want to be rubbed, their belly rubbed and stuff. They marching down on town. You know what I mean? March usually indicates that kind of attitude of, militarism. So if we're not doing the militarism, what you marching for? That don't make no march of dimes and stuff. That's silly. They do the march of dimes, make it march of nickels or something. March of nickels, you gotta march. Anyway, whoever
petitions. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
No, babe, go ahead, do your thing.
No, I just want to say, do petitions work? I mean, we haven't. I mean, do they really work if you do petitions in anything or?
Petitions are just what petitions are. You know, petition. Have you ever looked up the word petition? Do you know what it
No, not
means?
recently.
Okay. Do you know what it means? The meaning
Well, I
hasn't
know what it.
changed.
I know I haven't looked up recently. You can tell me.
It
If you
means
know.
to beg. It means to beg, to beg.
Um,
That's what it means. So you're feeling like beg, and then get your petition on, baby. I have no problem with petition.
okay.
I'm not the one.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
Which part? Which part that it don't mean to beg?
All
Okay, I'll go right here.
all of it. Yeah. Okay.
Petition. Petition. Bam. Petition. Versus, it's a formal written request.
Go ahead.
And down in the next phrase, it says, they already, I guess, accept the fact that you realize it's a request.
No.
No, which part?
Okay.
A petition.
So you can start at the beginning, like you was, and just keep reading it. We don't want to. We can't assume what you're seeing because we don't know, because you said it meant beg. So everybody in the chat, including Miss Demi, is thinking that what you're going to read says beg, because that's what you told her. And I said it don't. So request is not begging.
Yes, it is actually. It's
no, it's not. You can look that up. Okay, so show me what request means beg. Show me that. Huh?
It says here. It says in the first sentence. I just said that in the beginning.
Request does not mean beg, Wale.
What does request mean, man? Because I'm gonna finish the sentence.
To ask for. To ask.
Exactly. What is to ask is if it's not to beg.
Asking is not begging. I asked you a question. I'm not begging you for a question.
I see. You're begging for the answer, though.
No, I'm not.
All right, then. A petition is
I just asked you a question. That's all I did. I asked you a question. Ask.
I understand.
I'm not begging you for a question. No.
Ask means to beg. Asks means to beg.
No.
Come with the same thing as plea.
Ask is just a form of communication.
It comes
begging is a behavior. Yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not. Nowhere in the English language, nowhere in any language.
You could keep to that if you want to. Meanwhile,
no, you can do it.
You finish reading the sentence? We should finish reading the sentence. Okay. Or we just take.
Go ahead.
Object.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, because we ain't taking yours.
No, I'm reading the sentence, man. Dude, I just said that. Hey, you're a funny guy. Meanwhile,
you said it meant beg.
Oh yeah, and I still
beg.
But you're breaking up now, so I don't know what you just said. You started breaking up in the mid-sentence. So I'll just finish reading the sentence anyway, and we'll see how far that gets. Unless you're going to shut the thing, whatever you do, I don't know. But it says, I got to pull it up again, don't I? I got so many doggone windows here. Oh, a formal written request. Typically, that's a comma. So that's a thought. That's what a petition is. Now we're going on to say typically, because they put a comma there. Then it says typically, one signed by many people. Another comma again. And then it reads, appealing to authority in respect of a particular cause. So here I'm at two words that lead toward what I, but you can do what you want with it. The first one is I like the first sentence myself, a formal written request. It says it all right there. And then the rest of that, it says typically one signed by many people. Of course, to give it body and content. That makes sense. Appealing to an authority in respect to a particular cause. Bada bing, bada bong. So, Demi, you had asked about a petition or something. There it is right there. What do you think? You like to do that?
Yeah, I just never thought it was baggy. That's what threw me off a little bit. Because I always see the petitions, they, like you said, I thought they did work, but for begging, I never thought about the begging part. That's what got me threw me off a little bit. But I guess ain't too proud to beg, huh?
That's up to you, man. I mean, if that's how you feel about it.
Yeah.
That's how you feel about it.
Understood.
No problem.
Understood.
That's why I asked it. We read the definition, la-di-da. Yeah. If that's what you want to do, that might be what you want to do.
Right. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Right. And I say more power to you if that's what you want to do, man. Whatever you want to do, more power to you. Dude, if you want to do something different than that, more power to you on that next thing you might want to do too. That's how I see it. Shoot. I want you to have powerful, great, and fulfilling, goals in life and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever decisions you make.
Well, I was just saying with the reparations, can we start off with a petition or something like that, or it's probably not necessary, maybe?
Well, I don't know. Others have done that. So you're doing it too.
So it has been done before.
As far as I know, I have seen some petitions. Okay. And I might have signed one or two of them, because I like for people to prosper. This is what they think they should do. I'm not unwilling to assist them as much as I can. So I might have signed one or two petitions in my time, but that's their movement, and I just help them along as I can. I don't even know where the petitions led to, or were they successful or nothing. That wasn't my concern. My concern was simply to assist one of my people who asked me for, hey man, would you help us out with this? And there you go. If it was $1, I would have gave him $1.
Well, in certain examples where you can actually see it being a benefit, in my town, the people got together and petitioned for traffic lights to be implemented, crosswalk devices for high traffic areas and areas where drivers are being inconsiderate. And once they were implemented, accidents were down, more kids were able to safely travel and go back and forth to school and church and places without having to be worried about being ran over by some reckless drivers. So that's an example of a petition actually working in your community versus trying to ask every goddamn driver to be considerate of pedestrians when driving through residential streets.
Yeah, true. Do y'all have speed bumps in any of y'all residential streets in Chicago? Like the new speed bumps are like hell of a crazy. I see them down here in Virginia. It's like, wow, they will really mess up your car if you do go fast.
Yeah. In some areas that may work.
Mm-hmm.
Some people don't give a damn about their personal property, so they travel just as recklessly over speed bumps.
Right. Right.
Not only tearing up their cars, but other people's cars that are parked on the street. I would say in the inner city of Chicago, some of those speed bumps actually cause even more damage by them being there. 'Cause
Wow.
the drivers don't see them. The ones that know that they're there don't acknowledge them. Somebody from out of town may come from, Alabama, Mississippi, or out of town and may not know, may cause them to not only damage their car, but other cars that are parked alongside the street. Now you got a whole situation where you're tying up traffic and cause much more chaos. Uh, we have traffic circles here.
Oh, okay. Like a roundabout.
Yeah. That's a concept that was originated in London, I think. And I think they got it from the Roman Greeks. But instead of four, like we see here in America, where we can only go in four different directions, their roundabouts you can go into like eight different directions. Real
Wow.
crazy. Yeah.
So, I'm trying to think of something that we can talk about. We's not on in the morning, right? Well, it's afternoon now.
Yeah, our Saturdays afternoons primarily dedicated to one of our long time supporters, Psychopathia. I put his link in the chat. We try not to conflict live streams. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
going over right now.
Okay.
I put it in earlier. I have it on this device.
Wow, I haven't looked at the chat all day.
Thank
Just
you.
checking it out now. True Wale, Ebony Knowledge. True Wale. I don't know what that was about even. The March of Nichols. Yeah, well. Ebony Knowledge. Dang now Wale or something. $100. Metajuda. All right. Well, of course, my emphasis is on nation building. You know what I mean? Look up what etymology. The etymology for what's the word? Petition? Yeah, go look it up. Man. Get back with me. I got no problem with that. But we all know a request is different than, because, that's what I was going to say. In the neighborhood, I told you, I grew up in a community, right? And in our community, when we wanted something, we went down to the city council or whatever it is and told them what we wanted. And the people, from what I remember, when they wanted, I forget what it was, but when they wanted something, they went to the city council, told them what they wanted, and then they got it. When you speak, I never heard any. Oh, I'll give you a solution right now, man. It covers everything, all the doggone. People be talking, man. I don't like to be 500 things to do. No, it's just one thing. Here it is, right here. Revive our ancestors' reputation by imitating their commitment to truth. Teaches children to do the same. Speak truth always. That's the solution. Anything else is just like, oh, you want to talk about this, you want to talk about that. You can do that all weekend. You can do that forever, actually. But if you want to get to a solution, I just gave it to you. Practice it. See how it works out. And just tell me, oh, they ain't going to do nothing is because you are adverse to speaking the truth. Otherwise, you recognize right away how valuable it is to do so. And you, even if you don't recognize how valuable it is to do so, you would at least attempt it to see if any value is in it before you start kicking it down and saying, oh, this doesn't work. The $1 a day is a solution to a particular cause, which is a fund. It's a FUN for money. It's not a solution to everything. Speaking the truth is the solution to everything. $1 a day is just a way to create a fund. That's just a way. It's not really a solution. It's just a way to do it. There's a lot of ways to create a fund, a community fund. That's just one of the ways. There's a lot of ways to accomplish that feat.
But yeah, I wasn't taking. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm dying too, man. Do your thing. We in here together.
Oh no, that's what I was emphasizing when as far as solution or concerns when I said what's to talk about. Yeah. But truth and fact, are they the same thing?
Absolutely not. Truth precedes fact, just for that matter. And fact is usually an idea agreed upon. Truth don't need no agreement. Truth simply is. Like you ever saw something happen and you turn to your friend and say, "Did you see that?" Have you ever done that or been in that kind of situation where someone did?
Yes, I have.
So they're looking to make it a fact. Oh yeah, I did see it. So now it's a fact because y'all agreed upon it. But up until you agreed, it wasn't a fact. Could have been the truth, but not a fact. And later they say, "I told you I saw it." And you say, "Yeah, well, I didn't believe you." Right. Even though they were telling you the truth. Now that you've seen it and all that, now you're willing to admit it's a fact. And in that agreement, it became a fact, but it was always the truth. So I'm saying when we speak the truth, we don't need an agreement. You know what the truth is. Children, babies, I talk to children 2 and 3 years old. They know what the truth is. I don't know how they know, but they do. I know adults know what it is.
That's true because children, they really, it's harder for them to lie. That's basically.
Just personally.
Well, when I should say as far.
Let him speak.
No, go ahead. No. Correct me. I love to be corrected. Go ahead.
It's not difficult for children to lie. They only lie because they see adults and other kids get away with it or don't receive punishment or reprimand for doing it.
Well, then I should say lie good then. Oh, no.
If the child knows that he will be punished for committing an act such as stealing or taking cookies out the cookie jar or saying a bad word, then he or she will lie in order to avoid punishment. why people don't break the law as much.
That's what I was just about to say. Most thing I found, the most thing that make people lie is fear. They fear punishment. They fear losing something. It's fear, though, FEAR. And at that point, I realized that they don't know their own culture. Otherwise, they got some kind of fixation. Because when a baby, a child like that, they don't know fear in that sense until they are taught that social fear of punishment, social fear of not getting something because they spoke the truth, because they divulged the truth. And then that becomes a way of life and a culture of depravity. And that's what we are experiencing, or at least witnessing today, culture of depravity.
So you say you homeschool your kids. So what is the? I mean, do you have to like? What is the process if I want to start? You know, to homeschool my kids. What qualifications do you have to get approved to do that without the state coming down on you?
Mm-hmm.
Is it
First of
easy?
all,
Mm-mm.
oh yeah, I'll tell you the first thing we did, we realized that we did not have kids, we have children. Once we put the truth in the matter and started coming from the truth of the matter, like I just did, all the rest of that stuff kind of falls in line, because it was like almost 3 years before maybe 2 years before the government in any form approached us about the children, right? And then when they approached us, they said simply, what, all that stuff about what you're doing. They asked questions and stuff. We sat down and talked with them. And they asked her, could they test the children to make sure that the children are up to par? And we said, of course, test them, please. Thank you very much for that, because we never tested them. We just simply educated them. And they wanted to test them and stuff like that, which was cool with us. But the first thing I'm saying that you must do is educate yourself and put yourself in a position to do something like that. Just grabbing yourself out there and talking about kids, this and that, I don't see much growth in that. I mean, you could do it, and I know people do it, but in a way, you're taking a step forward and a half a step backwards at the same time. So you can get somewhere, but you're cutting your own distance back down by not following a path of education and educating yourself, and definitely speaking the truth as much as possible all the time. And that's what I suggest. But yeah, they tested the children. They came back and they say, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever y'all doing, y'all just keep on doing it. We'll check with y'all later. Come to find out, the woman that actually gave the test came through and talked to us as well. She said, had she realized our children were and what they were, she would have brought college tests for them. Because they just went through that stuff, that regular stuff that's supposed to be in their age group and grade group. They just went through that like a hot knife through butter. And that's why they left us alone. So I'm saying, if you're able to produce that kind of result, yeah, man, do your thing.
Did he answer your question?
Yeah.
All right.
Why you ask that?
There was a guy on here a little earlier. He said he's homeschooling his children too. I think it's TK the GOAT or something like that. He says he's homeschooling his children too. I'm sure he's got difficulties. Everybody, you got challenges. It's not necessarily easy, but what is? I don't know. But it's where you're in control of your own children's education. I don't know. I can't think of a more valuable asset in the world.
Right.
And then to say, oh, that's how, and then call somebody your oppressor. See, I don't use that terminology and stuff, but I'm just saying I know people who do. And then after saying that those people are your oppressors, you send your children to them to be educated. You're begging for your children to be oppressed. How are you going to send your own children to the people that you say are oppressing you and have been oppressing you for eons or whatever amount of time that you know of, and you send your children to them? You give them your children? Oh, I can't even see that. I have to just turn my head away, man. I can't see that. That's like looking at nothing, something I don't want to see. That's gross. That's horribly gross to me. To me, I'm just saying to me.
You're right, because some parents, they use the public school system for daycare, for basic daycare, so they can, go to work and everything. So, I mean, yeah, I can see that. Mhm. I'm surprised that the churches don't start having school.
You're a funny guy.
I don't know how it is down the South or whatever, but I'm just surprised that, the black churches don't offer school in their church since they're
Mostly
503.
they do offer kindergarten. They have, I've seen, I think it's kindergarten. They have kindergartens at some of the churches. I've actually worked with the church that did have kindergarten classes. But as far as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, once you get up into the regular education, that number goes down drastically. I've seen very few people, churches, anything of that kind of institutional thing that is willing to take on that obligation of the 6 and above type attitude, 6 years old and above. So they usually send that out to public education or homeschooling, whatever you want to do, private education. But all the Catholic churches do it. So there are churches that do it. It's just Catholics, they call it Catholic school. So that's really a church school. So I'm just saying church schools do exist under those two circumstances I know of.
Yeah, the Mormons, they do it too. The Mormons do it too. Actually, we have a college down here for homeschool kids. It's the Mormons do. They have a college for homeschool kids here in Virginia.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
For children who have been homeschooled, and then they just bring them
they
because they got more versatility, because their children are homeschooled in a sense. So they have to have more versatility, or they already have it as part of their system, the way it's laid out already. So it's more advantageous for homeschooled children. I could dig that, because the regular system is kind of cookie cutter. If you don't fit in this cookie cutter, they ain't got no versatility. They don't have as much, versatility. Mostly kid, yeah. Because some of the schools have college courses inside the school, still in high school, junior high school, but they got one or two children who are able to go to the college and have a course at the college. If they got that kind of thing going on in the school, has that type of versatility, and that a lot of times comes from who is running the school, who's running the programs, who's running the teaching. Because I know when all my teachers were colored people, oh man, they set up all kind of stuff for us. They were just setting up stuff for us all the time. And when for my last couple of years in school, where the instructors and all that kind of stuff were crackers, we got barely in nothing. We barely just got out of there, with our lives kind of attitude. They do nothing like extracurricular, extra nothing to say, hey man, we see you smart, you good at this, let's move you over to here. Because that's what the dudes would do, man. They see you, the color guys, they see that you sparkle in this area. Man, they'd make all kind of room for you. Hey, I know a dude that does this already. I'm gonna send you over to him. Yeah, go over to him and he'll see what I mean? It was a connection of what you call a network. We function within a network. That's what I call a community. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, y'all got these loose terms. I'd like to stick with the true definition. I mean, the true meaning of words, so that we could actually move forward. A community networks and communicates and communes, work together, stuff like that. If that's not happening, I don't see community in it. I just say, it's a bunch of guys, which I'm willing to say right away, a bunch of guys. Ain't nothing wrong with a bunch of guys.
See, that's what the Hispanic do. The Hispanics, they network.
They commune, baby. They commune. They'd be 10 deep in a room. 10 deep in a room. Did you hear me? And some have their wife as part of the 10. And they're in a room. That's why I was saying that, I forget how, when you have a issue or some kind of adversity, breeds all this stuff, make you work together, make you do stuff. People say, oh, well, they got to. Yeah, they got to, and they do it. We got to too, but we not doing it because we feel like we ain't got to. But if we plan to move forward, yeah, we got to. We got to work together. Yeah, we got to do these things. We got to commune. Unless we want to just keep sitting around and take, I think, what people call the crumbs from the table. Or we could build our own table. Me, I'm for building my own table. I'm a builder. I like to build our own table and work from that, even if I ain't got, but how tall the table, what it's made out of, I don't care, man. I'm gonna build my own table. I'll make it out of bamboo or something. I'll make it out of fucking rocks. It's my table. That's the point. It's my table.
Sounds like abusing people, trying to make it seem like black folks ain't never together on nothing. Y'all must hang around, or y'all must observe extensive people that don't engage themselves into positive things. When black people get together just as much as Latinos, Asian, or any Anglo-Saxon organization. Various aspects of it. What's up with it, Domo?
See, what you're saying don't ring for me, because I was involved in dealing with a lot of international people, like immigrants. And when they came and you dealt in loans yourself. When they wanted a loan, at the time when I was dealing with them, they had two resources for loans. One was to go through the regular cracker thing, like they might run into you at working for JP or whoever you work for, or they can go to their own people. And two of them, I know for fact, went to their own people and got over $100,000 in less than 2 weeks. One girl got $300,000 in less than, because she said she pumped out. She can't get nothing from a regular, because she would go to the regular system, because they want to keep their system for people who really need the money. And she didn't really need the money. She had 2 or 3 businesses going. So, but she said, and she'll get the money back to them in time so they can help their people, because that was a community fund. And that's which they went to. I dealt with another group of people. They expected the money, and they got over $1 million from their community fund, over $1 million. And they were expecting it. Like, okay, this is what we're going to do. I was like, what? He said, we're going to the church. We'll get the money and call you. I said, okay, cool. But that's, I like to let people do their thing and then see how it works. So I wanted them to do their thing unfiltered by me. I didn't want them to, while they watching. No, I don't want them to think I'm watching. So I just say, okay, cool. And they kind of do their thing without trying to hide it. And so anyway, I watched how they pulled it off, over $1 million, 1.2 million, and did it in less than a month out of their own church. They called it a church.
just like those black men and women that got together and raised $1.7 million to purchase 97 acres in Toomsboro, Georgia in 2020.
That's right.
When most of the world was looking for social justice against police brutality. But you just said black people don't get together, though. I mean,
I
you
didn't
just
say black
talked
people
about
don't
that.
get together. I say they don't get together on the volume and the amount, cousin. And I say we need
Yeah,
more
yeah,
of that.
but they got together on the volume and the amount.
Okay, do your thing, man. I'm not even saying whatever you just said, but go ahead and do
Well,
that.
well, all Latinos and all Asians and all white people don't have to or hasn't presented enough to where you can say most of them get together. So I don't even know
The
why we're
ones I
trying to
know, yeah.
compare black people to other groups that are not black anyway. What kind of comparison is that? To try to
brought
compare
that up.
black people with somebody that's not black in terms of what? What are you actually comparing? That our blood is red? We have white blood cells and red blood cells, or behavior? You want to compare behaviors? White people behave like this. Latinos behave like this. I mean, that's I'm still trying to get that.
Well, I was just thinking of emphasis of the networking type. Should we need to put more emphasis because they make it work? I was just wondering, is there something that we're lacking in or
Yeah, I just
something?
gave you an example on how black people do the same thing. They just got together and purchased 97 acres of land.
Right. And I didn't know that. And did you say back in 2020?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna read about that. That's good. That's good news. Oh yeah. And you mentioned this community fund. What is this community fund?
You mean I mentioned it?
Yeah, you said a community fund. Yes.
Yeah, community fund. See, let me put it like this. This is how I see it. When I was a youth, we used to have a community fund or chest. I think we called it a community chest. And everyone in the community contributed to the chest. It was a community fund. So like somebody's house got burned down, la-di-da, this kind of stuff. There was a fund that would help those people. And that was just a small amount of, people just in that community attempting to keep the community together. That's what that's what I'm referring to as a community fund or a community chest. I just heard someone else make mention of the community chest that they would have in America. I mean, in the United States. And I think they are foreigners or something. I forget how they did it, but I just heard them mention it as well, a community fund. I will reference you to it because it's been in the news and you could check it out yourself.
Okay.
But I would have to remember who was that about. And actually what the government, all the taxes and everything, that's a community fund for the community that's called the United States of America. So it's a larger community, but that's the funding. That was where the fund, their money, whatever that used to be the fund. So you can get everything just in case something happened. You had a fund you could pull on. And I think they exhausted that fund. Now they're living in debt. The United States government, it lives in a perpetual debt situation. And it's living on debt instead of having the security of a fund. And I think that's becoming an issue. However, not to dwell upon that, I was just trying to give you an idea of what a community fund is. Yeah, I know a lot of people use their churches for that because churches are non-taxable. And so if your church is willing to throw down with you in that level, like, I know people who are even Spanish, they have went to a church and borrowed money. Or they do take what they call confession, and they got the penance and stuff. That's a fun they be gathering. You understand what I don't, maybe you haven't had that experience. The Jewish people have a fund too. They're separate. And they need something, they go to their church or synagogue and make their request known amongst them people. And them people will say, oh yeah, we're gonna work with you on that. Because like you said, they network or whatever. I'm just saying. That's how I'm watching things go. I watch people who are Italian, they go in there and ask for a loan, and the guy said, oh yeah, this WAP then came in here asking for a loan. I ain't gonna give him no loan. I don't like WAPs no way. They smell like, I've heard them say that kind of stuff about one another. And then the guy would find him a loan somewhere else. He'd be like, oh yeah, you talk to Vinny, man. Vinny will tell you where to go. And Vinny will go down over to Little Sicily and get the money, come back and buy the house. Because they got a fund somewhere. You can call it a loan shark or something, but it's a community that has a situation where it can, in a way, support itself. And that's what I always recommend, that we put ourselves in a position to where we can, in a way, support ourselves.
So how do you start? I mean, we don't have to always go to the church. I mean, can it just, I mean, that's.
I was I was attempting to just bring the idea to fruition by doing $1 a day, saving $1 a day, putting $1 a day in a fund. And for 30 or 60 days, I put $1 a day. I advertised it heavily on this channel. And some people even call me now $1 a day Wale. I offered it heavy on this channel because I thought some people would start putting in $1 a day. And I'd only found one person who put in $1 in 60 days. So I'm saying in 60 days, myself, I didn't put in $60. One person put in $1. Nobody else, all these people on here talk about this and that, whatever their big proudness is, put in $1 to the fund, I mean, of growing a fund for our people and ourselves. And then that it can grow by, the more people that go to watch the game, the more people will go to watch the game. You go to a restaurant and it's full of people, you're more likely to think the food is better or something, while them people in there. So you go in, you go to a restaurant, don't nobody go to, you ain't going to that restaurant much. Nobody is, ain't nobody in there, man, come on. So I was saying, build up a momentum, it's called. Build up a momentum of $1 a day, and people start building up an encouragement by saying, hey, yo, while we throwing down with you, I'd still be putting $1 a day in. But nobody came to that kind of encouragement point. And the people will argue and talk about whatever they be saying. You know, I barely listen to it, but I know that's what it sounds like. Because what I'm saying, what I'm recommending to do works, period. And it can work. It is working now. He just said it. Some people put their money together to do la-di-da too. All I'm saying is let's work together, put our stuff together and do la-di-da, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna even say what it should be. I don't know. Whatever y'all like. I got things I want to do, sure. But I ain't talking about doing my thing. I'm doing my thing. I'm cool. I'm just suggesting that we work some kind of way in tandem so we could all get over. You know, people be talking about crabs in a barrel. Let me tell you about this event. I was about 11 years old. I used to crab and scallop with my aunt them, right? Because I'm a Florida boy, right? So we used to get scallops and crabs from the ocean and stuff, and the other waters too. But we take the barrel down there and you put a bunch of crabs in the barrel. And I know people say, oh, that's like crabs in a barrel. They pull each other down when they're trying to get out. We put the doggone crabs in a barrel, walked down to see if any oysters. By the time we got back, the barrel was empty. It was still standing up, but it was empty. Them crabs had pulled each other out. They actually when the one was reaching up, the last one, they had pulled each other out and emptied the barrel. When we got back, they were running back to the water. Got crabs in a barrel. People people who have actually done crabbing will tell you crabs in a barrel, empty that barrel out. You put enough in there where they can reach the top. Oh, they getting out of there. And that's what I'm saying. Crabs in a barrel is a good thing, but we don't see it as a good thing. I mean, we got to look at these things, from different points of view. That's all I'm saying. And start realizing that we got everything we need. All we need to do now is do it. Sometimes people be like getting ready to do something to the point that they anxiety themselves out trying to get ready for it, trying to cover all the contingencies. And before you know it, they all tired and done because they ain't never did it. See? So when you try to cover all the contingencies, no, just get started. You're working them things out as they come up. Most of the contingencies don't never come up no way. All that come on, man. I'd say at least half of it never shows up anyway.
Well, I'll put the links in the chat. The one from CNN.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, yes.
I put the link to the StreamYard in the chat too, because somebody was asking for the link in the chat for StreamYard. I put that in about 10, 15 minutes ago. I'll do it again. There we go. I like you, Demi. That's why I wanted to hear how you say your name. I like your attitude. You know what? I haven't heard a lot of what you were saying and that kind of stuff like that. But the way you were saying it, I watch your attitude. I kind of I like your attitude.
This channel through Bobby. Yeah, and I like the way everybody on the panel talk, because it's I was, like I said, I was losing hope with my people, and it was like it was refreshing to hear that we're still striving on. Shoot, I want to be a part.
Matter of fact, you know what? I appreciate you saying that, because I run into children or teenagers who have expressed that sentiment to me. And I tell them the same thing. Do something yourself. Participate. Throw down. Get in the game.
Exactly. Yeah, it was just a surprise to me that with the reparations, I didn't realize that there was people that was against it. It sort of, shocked me, and it shocked me that people were against reparations, and it was just like mind-boggling.
You know what? When people ask me, am I for or against reparations? I say reparations to me means to repair, right? And so I realized that no one can repair me but me. So anytime I talk in terms of reparations, I'm talking about repairing myself. Not trying to get something from somebody else to repair me. That cannot happen. All they can do is facilitate some, funds. Meanwhile, I still must do the work. And I'm saying, in order to repair oneself, that's the first step. Repair oneself. And then as you're repairing yourself, if you want to try to get funds from here and there, okay, fine. Meanwhile, be on the diligent and urgent mission of repairing oneself.
Wale, I tell you, asking for reparations is begging.
Oh,
exactly. Ain't no doubt about it. I sure will. You're right about that. Thank you, Dale, for actually representing me honestly in that one. I agree. See, as far as it comes to the cracker, I got a different thing. Talking about somebody owe me. How much? It's owe me what? See, this is a thing that I get to. That's why I don't even like to get into this thing for real, right? Because that's all I'm thinking about. All the things we talking about, they owe me for. How much do it cost that you take my grandmother, or my great grandmother, and rape her? How much money do I want for that? What kind of pimp money do I want for that? What numbers am I satisfied with? I want revenge if I want to reach something on that issue, right? I don't want no pimp money. You can't turn me into a pimp of my own ancestors. I refuse to pimp my ancestors, and other people are willing to take it. Hey, I know you did this. Just give me a couple of million, and we'll call it okay, man. We good. And do you want my daughter too while you at it? That's just another couple of million. Take her too. Since I'm pimping my women out, since I'm pimping my people out, how much pimp money can you give me? I ain't doing that. And see, this is my view of that situation. And I don't express it often, but I want you to really understand where I'm coming from so that you can see whatever you want to do with that yourself. Yeah, Nikki, $1 a day, Nikki Lovely. They say it's 40 million of us. 40 million. I chop it down at 30 million. 30 million of us putting $1 a day into a fund for our people. We could start opening our own schools, universities, banks, and any damn thing we want to. If we bringing forth $30 million every day. Yeah, that's why I say $1 a day. That's all we need, cousin. But we somehow figure that, I don't know. I don't know. Even for 60 days, $1 a day for 60 days. We do that, $1 a day for 60 days is 3 million of us. Just 3 million. Fuck all them other millions that exist. Just 3 million of us put in $1 a day for 60 days. How many million is that? Somebody do the math real quick. 6 times 3 is, I think it's 2, whatever it is. And there you go. What are we doing?
Not enough not enough to keep the businesses open.
Hey, I'm just suggesting as a solution and a way to build a what do we call it? A community fund. That was just all, man. No argument. Not to say something else should be done or something else shouldn't be done.
Well, some of these arguments need to be thought out in terms of the long term of sustainment. I don't think that trying to put together some numbers or crunch numbers to come up with a figure on paper is supposed to translate into actual usable funds for any type of operation. So that's why we have different organizations that represent various types of social and political dynamics, which are always changing. So if things remain the same, then we wouldn't even having this discussion. But the political climate in the United States alone, and I know you probably can't speak to the United States since you don't reside in the United States right now. There's a very short time window when the majority of populations and opinions flip-flop on an hourly basis. So if someone is dependent on having the opinion and think that opinion was going to hang around or remain the same by the time they are prepared to push forward an agenda, then all of this government accountability discussions that were had in January, February, and parts of March are not even an issue right now. It's like not even low on the totem pole. Like it's totally off the pole. Like I can't find no one in the United States right now that is concerned about how much money the government is spending, when that was the dominant talking point not even 90 days ago.
What up, though? To everybody on the panel, what's the deal?
Well,
That's what they
Will, Demi,
You know,
this is our representative of black people in auto racing, Mr. Will Daniel.
yeah.
She was asking that earlier, yeah.
So, I always have to come on here when I hear Wale on here talking that, that $1 support deal. And my biggest issue is the first thing we got to do is get on an understanding of who we are. And when you come into the conversation with a totally different, I'm not black, I'm not this, I'm not that, that's more destruction than it is building. We can't build anything if we're not all on the same code on first identifying who we are collectively. It's never going to work unless we collectively understand who we are.
I mean, why we gotta have all these, like, when black people come together, it's got to be all these prerequisites. Other people come together, it's not a problem.
Other people understand who they are first. Other people understand who they are first.
Hold on. Let me finish before you cut me off. That's something else about black folk. The point is, I'm trying to say is this. Other people might have say, like, you got people that got a problem with, like my brother just said, government spending. Why can't we just come together on that? Why we all gotta be Christians, or we all gotta be Muslims? Why can't it just be, I got a problem how government spending my tax dollars? Why can't it just be that? And we come together on that. You got people that come together on one thing, bro. They do it all over the world.
But black people was never concerned about what or how much the federal government was spending of their tax dollars. There was never a black agenda nowhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when was that? And to counter what you just said, all of those people that have come together to get their reparations or whatever they got, they understood that they were one person. They identify as one group of people. We can't identify as one group of people when me and Deb and somebody else, we know we're black, and then you got Wale come in and say, well, I don't want to be black. I ain't black. I'm colored. Do you not understand how that separates the group right away? That's my question.
First of all, you playing with a label that you was given. That's number one. Black ain't what you called yourself. Black is what others called you. So you gotta deal with that problem.
Well, it's clear you don't know enough about history.
It's like you trying to play the white man's game according to his rules, and then trying to win. That's kind of hard to do.
So it's clear you don't know enough about history.
But you don't have no problem calling them white. That name was given to them.
But they did that. But see, they did that for a reason. They did that, and he gonna tell me I don't know history. They did that to try to come together to put us down. That's what that was about. They came because they had white slaves back then. So they uplifted the white race.
My bad. Will, he's one of the recent graduates of the 2024 class of ABOs. So he's trying to get his scholarship, upholding his agenda.
What white slaves they had? What white slaves were they?
There were no white slaves existed, right?
No, zero.
Okay, you said no white slaves existed. Okay, all right. So I know you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, well, source up then. Well, source up. Source it up.
Okay, Yugoslavia. What does that word mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah, what word is in Yugoslavia?
Were they white slaves in America?
I didn't say white slaves in America. See, I didn't say that.
Were they? We talking about America, bro?
See, I did not see what I'm talking about, man.
Bro, this is
what
why.
I'm talking about.
There,
Y'all
this is
put
what
words
kills
in
me.
my mouth, but I ain't said nothing about white slaves in America. I said
This is
white
what kills me.
slaves.
I'm playing the white man game, and then you run to white
You said
slaves.
white slaves don't exist.
I'm
You said
playing
white
white
slaves never existed.
Bro, you just said.
You just said
I'm gonna
out
let you.
your mouth.
I'm gonna let you finish, and then I'm gonna break
You
it
said
back.
white slaves never existed. That's what you just said out your mouth.
Are you done? Are you done? So I can, because I'm gonna break your neck. I'm gonna break your neck real quick.
No. Let's
so let me know when you're done.
Point. No. First, let's deal with this first point. I asked you a question. You haven't answered it. I asked you what the word
answered it. I said no. Hell no.
I said, what does it mean? It ain't no yes or no question.
So much for the community coming together topic.
Yeah, so what does it mean?
This is a clear case of it, Dev.
So what does it mean? Since you know history.
What does what mean?
I gotta keep asking the same question. See, he avoided my question. That's all right.
You asked, were there white slaves? I said no. What are you talking about?
Right, you said they never existed. Then you said they never existed in America. See, you keep moving the goalposts.
What question are you asking me? So we can get to that. What question are you asking me?
The question
and I answered
times.
it. And I answered it.
No, you did not. You said yes or no. It's not a yes or no question.
Deb, did I not answer his question when he asked were there white slaves?
No, I asked you, what does Yugoslavia mean? I didn't ask you a yes or no question.
I don't know, because it don't matter. We're not in that
so
country. We're in America.
Okay, fine. Okay, you don't know what it means. Okay, fine. Won't you Google it? So anyway, let's move on. My point is this: like one thing we can agree on, but you did say this. There's never been a black agenda. How the government spend our tax dollars. I think that'll be a great thing to unite on.
That's an American issue. We're talking about a black issue.
We're Americans, ain't we?
I didn't cut you off. Now you cut me off. Have a little respect. So let's deal with some stuff that you just dug out, made a fool of yourself. First of all, you said I'm playing the white man games with these titles, but then you run to a white man issue that's not a black issue. Blacks have never enslaved the white.
Did I ever say blacks enslaved whites? See, I don't know who you arguing with, bro. You're not arguing with me. Because you argue with things I never said. You argue with things I never said. Things I never said. First you talking about white slaves in America, which I never said. Then you talking about blacks having white slaves, I never said. All these points you talking about, I never said none of these things. I don't know where you're getting them from. The point is, only point I'm saying is, since you don't know what Yugoslavia mean, I'm gonna drop that because there's no point of having a discussion with you because you're ignorant on the topic. So now let's deal with what my brother was talking about. Let's unite on how the government's spending our tax dollars. Since we're all Americans, I mean, I think we're Americans, right? If we're Americans, then that's a good thing to discuss.
But Black Power don't have nothing to do with being American only, though.
Yeah, but I think that's an important issue, though, man. I think that's an important issue, though, how they spend out.
Well, he was talking about an important issue, and you brought up white slaves. But nobody was talking about white slaves. So if you're not going to address it, I don't even know why you brought it up. If you're not going to, he asked you a question. You asked him a question. He said he didn't know. Then you told him to Google it. And now you're saying you're going to drop it. And you don't want to talk about it.
Because the thing is, this is the thing. I brought that up to discuss why they came up with the labels. That was part of the reason why they came up with the labels. That's what I was discussing. But since he don't know anything about what I'm talking about.
They named themselves white because they wanted to be slaves?
That's not what I said. I said to elevate
Well, explain why you brought up Yugoslavia.
To elevate themselves. And
they were calling themselves white before.
And to unite, because you know in Europe they were having wars with each other.
My bad, Deb. I had
No, it's all good.
They was having wars with
He's trying to dance around the goddamn reason why he brought up white slaves.
Yeah, let me finish my point
see,
before
this is
I
the
take
thing.
a phone call.
When they come over here, they no longer British. They no longer Dutch. Now they all white. They on the same team now. But see, when they first came from Europe, they're from this country, from this country, from Spain, from this country. And so now, when they said white, they brought them all together. They united.
So what's wrong with black using the term black to uplift black people?
No, I'm just saying how they use the white.
So what's wrong with using the term black?
I didn't say anything was wrong with it.
Oh, okay.
You did earlier. You said we're using a term that was given to us.
Their game.
No, bro. You can't buck dance with me.
This is the strategy.
Yeah,
bro,
get them back on that track.
Yeah,
your show is deflect.
Bro, you can't buck dance with me, bro.
I don't want you to misrepresent what I'm saying. Black is the name they gave you. That's the point. White is the name they gave themselves. There's a difference.
Okay, let me educate you on black.
There's a difference.
Let me know when you finish.
A name somebody gives you versus a name you give yourself. There's a difference.
Okay, let me educate you on the term black.
Negro, Negro, how they call us Negro and all that. That's the names they gave us.
You done, bro?
We gave ourselves.
Are you done?
You know what I'm saying? White is the name they gave themselves to elevate. Now, if you said black people came up with the word black and they came up with it to elevate themselves, that's
okay. You can't keep addressing his comments if you ain't gonna let him talk, man. You've been going for a second.
Go ahead.
All right.
So it's clear you don't know enough about your history to think that the white man titled you as a black person. Okay, black African American Africans were called they called themselves Africans thousands of years ago before the whites even got on the continent. So, and that can't be disputed. At the end of the day, like Dev said, if you can sit on here and say we playing white people games, but run to white people to try to validate a point instead of staying on the black topic on why, if we call each other black or identify all of us as black to empower ourselves, why is that a problem? To you, you want to answer that question. So again, I'm going to reiterate the question that Dev asked you. Why, if it works for whites to come together and empower themselves as white, why is it a problem for us to be titled as black and empower ourselves as black people? Do you understand?
I never said that was a problem. You said it was a problem because black people there's some black people that don't want to identify as black.
You don't see that as a problem?
There's some people, there are some people that don't want to identify black and they have their reasons. That's
But they identify as another color. You still identifying as a color instead of identifying with who we are, whether we call ourselves black, whether we call ourselves African American, or just flat out African. What is the problem?
I never said. You said there are people that refuse to identify as black.
And I said that's called separating.
That lets you know right there that we didn't give that name to ourselves. Because we gave that name to ourselves, we wouldn't have a problem with it.
Well, what name did we give to ourselves?
We've been using the names they've been giving us.
No, like I asked you a question. No, bro. I asked you a direct question. What name did we give ourselves? Do you understand the question?
We haven't given ourselves our own name.
And where'd you get that information from?
As a whole.
Because we're not as a whole. We come from a multitude of different tribes.
That's my point.
But so what name would you prefer that works for us collectively?
We have to agree on that, bro. We have to agree. I mean, you act like, you have to agree to that. They will have to agree to that.
So if I'm walking down the street, if I'm walking down the street and I see you and I say, there go another black man, you would be offended by that.
Who said I was offended?
I'm asking
people who refuse to identify as black. No, I wouldn't be offended by that. What I'm saying, you talking about us operating as a whole, though. And I'm trying to help you understand there are people, like you already stated, they don't identify as black because it's not something we all agree on. You have to all agree to that.
So you don't see that as a problem of separation when majority of us operate as black people. The majority of us. Do you not understand that? The majority of our community identify as black people. Do you understand that part?
I don't understand what's the problem. I don't have a problem with it.
No, I'm asking you, do you understand that majority of us identify as black people? Do you understand that?
I don't see no problem with that.
So why would anybody?
But there's still some people that don't. But there's still people that don't though.
Okay,
I know you want to jump over that. I know you want to jump over that.
Okay, again, I said the majority. I didn't say all of us. I said the majority.
But see, this is the point. I think this is the point.
Bro, can I finish? Can I finish without you cutting me off?
You asked me a question though. You want me to answer? Okay, I'll be quiet. I won't answer that.
Thank you. The majority means 51%. It doesn't mean all of us. But when you come in as 0.1% and try to wedge a gap between the majority, do you not see that as a problem, as what you decide to identify as? That was a question.
Are you finished? Because every time I speak, I'm interrupted.
Normally, when people ask a question, they stop for you. Normally, when someone asks a question, they stop so you can respond to it.
Now, let me answer the question, and I'm trying to make a larger point. I've never seen white people come up and say, "Oh, I don't want to be white." I don't see white people doing that. I only see black people doing that. So yes, to answer your question, it is a problem. But then you gotta look at the larger part. I don't see a bunch of white people saying, "Oh, I don't want to be white," or "I don't want to identify as white." Why don't white people do the same thing black people do?
Are we differentiating people from behaviors? Are we supposed to do the same thing that white people do?
Hey, I'm just saying. I don't see white people saying, "I
No,
don't want to be white."
I just asked a question. I just asked a simple question. Are black people supposed to behave the same way white people do? Did my connection go out or?
No, I'll say no.
Oh.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So if they're not required, or you don't have any issue about black people acting one way and then white people acting another way, why are you implying that the different behaviors are odd or not normal? If black people do this and then white people do that, what are you asking? Or what would be your reasoning for questioning a behavior of black people versus the behavior of white people, since they are two different types of people?
Because he's talking about unifying, and I just don't see it happening with black folks.
Oh, okay. That's your whole goddamn agenda. Okay, black people don't get the black people don't get together argument. Okay, well, there you go. Right. I had to go through that elementary ass goddamn example. But go ahead.
So just because your view is not unification, that means you got to superimpose your view on the conversation?
Actually, no. What I was saying is that I was talking about the issue that the brother brought up. I thought we can unify on, and that is how they spend our tax dollars. I thought that was something we can unify on.
So how can you identify that the tax dollars that they're spending are specifically from the black community? How can you identify that?
That affects everybody.
Thank you. So we're having an everybody conversation before we were having a black conversation. Can we get back to the black conversation?
But that was the question brought to the panel, though. That was the question brought.
But I'm asking you, can we get back to the black conversation, not an everybody conversation? So again, since he don't want to answer the question, so again, I understand that in order for things to move, we have to have a force. One person can't move a mountain. It takes another mountain bigger than the mountain you're trying to move it. And that's the only way people get things done in this country. They work in unity. And we're the only group of people that's having an issue with who the hell we are. Once we get past that point, then we can start making things happen. That's just my personal observation.
But
And
a
to
lot of times,
the brother that's talking now, what do you identify as? Are you black? Are you African American? What are you?
oh, I identify as black.
Okay, so how was the argument of we're using some term that was given to us and then you identify as it? How was that even an argument?
Because you assumed that I rejected that idea. I did reject it. We've
No,
always accepted what they've given us. We've always done that. Why are you acting like we haven't assimilated? We've always assimilated.
So again, I was speaking towards Wale and how one day he don't want to be called black, and he puts up this fight about being called black, and then he wants to be called colored. And I was saying that right there causes a separation within the community. That causes separation within the community.
But when we look at our history, we were called colored at one point too, though, right?
Right, but Malcolm X. Yes, Malcolm X. I'm just saying, Malcolm X said that the true colored people are the white people because when you hit them, they turn different colors. when they get mad, they turn red.
That's a great point. That's a great point. When they die, they turn a different color. That's a great point. So my point is this.
So wait a minute.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Oh shit.
So I just want to make sure we clear on a few things though. So who are we? Are we part of this huge minority group, or are we our own individuals?
Well, Tez, I honestly believe as long as we try to identify ourselves as our own individuals, then that's what we're going to be. We have to be on the same code as identifying you, me, Dev, the other brother, the other sister, as the same group of people with the same agenda.
Right. So that's what I'm saying though. But when somebody like Donald Trump comes into the room, niggas like you be ready to play on the other side for the minority agenda.
When have you ever heard, nigga? Don't you know what? I don't even use that word, but you just drug it out me right there. I've never buck danced for Donald Trump. You got me twisted with what's his name? What's your boy name? Start with an
Yep.
M.
I think you misheard what I'm saying. So
I had to.
Yeah, because I don't think you buck dance for Trump. I think you're so anti-Trump that you're delusional.
No, definitely not that.
Right.
I'm not delusional, but I'm definitely anti-Trump.
Right. So okay. So I'm trying to see where you stand then when you're on here saying, well, DEI policies and what he's doing to black people and minorities, and you're not making that delineation no other time.
You must got me mixed up with somebody else, Tez, because I've never had a conversation on here about
all y'all, every last one of y'all that do it.
Okay, I've never had a conversation on here about DEI, so you got me mixed up with somebody else.
You absolutely have come on and complained about Trump's policies.
Listen, Tez, right now, this is not about Trump. This is about us. Can we stay on us, or you want to talk about Trump?
Well, okay, we're on us, but I'm asking who the us is because some days us is everybody. Some days us is a minority group. Some days us ain't just black people.
Well, I'm speaking.
Y'all pick and choose when y'all want the us to be black people.
Well, I'm speaking on us, black people, African Americans, descendants of Africans in America. That's what I'm speaking on right now.
Okay.
So we clear on understanding what the conversation that I'm a part of right now is, right?
Yeah, we're clear. So
Okay.
I would like to know which one do you subscribe to? You subscribe to Negro, Black, African American, colored. Which one? Because we've been called a whole lot of different things. So which one? Which one do you subscribe to?
I subscribe to all of them under the title of Black, African American, colored, Black made in America, descendants of my families being enslaved. All of them combined. Capiche?
Oh yeah, that's cool. Now I understand you better. Because I first thought you were saying something different. Now I understand you better. That's what I was trying to say. How they called us different names, and now we want to argue over which name they calling us.
No, I'm not. I've never argued over that. I've only argued the point that when you come in and say you're not that and you want to be something else, that to me separates us as people. That's my argument.
So you don't mind being called a Negro then?
No, I don't have a problem being called a Negro. Nope.
Okay.
I don't know how that would. Why would that be a problem?
No, I'm just saying some people do. I'm just asking. That's what I'm just trying to figure out where, like you say, who we are.
I mean, now I can get some people having a problem being called a Negro because that's close to.
I'm just saying, you know,
people can take that term as offensive, but being called a nigger, whatever, however we try to make it different. It's the same word. I don't fall into that nonsense. I try to stay positive with my blackness, 100%.
Because when you go overseas, you do know Negro and Black are different. Well, I'm sorry, not Negro, colored and Black is different. When you go overseas.
Okay, so what's your point?
I just want to share that.
But what's your point?
No, I'm just saying the context. I'm just saying the context.
Yeah, but we're not having an overseas conversation. We're having a conversation about us in America.
Yeah, but we're from there though.
We're from where?
The place I'm talking about.
You lost me right there. We're from where? Where are you talking about?
We're from Africa, and in Africa, Black and colored are different.
Okay, our descendants are from Africa, and we're the descendants of those, but we are Americans as well. So I don't know how we're getting drug over there again. I'm trying to keep the conversation right here in America, where our issues in America.
But see, and that's another problem. Other people can connect to their ancestry without a problem. Why? I mean, so then it's like you want us to know who we are, but you don't want to talk about who our ancestors are.
I never said that. I don't know how you making these stories up in your head. I said right now we're having a Black American conversation. Did you hear that part?
So we're going to exclude Africa from that conversation. Even though we're African American, we're going to exclude Africa from the conversation. How do you do that?
I never said exclude Africa. I said right now we're having an Black American conversation. Did you not understand that part?
I know that.
Okay, so how are we going?
I'm African American, and I'm African American, and I'm dealing with the African part.
Okay, what part of Africa you want to deal with?
I just said the issue. Obviously, you don't know anything about it. How the classes are different. How the classes are different when you use the word colored. You know, colored American means one thing. I get that. I get that. I'm saying to you,
what does colored in America mean?
Okay, before we get there, let me make my larger point. Because see, in America, we were called colored, and then overseas it has like a different context. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Black, we use that word Black, The Census Bureau now has changed that definition, where it includes Jamaicans now. They're part of being black now. I'm just saying, so you say Black American, it includes a lot more now, according to the Census Bureau.
Okay, what does color mean in America?
Okay, now historically, we had the colored part. We were called colored at one point. Colored, colored. We were colored white. And then it was a separation between white and colored, right? White and colored. Now, then overseas, you got colored and then you got black. The black people are in charge, but the colored people think there's discrimination. I'm just sharing enough issue with you. Maybe you don't care about that, but see, when you use these terms, of course, names change words change over time, and then location can change the definition of words, I guess. But the point is, I'm trying to make, when we use these words, we gotta know what they mean in this proper context, proper location, because it can mean something totally different. Depends who your audience is, who you talking to.
Okay, but I asked you a question. I said, what does color mean in America? You went into some other stuff. What does it mean today?
Because, first, it wasn't black colleges. They were colleges for colored folk. So you gotta look at the history of it. First, it was for colored people. It wasn't for black people, it was for colored people. You look at the laws, it's colored people. That's what it's for. And then we was included in that, we were just colored. That's how we was before, we colored. Then we took pride in being black as time went on.
So I asked you a question and you haven't. I actually asked you a question, you haven't answered. So I guess you don't have an answer for it. So when you say that we were considered color, we wasn't calling ourselves black or African in.
No, we were called Negro. We was called colored.
Okay,
so all these terms we were called. We were called Negroes mainly from Spain. Depends, like I said, it depends where the slaves were coming from. The slaves coming from Spain were called Negroes. But we can't have that conversation.
And the slaves coming
from we can't have that conversation because see, you think the international conversation is excluded. You say this is an American conversation.
Is Negro not black? Is Negro not black?
By foreigners.
Is Negro not black? Yes or no?
Negro means black.
Thank you. So my point is, regardless who enslaved us, we were still identified as black. So I don't know how you keep going to these points Can I finish? Can I finish?
Wait.
I don't know why you keep going to these points that everybody on this panel already know. This is a black B1 channel. We know our history over here already. So I don't know why you keep going to these pointless arguments instead of trying to stay on the facts that we're dealing with a conversation of black Americans trying to unify to get reparations or whatever we're trying to get as one unit. I don't know how what are we arguing about right now?
Well, I'm not trying to argue with you, bro. I'm really not, because I don't think it'll be beneficial, because the points I'm making, I don't think you're gonna catch, and it's just no point. So if you talking about all black people coming together, yeah, if you believe in that dream, that's cool.
I don't believe it's a dream. It's already happened. This is throughout American history. It's happened many, many, many times. So what are you talking about is not going to happen? It's already happened.
But you still have people who don't identify. So obviously it hasn't happened.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you is this. The only way things happen is unification. And if you feel like it won't happen, we can't unify. Why do you feel that way?
Well, I feel this way because Now, am I saying it's impossible for all blacks to unify? I don't think so. But then I'm not saying it's impossible, but you do have certain people that don't identify as black. So you do have those people.
Okay.
So
So my question is, you don't see that as a potential problem? One crack in the glass can shatter the whole window.
I've already said that was a problem. And then you got people who identify as black, but really don't have a black agenda. They don't group the black agenda.
So what's your agenda in the conversation right now?
What I was saying is that, like what we did before, when we had our civil rights issues and things of that nature, it was a black issue, but it affected everybody. Like, for example, discrimination, not being able to go to, let's just use not being able to go to a restaurant. It affected everybody, but it was a black issue, but it affected everybody. And that's the way we have won battles. Not saying we agreed on everything, but we did participate in politics. And we did participate in policies. Like, another one would be taxes, which is an American issue, but it's also a black issue because we weren't allowed to vote. But it was an American issue. We unified there and won.
Civil rights was an American issue.
Of course.
Right.
But it's also a black issue. But
because
it's also a black issue. We were denied those rights.
Well, everybody who wasn't a white man was denied those rights. That's what the majority of the civil rights movement was for. It wasn't just the majority of us was marching in and were black, but there were other groups of people in there marching as well. And I'm not sitting here trying to have a conversation about the other people that was involved in the civil rights movement. I'm trying to have a conversation about our black movement today, right now, today. Right now. And the only reason I hit the link was because I heard Wale say that he believed that asking for reparations is begging. I don't know how he came to that. I don't know how he made that into a begging issue when black people, our ancestors, some of our family members are still alive and know their family members as slaves, are here to defend that. I don't see how that's begging.
It's either begging or pimping. Which one you want to be, a beggar or a pimp? Because you're willing to take a monetary amount on your grandmother, great grandmother, whatever you're claiming that was raped, beat up, and taken advantage of, and you're willing to take some money for that event and say, what? You're not a pimp? You're asking for money for that event. You're like, hey, you fucked my grandmother. Give me some money. I'm her pimp. That's what you, and do you offer your daughter up the same way? How much you want for your daughter? That's what they should say. I tell you what, you want $2 billion, whatever the number you come up with, because they're going to print it in their goddamn basement. They're going to print it up anyway. They say, how much you want? You tell them, and they say, hey, I'll give you an extra 2 for your daughter too, you little pimp. You want the money, you pimp. You're willing to pimp your ancestors and your ancestry. And you're willing to pimp your own children. Go ahead and pimp them out. That's what you want to do. That's what I'm talking about. If you're willing to be that kind of pimp, what's your number? How much? What do you want from the cracker for doing that to your ancestors? How much pimp money do you want? And you're asking for it. You're not even demanding. You're asking, oh, you owe us. How much does it really cost to rape your grandmother? What number do you put on that, my nigga?
You done, Wale? I don't know if y'all can hear me because I had a phone call. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So,
but would our ancestors want us to have the money? Would our ancestors want us to have the money or not?
Oh, yes, they definitely would. Hands down. And I don't see how
Your
Wale can go to this.
ancestors would want you to pimp them out
And
or not. You answer that question, and he says, hand down, your ancestors would want
Mm-hmm.
you to
no,
pimp them
she
out.
didn't say
I
that. She didn't say that,
appreciate
Wale.
him being honest at that moment.
Wale, she asked a direct question. She said, would your ancestors want us to have the money? And I said, yes. And she didn't say anything about no pimping or none of that. You adding to the conversation. So again, pointing out that our ancestors went through tremendous things in this country, and this country gained tremendous wealth off the backs of our ancestors. That's being pimped, or that's just due. That's them
Yeah,
actually
that's right
honoring.
now. That's being pimp. Yes, it's being
It.
pimp, and you
Well,
the
I
pimp
mean,
asking for this pimp money for your ancestors. You're not asking for. Yeah, hey, listen, dude. Somebody does that to my daughter, my aunt, my grandmother. I'm looking for revenge, not no pimp money. I'm looking to tie their head to their fucking toes. I'm not looking for no pimp money. You can't pay me for that. I don't know what kind of thing you call yourself, but I ain't gonna call myself that thing that you call yourself.
so you catch them, you cut their head off, and you still poor. What was the point?
Cousin, we are not poor. We have actually never been
That's
poor.
not
We're
what
the
I was.
richest people on the planet.
That's not what I was
Hands
saying,
down.
Wale.
That's
That's
not
not
what
what I.
you're saying. I know that's not what you're saying. That's the reality of it, though. I know that ain't what you're saying. You're saying you want some pimp money. I got that. I got that already. You want pimp money. Go get your pimp money, man. Don't bother with me. Go get your pimp money and leave me alone.
Wale, what I'm saying is this. If financially we get ourselves in a different situation from reparations, we cut their heads off in a different way. And we rebuild our communities and we build our self-image. We build ourselves as Black people on a different level versus this pimp mentality that you keep bringing up. Because I don't even know how that even how you equate to some pimp stuff by holding people accountable for their horrendous actions to us. I don't know how that's even an issue with you.
Well, I mean, you do realize
I've
that
explained it
when
3 or 4,
blacks
5
were
times. So if you don't get it by now, go ahead, get your pimp money.
No, I don't ever. I will never get your mindset with that, Wale, because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to you. I just think that you making that as a to be relevant in the conversation. There is no pimp anything in that. There is no begging from that. It's holding people accountable for their actions.
Also, in holding people responsible for their actions, I say 30,000 of us, 30 million. Somebody put some figures in the doggone chat talking about how the money could be 30 million, $100 from so many people, and how much that adds up to. I'm saying we can add our own money up and start begging the cracker for something, and put ourselves into a community fund. It's 40 million niggas. If we just take half, they take 10 million niggas, nigga, at $1 a day. We got a bunch of money to do all of these things you crying about to the cracker about, and we can build ourselves a real community where we working together. Somebody just putting a bunch of dollars in your pocket, his pocket, over their pocket. That ain't no working together. Ain't no community in that. That's just a bunch of pimp money in your pocket. And you go buy some Gucci or whatever you buy. I don't know what the fuck you buy. But that's all it is. And you know it's fiat money because it ain't nothing but something they print up in their damn basement. And now you're going to try to sell that to us like it's an actual something. And you know it's all garbage and play in the beginning. I don't know what you are, but I am not that.
So do you need money to pay your bills, Wale? Hello? Unless you paying your bills with some other source of income, it ain't garbage. Because you needed to, all of us needed to survive. All of us needed to live. All of us needed to take care of our kids and put our kids through college or whatever you're doing with your family. So for you to sit here and say it's some shit they just make up in the basement, whatever it is, you need it. And you can't avoid that.
Well,
so I guess your issue is what we're going to spend it on, Gucci and rims and all that. That's the real issue. That's the real underlying issue, Wale, you're having an issue with, versus trying to have a conversation on how do we collectively work together to get it.
I've already told you what I have an issue with. You want to try to make it be something else? That's on your time, in your mind. That has nothing to do with me. I have already described 4 or 5 times exactly what I have issue with, and now you're trying to make it like that ain't what I have issue with. Then you go do your mind reading with somebody, else, because that ain't my mind reading. You reading. You must be reading the roach mind or something. I don't know whose mind.
Well, you brought it in the conversation, at your own free will. It wasn't even part of the conversation, Wale. And a lot of times when people bring stuff into the conversation, that's the real issue that they're dealing with.
I've already told you, again, the real issue that I'm dealing with. If you want to try to make it be something else, as I said before just now, it's just a tip. I'm just saying I'm repeating it. I don't know why you got such a problem with this. I don't know why you're going to try to make it something else, except that you cannot face the reality of it.
What's the reality of it, Wale? Our people was enslaved for many, many, many years and mistreated. Is that reality, right? Is that the reality?
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick, man?
Yeah.
My whole issue is this. When we were slaves, we didn't have to unite first to get our freedom. There were people who wanted to stay on the plantation, and Harriet Tubman left them there. And so this is my whole point. By having to come together before, that was never part of our history. Some people wanted it, other people didn't, and you just left the people behind. And then when the people who fought, they came back, and then as a result of their hard work, all of us got free. But there were some people that didn't want to be free. They like being on the plantation. So, that's just what it is. And, I'm not going to wait for you to decide whether or not you want to come on the plantation. Nah. If you don't want to be, if you want to be on the plan, fine. You don't want to, that's your choice. But the point is, we don't have to unite to make change.
Okay, so, are you making a claim that for me standing for reparations, I'm on the plantation? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying at all. I'm just saying, like your earlier point, you said we have to unite first. I'm like, no, we don't. That's never been part of our history.
Well, that's a very, very intricate part of our history. All slave rebellions were slaves unifying to fight against their oppressor. So I don't know what part of history you're looking at, but I'm gonna point out the history that's obvious. Every revolt coming off the country.
Not walk off the. You telling me all the slaves walked off the plantation? Is that what you telling me?
Listen to what I'm telling you. Every slave revolt, from Amistad to Nat Turner, and I'm only using the ones off the top of the head because those are the most famous ones, were blacks, slaves unifying to fight against the oppressor, correct?
It wasn't all the slaves unified. That's what I'm saying. It was a group of people. I'm not saying, of course, there were people unified. I'm saying it wasn't all of us. That's all I'm saying. It wasn't all of us. You know what I'm saying? That's the point I'm making. You can make a change, and other people don't want to join you, which what we seeing right now in this panel. Some people not going to want to join your reparations. We're hearing that. We're seeing that. So what you going to do, sit back and wait for them to join?
Nah. No. So my point is, even for the slaves that decided to fight against the system, they impacted. They had impact. They had tremendous impact. Hell, Haiti changed the world for fighting against slavery. And all of the Haitians were unified over there, majority of all of the Africans unified to fight against their oppressor. And they overcome a whole landmass. So what my point is this. If we got 25 of us on the same page, and you got 5 of us that's really superimposing their personal issue with it, that causes a big ripple. And right now we don't need ripples. We need everybody to be on the same page, on the same code to overcome this hurdle we're trying to overcome. All that pimp shit and all that, that's some personal shit he got going on. That's not going to get anything done. It's not going to solve any of the problems. It's only creates more problems within us. That's all I'm saying.
Well, will it make a difference if they paid us in gold?
Yeah, we'll make it. Yeah, we'll make a difference. It will make a big difference. I mean, to be paid, get paid is getting paid. All these other groups of people that got reparations, they work together to get paid. They got paid. All them Chinese people didn't agree on the same code, but they agreed enough to get that check. And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
all them Jews that got paid for stuff they had nothing to do with us, they all didn't agree, have the same agreement, but they had enough to be on the same page to get it approved, to get the money.
But they were connected to a nation, bro. That's the whole point. You're skipping over. They were connected to a nation.
So what is this?
Nation, man. That's a difference. That's a whole different. It's like you trying to compare us to nations, bro. You cannot do that. Because they got whole governments behind them. They got whole governments negotiated for them.
Bro, we're in one nation right now called America. As Black Americans, Black African Americans, correct?
You talked about the Japanese. They're part of Japan,
you a question,
bro.
though.
We're not a nation. No, your answer is no. Black America is not a nation.
So we're not in America. Black Americans are not in America.
I said Black America is not a nation.
And I asked you, see, you're trying to buck dance the question. My question was clear. We are Black Americans in America, correct?
We are Black Americans in America. Yes.
And we're arguing and we're having a conversation about American reparations, correct?
I'm not arguing with you on that. I agree with reparations.
Right. So how's this not a nation? How are we not in a nation right now?
I didn't say we weren't in a nation. I said we're not a nation. Do you understand the difference between what I'm saying?
But that was, bro. I didn't ask that question.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I know we're in a nation, bro.
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to manipulate the question. I understand what you're saying and what you're doing. We're Black Americans.
Right, of course.
In America. That's a nation. America is a nation. And we're having a Black conversation trying to deal with Black issues in our nation of America.
Of course.
The China didn't come over and tell the United States to give them reparations. They, as Chinese Americans, stood together as one group of people and got their reparations. As Chinese Americans. Do you not understand that?
So the government of China has nothing to do with it.
No. Show me where they did.
Tell me? Is that what you're going to tell me?
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
Japan ain't got nothing to do with Japanese reparations. The government of Japan has nothing to do with Japanese reparations. Is that what you're telling me?
That's exactly what I'm telling you. Show me otherwise.
All right, I'm done talking to you about this then. I'm done talking about this.
Thank you.
You can move on to something else.
Thank you. So again, we as Black Americans have to push as one code, as one understanding to get this done. We argue for the last hour over nothing. What are we doing right now?
Well, good luck with the reparations, bro.
Well,
Since you're going to do it all by yourself. Since you're going to do it all by yourself. No, you said Black Americans in America go get reparations by themselves with no political support. You crazy in your head.
Our political support is right here in this country. Why do we need to go to an outside source when we got political sources right here?
Because your Black politicians don't support reparations.
There's tons of Black politicians that support reparations. What are you talking about?
Okay, so let me ask you this then. We done had a Black president in the White House. Why didn't he push that?
Because he's just one person. Why didn't we push it harder? You got Tulsa doing
Black president. We got a Black president in the White House. We had a Black vice president, and we had a Black vice president in the White House.
Okay, can I finish?
Go ahead.
You got Illinois doing Black reparations. You got Oklahoma doing Black reparations. You got San Francisco doing black reparations. You got black politicians supporting black reparations across the nation. So I don't know how you don't see that.
I know about everything you're talking about, but that's on the lower level. That's lower level. That's local politics.
Okay.
We talking about getting all black. Hold on. This is what you're talking about. Now, see, this is what you do, which I don't like what you do. We're talking about reparations for everybody, all black Americans, but now you want to talk about just certain pockets. I know about all those pockets because it's at the local level. I get that. But why the national black politicians, like I said, you wanna let them off the hook. Like the president, the vice president, black people we got in Congress. I mean, I don't understand why we still got to fight when we got black people in power. We got black mayors. We got a black governor. We got black people everywhere, man.
Okay, I don't know if you missed the point where I said we have tons of black politicians that support black reparations, and wherever it starts at is wherever it starts at. Is if it start at the very bottom and go up to the top, so be it. But we can't complain and say, "Well, I want it on a federal level."
Okay, well, let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this though. Isn't reparations a federal issue?
It could be a federal and a state issue because all states didn't.
See, don't ignore my question. Don't ignore my question, but you know it's a federal issue.
Well, if you keep cutting me off,
40 million black people, to pay 40 million black people, that's got to be a federal. That's got to be federal.
So when you cut me off, you don't even give me a chance to answer your question.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So we dealing with it from an observation point because all states didn't practice slavery. All states wasn't a part of slavery in this country. That's why it's being broken down to a local level so that they can determine who actually was a part of that slave culture, that slave trade, that slave business. All states wasn't a part of it. We can agree on that, right? I don't know. Maybe I got a bad signal. Is it my signal or is it his signal? Because I can't
think it's
hear.
his signal. His mic is choppy. Mercy's mic is choppy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, it's crackling.
He might be driving her in a bad area.
Okay, now it's you.
It's definitely him because I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if I'm making a bold stance on us being on the same code, and I get we're all going to have a different view of how we want to be identified, but I think that's a small talk in a big conversation, and we need to really get away from that and start standing on business on how we are identifying in this conversation and in this argument, and what are we going to do to move forward with this situation as far as getting this reparations approved for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
That's my only argument.
I mean, it is a factor. I mean, I didn't realize that factor until today, and it's like, damn. Division. We don't want division, but if they have to take division, then we have to just group it up. Have to put us in groups.
Yeah, but see, I think I just feel like, you know, the last few years, you know, it's been so much dealing with so much misinformation on the internet that it's caused a great division between us. It's caused more. It has had more of an impact on dividing us than it has uniting us, bringing us together. Because changing a person's ideology on who they are is a division. It definitely impacts our community when we can't even come together to say, hey, we all are the same group of people. I think that's a huge issue in our community right now. But I can guarantee you, if the government decided tomorrow to say, hey, we're going to give every last one of y'all black people $1 million for reparations, all the ones that say that it's pimping, that is this, they'll turn black right instantly, immediately to get that check.
Yeah, that's your contention. I doubt I can tell you concretely that's not mine. No, go get your chat. I just told you, go get your pimp money, man. I ain't tripping. Go get yours. I told you what I want. The aura I want is revenge. I don't want no reparation money. You can't pay me for pimping off my grandmother. I'm not into that. You into that, go get your pimp money, my nigga. Go get your pimp money on. And take mine too. Say, hey, Wale told me to get his too. Take that with you, pimp.
Well, a hit dog always holler. First of all, I wasn't even referring to you, but I'm not your nigga, and you know I don't address anybody as a nigga, Wale. So I don't know why you even playing that silly
I'm a
game with me.
nigga. I'm a nigga,
Well,
and
that's
that's
what
what's
you
up.
listen. And that's if
Exactly.
that's what you
There you
decide to
go.
classify yourself as, then that's one of our
And
biggest problems as
without a
well.
doubt, without a doubt, dude,
Yeah.
that's what's up. You missing the
And
boat, not me. You think I'm
no, I
missing
don't
the
want to
boat?
be on. I don't
You
want to
don't
be
even
on
know
that boat,
what
Wale.
it is.
That's the part
You
you're
don't even
missing.
know what it was.
I
Hey,
don't
do
want
your
to be on
thing.
that boat.
Like I say, do your thing, cause I'm gonna
Yeah.
for sure do mine. One
Yeah,
love.
I'm definitely doing my thing, Wale. I'm not the one. I'm not the one on here, you know, pushing that nigga ideology. That word doesn't even. It's not allowed in my house or in my work of business. Us as black people in my place of business, we all work in a state of proudness amongst each other. So I don't know how you keep slipping into the child's play as an elder, as a so-called elder, but you're playing in the sandbox with infants, having an infant conversation. When we should be having a conversation on how to empower each other and make each other understand that we have to work with one another to push forward through this situation. I don't know how you don't get that.
That's been what I've been preaching the whole time with a community fund,
That
working
doesn't mean it's
together.
right.
Let me finish this statement, man, because you always talking garbage. But that's what I've been doing with the commitment of a community fund. And I put out another idea to work with that, which was group buying. We're buying bulk, where our people buy in bulk, not try to open up stores and stuff, but buy in bulk with each other. We all know we like rice. Buy in bulk, buy a bunch of rice, split it among our cousins, our parents, whatever. We all buying rice. Let's put a community fund together to buy a big thing of rice. We get it at half price, and now we are building a community fund. We're community networking and stuff to build ourselves up. This is what I've been saying the whole time, and you've been against the whole time. And I don't know why you keep doing that, but that's what I do. And I will continue, of course. You know, that's what I do.
Well, let me tell you why I'm against it, Wale, so we can be clear on how we communicate with each other. When you make these conversations, which some of them are good conversations, but when you turn around and say I'm a nigga and I'm only going to identify as a nigga, I don't want to invest my money with a nigga. I don't want to invest any of my time with anybody that considers themselves a nigga, because that's not helping us at all. I want to take my money and invest it in my community of proud black men and women that's raising children to be proud black men and women, so we can move forward as a community, as a respectful community in the future. That's why I give you so much pushback, because I'm not going to ever identify myself as a nigga, or my kids or any of my family members that I love as niggas.
Oh, so that's so beautiful. Maybe you aren't a nigga. I am. There you go. One love.
This is very frustrating. But it is what it is, Wale.
Well, I think Wale is you looking at it as a morale, a morale factor as far as that's how I see that's how I perceive it, you know, as far as the reparations and pimping out our ancestors and stuff like that.
Yeah, morale is very, very important. It's
I was gonna say
very important.
just so you understand, if you were talking about me, how I'm doing it. You know, I'm a nigga from a very proud nigga from a very long line of very proud niggas, and our lineage goes back just like that. That's what I'm on. Now, other people are on whatever they're on, and I understand and recognize that's what they're on. I'm only saying what I'm on.
I don't understand how you can ever be proud and a nigga. I don't even know how the two go together.
Cousin, would you like to know?
Not really, no.
Therefore, you shall not. One love.
So responding to what the sister said, I believe that morale is very important in our community. You know, it's probably something that's so underrated and underlooked, but it's very, very important on making sure that we carry ourselves at the highest level of respect so that our kids, our nieces, our nephews, the younger ones that's coming up, this is what they see, and they don't have a problem. It won't be it won't have an emotional impact on them to not be a hood guy, not be a nigga, or not be that guy over there that's cool to be on the corner as a nigga. No, I just think that we need to turn that around. Being a black nerd, being a black educated man in different fields of stuff that's going on today is very important, and our kids definitely see that, and I think they need to see a lot more of that.
Yeah, I would agree on that too. If we just can get our people in one accord, I mean, sky's the limit. But
well,
it's
yeah.
not going to happen.
I was going to say the one accord that I've been recommending all the time, and I still do recommend it.
I like that idea. I like that idea you had
bring,
the community.
Oh, thank you. And I like to also be of one accord with this. Some people ask what I call myself. I call myself a speaker of truth, because I'm reviving my ancestors anyway. Our ancestors' reputation. My ancestors' reputation is worldwide for speaking truth. It has been sullied. It has been trashed by these people who speak lies and call themselves descendants of my ancestors, and my ancestors don't speak lies. So I'm saying, as far as one code, we all speak truth. It's in the name of the truth speakers. We all speak truth. That's the code that I live by. There we go. Nothing else is going to get involved in that. And that's how my ancestors played the game, and that's how I'm playing the game. Just like they wrote it down. Speak truth all the time. And I want to revive that reputation of our ancestors, because that's the reputation they deserve.
Yeah, but Wale, all of our ancestors didn't identify as niggas. Most of them, if you called them a nigga, you would get cussed out. So that's not true. You can't say you're the man of truth when your conversation and your ideology is flawed with lies and bogus information and weak pride for yourself. So I can't even have a conversation with you when you try to say you're the speaker of truth, when your whole mentality It's bogus. It's of lies, of trash. How can you say that?
Have you ever heard of a country called Nigeria?
No.
Exactly. That's how
Where
I
is it
say
at?
it.
Where is it at, Wale?
Actually, it's in northwest Africa. In a country just above, north of it, is the country called Niger.
You mean Niger?
Dude, that's what you say? You say
No.
nigger, I say
No.
nigger, you say
No.
Niger. That's called the whole thing off.
See, here's the problem. Here's the biggest problem. Information. Misinformation. You cannot say you're the speaker of truth and then you just push misinformation out of your mouth. That's a huge issue. A huge issue, Wale. And I've been saying this to you since the first time I heard you online. You cannot push misinformation and knowing it's misinformation and still try to run with it. How does that make you more valuable? How does that make us listen to what you have to say?
Dude, I don't know what you're replying, referencing to exactly, but a child from the country confirmed with me what I'm saying, and she came on this particular station. Me and her spoke on this station at the time she was saying it, and almost no one heard her and I speak on it. We were typing in the chat, and she said, that's what it is. And she put up the different things like that, and she said what they have. She started telling the history of her people. Do you know what? You see, I know things you don't know, and you like to talk a lot. So there you go. But it's 1962 when the country Nigeria came out as an independent country, and the niggas in the Americas were getting us excited about Nigeria. Do you know what Nigeria means? Have you even given it any thought, man? You just adverse. You just don't. You're a nigga that don't like niggas. I understand that sentiment. I know many niggas, thousands, millions, that just don't like niggas, man. And I know many niggas like that. So, anyway, and everybody thought that we were all excited. My father, them mostly because they read the newspaper. I was still a child. All the people were getting excited and stuff about Nigeria because they knew what Nigeria meant. And then they come to find out, so they saw some guy and they came and had a meeting. This is how I came into it. I saw everybody having fun and all that. But the meeting, that's how I came into the meeting. My father had me there. And they showed where some nigga was talking about Nigeria. And all them niggas' eyebrows went up. Nigeria, what the hell is that? And they explained to him, well, see, that's French. And they were like, okay, that's French, but does it still mean the same thing as Nigeria? You can look up what that Nigeria means anyway. The suffix ria it means something. Okay, so anyway, they come to find that it did not mean the same thing. And so they were very disappointed in them niggas over there, man. They lost a lot of, goodwill at that point because people had a lot of goodwill. We were old school, what you call Pan-Africanists, where any nigga that looked like a nigga, we were all in the same, we all the same. We ain't say, oh, you from Australia. You ain't no real nigga. We knew Australians were niggas just like the ones in Melanesia and Tanzania, and all them other islands all the way over to the Philippines and above and all the way up. All of them was niggas to us. We all niggas. That's what we called at the time old school Pan-Africanism. Y'all do something different, I don't know. So I found that out though since I've been talking with you. But that's old school Pan-Africanism. We all niggas. We all play the game together and we all win. And we do that by speaking truth. That's our reputation. That's what gets us over in the world. You can go to damn Timbuktu or you can go to Switzerland and they know you a nigga. They expect you to speak the truth and they can count on that. You be like, no, that's a nigga, man. I know that nigga ain't lying. That's your point of reference. It's the what they call it, the benefit of the doubt. We once again have to establish the benefit of the doubt that our ancestors had established by speaking the truth all the time and bringing that reputation. All over the world I've been, not all over. I've been in a lot of different countries, in the Middle East, in the Far East, in Europe and stuff. And they all have old school records about our ancestors speaking the truth all the time as their reputation. And so I'm just suggesting that it's not difficult to raise that, to revive that reputation and get on with our business, because with that reputation, people be like, yeah, you can loan that nigga some money. He say he gonna pay you, he gonna pay you because his word is good. Our word was bond. See? And that was our reputation, that our word is bond. And that's what I'm recommending, proposing, and purporting. Just, suggesting. You do your thing, though. Thank you.
So I got confused when you went to the niggeria part, but I'm gonna definitely look it up. But I don't see how calling ourselves how was that empowering to us by calling us. I'm confused on your whole conversation.
I'm gonna tell you, the people of the Americas, we called ourselves niggers. When the cracker came, he didn't give us that name. We were called niggers from the jump street. That's the name they got from us. We didn't get that from them. Niggers, I'm saying. And then what they had started doing was persecuting niggers because we wouldn't be enslaved. We would fight. So they brought some African who were being enslaved. Of course, they brought them over because they had slavery in Africa already running as a regular business in Africa amongst the Africans themselves. I went and read their history and everything about it and understood how they did it, though. They did it differently than especially Americans. And so the slavery was like mostly you'll find of the people who arrived in the 1600s, especially from Africa. They had a time on them. They just 10 years, 7 years, and then they can come out of the slavery or whatever it was. And a half
that's
of
called
them,
servitude, Wale. That's called servitude. That's not slavery.
I got that. I got all that. Wait a minute, because I'm talking.
Give the right information.
Here we go.
Give the right information.
Here we go. I'm talking about slavery, and then I'm gonna talk about servitude. But you keep, your mouth just be running like a little child. Anyway? So what happens is, half of the people who came over in those from Africa, half of them were slaves, and half of them were indentured servants. In the records of Virginia, they'll tell you all of this information that I'm telling you now. And of those people, the indentured servants had a contract. That was the difference. The slave had no contract. However, he had the term limit. That was what they call a common law term limit of 7 to 11 years or something like that, 7 to 10 years. And of course, by being common law, it wavered up until they got to this thing about forever and ever in perpetuity, which is where
where's
they are
the source there for this information you got? Because I need to look this up.
It's on the. I'll give you a hold on a half a second. It's on Virginia government.gov, Virginia. They have a whole timeline and everything.
So
I have it somewhere, but I just don't want to.
So are we talking about blacks? Or are we talking about other groups of people that came as indentured servants? Because
I'm talking about niggas. I said I'm talking about niggas. That's what I'm talking about.
What Africans came as indentured servants? Or what time frame? With Africans as slaves?
I just gave a time frame. I said in the early 1600s because that's when the paperwork started generating. Was in 1602 when Virginia.
Okay, enter Virginia.
Yeah, on the southern tip. That's what I was getting the information from that I recited.
Okay, let me look this. Let me source this up. Let me go look this up. Give me a second.
Okay, look it up, man. Do your thing. Whatever you're gonna do. Because I can see now I might as well have just went and got it for you because you're gonna come back with some kind of obtuseness. Meanwhile, I'll continue what I was saying, which is this. Mm-hmm. All of those laws became binding as time went on and circumstances increased. And they had to do something because a lot of our people were coming into their, out of their contracts and out of their bondage, because it's a bond. You know, the slavery was a bond issue, an issue of bond. So anyway, it goes on, because people were buying their own slave people, like, you know, a guy could work his way out of this, and they were able to work for other people for their own money as well, or get a cut of their own money for working for other people. And so all of this added up to them being able to buy their own families bond, pay their own families bond, slave bond, and get their own family out of slavery. All of this stuff happened periodically over here, over there, you know, not routinely necessarily, but all these things occurred. And they all must be taken into consideration when you're thinking about the historiography of a lot of people, not no 5 or 10 people, a lot of people. And all of these different stories for each and every person. Everybody wasn't the same, have the same experience. We keep trying to make it as though that is what occurred, that is not.
So that's where you get your, I can understand that's why you said you're a proud nigga.
Oh, beautiful, yes. Mm-hmm. We are. They used to call us niggas when they were hunting for niggas. They were birth. My dad used to tell us stories, you know, because back in the day, we didn't have television. We told stories at night, listen to our elders at night, listen to the radio, because the radio came along when I did. So they started listening to the radio when I came along. You know, in the neighborhoods, they had radio by then. A lot of common people had radio. Radio was already out, but I'm talking about the common people, like the people I grew with, you know, my family. And so, but at the time, almost nobody had a television. So we listened to stories of our ancestors. We listened to stories about, like my grandmother told stories. You know, everybody would tell us things. So our indoctrination was of our own people. And I know personally, I learned a lot of what's called Negro folk tales, because I was into Negro culture, and folk tales was part of how the culture was being moved. So I was into a lot of Negro folk tales. Mm-hmm. I still am. Mm-hmm. I make reference to that, because that's where our culture comes from. And the more truths we tell, the more we get into our culture. That's the idea. That's the code. That's the identity. That's what I am, a speaker of truth. I don't have to say anything else about I'm this or some kind of social standing and this and that. And I hear people talking bad about Barack Obama. You know, Barack Obama said something. I had to empathize with him. The first day or second of his inauguration, he did an interview that I heard him say, some guy, Tom Joyner said, what do you think about how you feel being the first Black president? And he said that he does not use that terminology. And Tom Joyner said, well, what do you mean you don't use that terminology? He said, well, as you know, I'm a lawyer. And in law, Black has no standing. And I took him up on that. I went and checked it out. I went to people who I knew, I looked it up first. Then I went to people who I knew had a handle on law, like the guys I used to talk to about those things. And then I looked it up myself to see what I knew about it from other laws. And I realized that he was correct. And it disagreed with the law of truth, because we are actually Indian red. That's why somebody was saying, which is funny. They took Indian red out of circulation in 1971. I think it's 70 or 71. They took it out of circulation, so our people couldn't look it up. But I tell you now, go Google Indian red and see, doesn't it represent your actual skin color? Because that's Indian red. Whatever y'all saw on television, like Indian and cowboy movies, them was not no Indians, none of them. They were all Jewish people. They didn't allow Indians to even come into the cinema until the 60s or 70s or something like that. So anything you see, all them old cowboy, John Wayne and all that, ain't no Indians in them movies. Them all Jewish people. And acting, whooping around trying to give you an image, and you take that image and think that image is what's portrayed, like they do. I mean, they do that all the time. It's just a matter of handling a narrative. They learned that narrative thing. I say they learned it when they were scribes in Egypt, because they were scribes in Egypt. They talk about that from that point of view, that they were scribes in Egypt. And they learn the narrative. That's how they write this Bible. You know what? A Christian couldn't stand on no ground if it wasn't no Jews around. Because they stand on Jews. They stand on Jesus, who was a Jew, Abraham, who was a Jew, Isaac, who was a Jew. They need them Jews, Jack, or they fall asunder. That is their foundation. They must.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. you. Can you put the link in the chat? Because someone's asking for the link.
Which link?
I don't know how to do it. I guess the link to the
StreamYard.
Who asking for the link?
I don't know. Someone's in the chat. I don't even know. I think they did it. Right?
Controls it, but
I hope you don't get used to.
I didn't know you was there, Dev. I'm sorry.
Being on this stream this late on a Saturday.
Okay.
Oh, that's Will Daniels. Go finish up, Will.
Yeah, that was me asking for the link.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I leave off, the link disappears. Mm-hmm. So Wale, I did go look up the information you said about 1619 is the first Africans coming over here as indentured servants, which you are correct, because there was no slave laws at the time. But once the slave laws was implemented, all of them became slaves. Majority of the ones that came on after that were slaves. No more black African indentured servitude, period. So I did look that up. Second thing, that Indian red comment you just made, that's bullshit. You know it's bullshit. It's been challenged on here 100 times, and it's going to continue to be challenged. We were never identified or classified as Indians ever in this country. So I don't know why you keep being stuck on that, pushing that ideology, when it's been proven over and over and over again that you're wrong. You're not even Indian red. You're just as black as me. So I don't know how you keep trying to escape that part of the conversation.
Will you share my screen? I'm gonna put up an Indian red on the screen. Will someone please share my screen? And I'll put it up on there, and then we could look at it, and all that noise can be whatever it is,
But Wale, you're not Indian red. You're not Indian red. I'm not.
Cousin.
Dev not.
I know for sure, because I didn't even know what it was until a guy who was contemplating doing my portrait, a professional guy over there in California, when I was over in Cali, he was contemplating doing the one that did the governor's portrait. He was contemplating doing my portrait, and when we were going through the colorations, he said, "Okay, I found your color," and he brought it out here. I said, "What is it?" He says, "Burnt sienna." It's the same color as Indian red. And I'm going to show you Indian red now. Since you're talking, I told you all you had to do is look this stuff up, man. Google this stuff. And Indian red was taken out of the box in 1970, I think it was, because they wanted to get rid of the reference. So I'm saying, if you share my screen, I just show you Indian red right now, man. Come on, this ain't difficult.
No, I need you to show me where we were classified as Indian red. That's what I need you to show me.
I'm telling you now, right now. I'm showing up until 9.
Telling me something and showing me some sources is two different things. You can tell me anything. Sources ain't gonna lie.
I'm showing you the sources right now. That in 80, oh, you know already about I think it was Oxford, but it might have been, I think it was Oxford. It might have been Cambridge University put out what they call it, dictionary. 1804, I heard people refer to 1804. That's the first one I saw. And somebody else referred to 1824 and 1828. I haven't seen those myself, but I was referred to that. And I think just about a month before I started, after I came to this station, whenever that was, a couple of years ago now, they took that particular rendition of, I think it was Oxford then, and they changed the whole format online, because I had seen it online as well. And they changed the entire format online so that you wouldn't get that information online. You would have to find the actual book to get the information.
Yeah, but Wale, you just mentioned the source of 1619 as us coming over here as African indentured service as Africans. Why wouldn't they classify us as Indian red coming then? Why wouldn't we call that then?
Cousin, because I was referring to, at the moment that I made that reference, I was making reference to specifically people who were brought, according to the records of their passage, from Africa. Not no guesswork just because they niggas, they came from Africa stuff. I'm talking about people who, with their paperwork and everything like that, said right there on the paperwork, they just came from this coast and they come from here. Here's their paperwork. That's what I was making reference to when I mentioned that. I wasn't referring to all the niggas that were here, just the ones, as I said again, that came across from Africa at that time. And I want people to be clear that all the niggas that came from Africa at that time were not all brought over as slaves. Some were indentured servants and some were slaves from the beginning of their crossover. And that's what I'm saying.
And I
Most
just
of the
cleared,
time they were slaves. Go ahead, man.
And I just cleared that up, Wale, because you're muddying up the information. The ones that can I finish, Wale? The early ones that came over as indentured servants, there were no slave laws. There wasn't anything to classify them as slaves. But once they classified them as slaves, there were no more indentured Africans or indentured servants coming out of Africa. All of them were slaves at that point. Do you not understand that?
I do not agree with that. I understand what you're saying. I mean, you're just speaking, but I don't.
Well, how can you disagree with it with nothing but other than your opinion when the information is there? It's telling you. It's telling you the transformation. It's telling you the day that they went from indentured servants out of Africa into complete slavery. It's telling you
what day was that? What day? Tell me the day that they say that you say you was looking at. Please tell me that date.
Well, from 1619, I think it's from 1619 to 1620, there were indentured servants. And from, I think, whenever they implemented the slave laws, there were no more Africans coming as indentured servants. They were coming as strictly slaves.
You have to look up somewhere else out there. Like I said, I'll go ahead and get the reference because the one I have will
I went right to where you said go to the Virginia laws. I went right there.
Yeah, I'm just saying, though, they have but you can find it at two different locations, man. Are you on Virginia.gov?
Yeah, I went to Virginia.gov and looked at the timeline and read the information on it.
You're looking at the colonial papers, right? On slavery and stuff like that. They have a whole page. That's why I say I'll give you the page that I use, because they have a timeline and a page that introduces the subject matter to you. And it goes up from 1602, not 1619, but up to 1602 up to 1680, the census at that time, and they tell how many people were this, how many people were that, and in that census at that time up until then. So hold on, cousin. And then whatever you see after that, they have another timeline because, like you said, they start making laws. However, even in 1619 up to 1602 up to 1680, the people who came who were off the ship as slaves, they were slaves. The book of tell, I'll show you the doggone thing from the government that says that they were actually slaves and the other people were indentured servants depending upon their contracts.
No,
now,
listen, Wale, listen.
I'll just go get that information.
Hold on, listen, Wale, listen. Because I looked through this kind of quick, but I was kind of thorough on what I was looking for. The blacks went into slavery. The whites stayed as indentured servants. The whites never went into slavery, so they was very clear on what they were doing. They were very, very clear on what they were doing. So why didn't the whites go into slavery as well, as slaves as well? Because the laws were specifically for these black Africans that were going to be slaves. No one else became slaves. And no one else was considered Indian red either. There is no mention of Indian red in these articles coming out of Africa. So I don't know where you made that up from, because I need to see that source.
See, that's just it. You're not really briefed enough to carry on a conversation because I have to keep informing you, and then I got to keep going to get the information to prove it to you. Actually, you're a lot of work right now. And
I know
because
I'm a lot
you're not
of work.
briefed enough. And I know it's a lot of people who are briefed already know that they in 18 all the way up to 1831 they were still and put out records on it to enslave Indians, not in amity with America.
But Indians
That was
wasn't
up
coming out
to
of Africa, Wale.
I just said you said nobody else, cousin.
No,
You just
Indians
said
wasn't
nobody
coming
else.
out of Africa. You said that these
I
people were
know
coming out of
that.
Africa
That's what
as Indian red. Where's that source?
Come on, man. You got too much. You just being argumentative.
No, I'm asking you for the source. Did you hear that part?
I told you I'll go and get the source because like I said.
Well, just give me the title and I'll go look it up myself. I'll go look it up myself.
Yeah, he said he was gonna share his screen, and I didn't see nothing in the back. He arguing with some goddamn law that only apply to Virginia, that don't apply to black people that were spread across the territory. Virginia did not include the majority of black population of Africans that were brought over from Africa.
I agree, but
You think it's because of
I
the
had to go.
Commonwealth?
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, I thought, no, go ahead. I was just saying, is it because it's a Commonwealth? That's what I was doing.
No, so the point of when he said it is I like to be factual with my information for myself. Mm-hmm. And when I went and looked up that particular information that he gave out, it made a clear distinction on blacks and whites coming as indentured slaves. But when the slave laws was implemented, it did not apply to the white indentured servants. They stayed indentured servants, and we went directly into slavery. So there's a clear distinction of two different people coming over here, and things are being changed for one group of people and stayed the same for the other. And that's the part that he don't mention. And that's why I get frustrated. Because you have to mention that part. You have to be clear on what happened when they put these slave laws in place.
What's up with Black Beauty?
Like I say, I do mention that part. You just haven't been paying attention or something, man. I don't know. But I do mention that part, and I was actually getting to it, but you intervene because I don't know, whatever it is you do your thing.
No, Wale, listen, I like to be, when you give it information, you have to be clear on the information. You can't give muddy information or blurry information because now it's not clear information no more. You never mentioned that the whites never went. You said the whites went into slavery. I heard you say that, and they
I didn't
didn't.
say that, cousin. You didn't hear that from me. You never heard that from me.
Mm.
I never even talk like that. I don't even use them words. Whites. Come on. I said white. Get the fuck out of here. I don't even use that terminology, dude. You should know by now it was somebody else. I need to keep on telling you.
Okay, well, can you give us the information of the African Indian Reds? Can you give us that information?
Oh, yeah, that's out of Google. And I say all you have to do is Google Indian Red, and Google will give you Indian Red. And it'll give you the history of Indian Red and when it was taken out of the box.
But I asked you about the Africans that was coming over here that was identified or classified as Indian Reds. You just said that.
No, I never said that.
So there were no Africans.
I never said that. I mentioned, hey, you like to mix and match and muddy the water. That's what you doing. Because I never said that.
So there were no Africans classified as Indian Red. No Africans.
I said, see how you're doing? I'm talking about what I said. You're talking about what you felt I implied to your brain or something.
I'm asking you a question, Wale.
I know you're asking me another question. I'm still trying to answer the question you asked before the question you asked.
So there were no Africans classified as Indian Reds. Okay.
None that I knew.
Okay, so then how did we get to that? We were classified as Indian Reds. How did we get to that?
Because I still am.
So you're not African then?
Or I'm not. No, I didn't come across through no slave trade. No. That's all.
All
you ain't got to come across a slave to be considered African.
I said slave trade.
Yeah, but
he was talking about red though. He didn't say nothing about slavery.
I'm telling you now, the red. All you got to do is Google it. Why is that such a problem? Go Google it right now. Bring it up and show everybody your damn self, man.
No, Wale, I'm asking you.
Is what I'm saying. I ain't got time for that.
I asked you a specific question. Were Africans classified as Indian Reds? You said no. And then
not as far as I know.
So
I know what I said.
then you're not. So then you're not African because you said that you were classified as Indian Red.
And I agree with that statement.
So you're not African then?
That's what I be telling people.
No, I'm asking you, are you African, yes or no? Do you have African descent? Do you have African lineage, yes or no?
Not as far as I know.
That's our problem right there. We having a conversation about black reparations, and he's not even part of the community.
I'm not part of the community that you want to be a part of. And there you go. I ain't got no problem with that either, cousin. I really don't. I really don't got no problem. If that's what you want to do, I'm part of the community that speaks the truth all the time. If I can't speak the truth all the time, and I'm not in part of the community, then I don't want to be in a community that doesn't.
This is not what I'm doing. This is what I'm asking you.
No, it ain't got nothing to do with you doing. I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm in a community that speaks truth all the time. That's my goal. That's my allegiance. And there you go. Anything else, you're right. I'm not in it.
So you're not okay. So my question
I just answered that. How many times? No, I don't know why you new question again. You got another question again. What's the next question? Go ahead. Yeah. What's your next question?
So if you're not part of this community, why do you give your input on it?
What community? The one that doesn't commune, the one that don't behave like a community, the one that don't work with each other and work stuff out with each other and protect each other and bind up and raise and elevate each other. That ain't no community.
Yeah, you're right.
A community has certain conditions. Otherwise, it ain't no community. It's just a neighbor people. And I don't mind a bunch of people, but you're talking about a community, then speak the truth. And that's what I do.
Okay, I just gave you a clear example.
You have no idea of how to do that. So not, you are. I'm not.
That's the niggas ain't shit. The niggas ain't never did shit argument. Go ahead with that.
So I gave clear distinctions on how to build and have our communities of respect. You classify yourself as a nigga, and I told you up front, you ain't part of our community if you classify yourself as a nigga. I made that clear about 25 minutes ago to you. And now you
I'm
finally
good making that clear.
can I finish, Wale? But now that you've come out and you're clear that you're not black, you're not African, you're in some Indian red shit I never heard of. I'm trying to figure out, how do you even try to insert your opinion in black issues? You're not black. You're not that. So how do you try to insert your opinion on it?
Yeah, I'm not talking about black issues.
But that's what we were talking about: black issues, black reparations.
That's what you were talking about.
That's what this conversation has been about. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about niggas that live in America. And that's what I always been talking about. It ain't gonna change. And no matter how you try to word whatever you want to word, that's what I'm gonna always be saying. And I don't give a damn whether you accept it or you got this conversation going and that one going, or we talking about, because the conversation is only so far been between you and I. So you can't determine what the conversation is about when it's between you and I, unless you think you're into some kind of what do I call that? Domineering or something. What do you think you're doing? Nigga don't play that. This nigga don't play that.
I don't know what
exactly
the fuck you're talking about right
now. You
now.
don't know what I'm talking about, then you should just shut up, man. I'm good.
So there, listen, I proved my point. I think I'm clear on proving my point. You know, I come on the panel to talk about black empowerment, black excellence, and what we should be doing for ourselves and for our generations coming up behind us and the ones that's in front of us. That's it. I don't know what Wale. I don't know. I don't even know what he is anymore. I'm not confused anymore. I know he's not one of us. Now I feel like you come in for destruction. You come in to destroy the conversation. Because for the last,
so that's why I know I come in to destroy the conversation.
For the last 40, 50 years, you've been navigating through our community as a fucking imposter then. Because you claim you had a black bookstore, you and your brother, and y'all was operating in the black community as blacks. So you've been in our community as a fucking imposter all these years. You've been exploiting the black community. You ain't no different than the other motherfuckers then.
Oh, here we go. Oh, that's very nice. You finished? Are you done? You must be. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm clear on what I'm dealing with right now. I'm clear on who you are.
As soon as
I'm definitely done. Go ahead, Wale. Go ahead. Mumble jumble some more.
As I said before, I offer solutions, and I'm working in the behest of my ancestry. One of those solutions is to speak truth always, which I am involved in reviving our ancestors' a reputation of speaking the truth always. People like you who want to argue that, you know, you have to be welcome to do that. I'm just not going to argue it with you. I simply tell you what I'm doing, and you want to make up all kind of stuff to paint it under different colors and stuff. You are most welcome to do so. Meanwhile, working together, building a fund for our community, and moving ourselves along, even with the bulk buying and all those kind of things that I suggest for community advancement. Some people see the value in those ideas, whether they're able to carry them out or not. They see the value in those ideas, and they will, in some case, move those ideas forward, even if it's just what they're thinking. And so I feel personally, I feel gratified that this is happening. Now that you want to argue about it, I feel good about that too, because I'm sure
not arguing, Wale. You don't know the difference between arguing and pointing out a distinct issue that we have. It's not an argument. So let me ask you a question, Wale.
Okay, I didn't get to finish my statement. Did you recognize that I didn't get to finish my statement? Wait a minute. Hold on. Do you recognize? Hold on. Do you recognize that I didn't get to finish my statement before you interrupted? I want a recognition of that fact. Is that so? Can we get that recognition of that fact? You can't get
no. That's not a fact. You were babbling. That's not a statement. So I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you a very direct question, Wale. I'm gonna ask you a very. You done, Wale?
No, and I was telling you I wasn't done, but you kept on talking anyway past that, and even told me that you weren't interrupting me. And no, you wouldn't admit that you were interrupting me. So yeah, you asking me now, am I done? Are you crazy is the question I'm asking you. Are you just plain insane?
No, I want clarity, Wale. Clarity. We can't move anywhere until we have clarity. We clear that you're not black. You want to be a nigga. So let me ask you a question, Wale. What are the key elements that we need as the black community to move forward? What are the key elements that we need?
I would say the key elements for a community to move forward is cohesiveness.
Okay, what else?
Dude, what you want now, the door element? Because I just gave the key element. You asked for the key element. What the fuck? You just like to ask a lot of questions. You don't care for the answer. That don't mean nothing. You're just a noise box. What is going on here? That's insanity. I'm not going to play stupid and insane games with you any longer.
You're not playing stupid. You're not playing.
Play out with anybody else you want to. Whatever you want to do.
Stupid.
Talk to the hand. What they say, talk to the hand. I got to get a hand emoji. Talk to the hand.
Okay, you're not playing stupid. You're playing intelligent. That's the problem.
Hey, yo.
We need critical things for our kids and for ourselves as adults to move forward in this future. One of them is a higher source of education. Do you agree on that, Wale? So I don't. At this point, Deb, I don't know. I don't know what to say about.
No, it's all good, man. This is the first time the Demi lady was been on the panel in the daytime. She only come on late at night, and she hasn't experienced Wale since he's not a night person. He's a daytime person. So this is the first interaction between a night shift and day shift come together in bond.
Right. Got you. Got you.
But like I posted in the chat, or Wale's stories go back to when he told us he flew on a kite. So all this
about the kite, yeah, I wasn't even 1 year old then. Yeah.
See?
I went out on that's right.
You can remember when he was before he turned 9. Go ahead.
Wait. You remember flying a kite at under 1 year old?
No, not flying a kite, being on a kite while up in the air before the age of 1. Get that clear.
Wow.
That's right. My dad had me up in a kite. He made it and flew me up in it. That's right. We real niggas. You don't know a nigga till you done met one. You obviously ain't met no real nigga.
No, I don't.
Yes, really you have. You know, you met Smoke. Smoke a real nigga. Smoke Signal a real nigga, man.
That's fine. I would never ever in person couldn't even carry a 2-second conversation with a guy like Smoke or you in person.
That's okay. I already get that.
Because Wale, listen, if you came into my facility operating as a nigga, I would personally escort you out.
Dude, anywhere I go, I'm operating as a nigga. Everywhere I go, I'm operating as a nigga.
There's a great chance that you would not be around me and my family operating like that, because I'm 100% down with black excellence.
Okay, do your thing, cousin. I've been escorted out of places I'm very sure, much better than the one that you're talking about. So me out of a place don't bore me, man. You're boring me with that. What does that mean?
Well,
That don't
I
mean
mean,
nothing.
you can say that, but this channel is about Black excellence and Black STEM and getting our kids to understand the things that they need to push forward in a technology advancing society, correct?
Hey, dude,
I'm asking you a
I'm all
question.
over the STEM question.
I'm
I'm
asking you
all
a
over the
question.
STEM question, guys.
So how does operating as a nigga helps that this part of the community? How does that help?
Hey, dude, it
How?
helps by identifying what I am with no problem.
No, I'm
Furthermore,
asking. I'm
I've been
asking.
saying,
No,
wait a minute, I don't know,
let me
no,
ask
no,
you.
you answer. Every time I start talking, I'm done with you. Fuck, talk to the hand. I started to leave you with the hand. I'm going to just leave you with the hand because you're full of crap.
Okay, I see you're emotionally challenged too, as well. But my point was, I asked you a very clear question on how does operating as a nigga helps the Black excellence community? How does that help that community?
Mm-hmm.
That's a hard question for him to answer, and I anticipated it being hard, but I don't see no place in Black excellence for niggas to be in. I don't see how they can, I don't see how that helps the community at all. Could be wrong. Hey, Dev, early today you was on. What was that plaque you showed a picture of on the ground? Where was you at? Where you at now?
That's across the street from me. There's a little park that's got some native artifacts and I guess historical information. They got like a museum that's not too far from there, and I was showing you some of the names of that. You saw that plaque
It
based on
was
that
blurry
rock.
though. I couldn't
I
see it, but I could definitely look it up online. If you tell me what it was representing, I'll look it up.
Let's see, 1 second.
You ain't got to do it now, Dev. You ain't got to do it now.
No, I can go back to the broadcast. I think that one we was looking at on the ground was that's some Heritage Foundation. Oh, hold on, let me see. 1
I
second.
see your boy Rio is in the chat line on me again. So I thought that was
Okay.
interesting.
Well, while you looking it up, I got to deal with Macy. Macy put something in the back chat. Asking was Black slaves owners Mercy Macy, whatever, is it Mercy Justice? That's the name. That's his name.
That's what he using, yeah.
Yeah, he put in the back chat, and I saw it. Was Black slave owners? Yes, we were, but we wasn't the same as the white slave owners. Not even remotely close. And I think that's another issue when it comes down to information that really muddies the water because we bring this Black slave owner conversation into the conversation, and we're not clear on what we're saying to other Black people. And I think a lot of times when we do that to each other, it's almost like you're trying to slap somebody in the face as if they're not clear on the information on what was going on back then versus what's going on today. I think to me, I just feel like that's a flat out cop out answer or a cop out question in the conversation dealing with slavery. Black slave owners were not the same as white slave owners.
Oh, well, anytime he want to. I mean, if you think Q kicks me off the channel, he can kick me off his channel, man. He don't want me on his channel, he can let me know.
I never said anything about that, Wally. What are you talking about? I don't think Q needs to kick you off the panel. I just know that when you come on here with misinformation, that gives us an opportunity to challenge the information, to educate the ones that's actually listening on solid information and bogus information.
I
That's
got
all.
something. Yeah, because Summer God has been very vocal in the past hour. I see as far as chat room. If you have an extra window, because I got about 25 windows on my computer, and if I try to bring up another one, I can't re-find it. But if you should look up the term Indian red, you will see yourself. They're going to show you right away what color I'm talking about. I don't know what you think you're going to see, but it'll show you what it is. And then you can validate to these different people and stuff like that, whatever you want to validate to them to. But right now, because I have so many windows and I don't want to cancel any of them out, actually, I'm asking all you guys with a laptop or something to simply Google the thing. Come on the chat, share your screen, and tell people what you think of the information that I have just asked you to just go check it out instead of arguing with me over some frivolous, palaver, and actually check out what truth is. And just check it out. Huh?
Yeah, but Wale, it wasn't an argument. I asked you, were Africans identified as Indian Reds? You said no. So how was Indian Red in the conversation? That's my question to you. If the Africans were not identified as Indian Red, how does Indian Red come into this conversation? If we're having a Black African conversation, how is Indian Red even presented in the conversation?
You are, as I said before, you are having a Black African conversation. When it's two people, each one is, has a whatever jurisdiction over what kind of conversation we're having. Now, you're attempting to dictate to me what type of conversation I'm in, and I refuse to be dictated to in such a manner by you. I don't know if you are realizing that, and therefore you keeping with this noise making that you're actually doing, and I really don't know why. The benefit of whatever I suggest speaks for itself. I don't have to even speak it anymore.
So who was you having who was you having a conversation with dealing with?
I don't even recall at the time, but right now it doesn't really matter, does it? Will you look up Indian Red for yourself and check, or what? Or you just sit here and palaver some more? If such, I please and very, very humbly, which I don't do humble, but I beg you to continue your palaver. I'm good. I don't need to. Is that Demi in the doggone space capsule hat? I can't see the name of the space capsule hat person. Oh, Mercy Justice. I see it now.
I mean, I know I asked the question, did black own slaves? And I think somebody answered the question that they did, but then he said that's problematic to bring that question. I'm trying to understand if this measure of truth, if it's true, I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about. You want to look at the whole truth. I look at the whole truth, and I just part of it.
I'm trying to capture what you are saying, but your phone is all choppy. I'm saying what you're saying is all choppy, and it's difficult for me to capture what you said. But I did hear you say that you asked about the blacks owning black slaves. I think was the way you put it, right?
Yeah, and I said the blacks own slaves.
Okay, and blacks owning slaves. Is that what you're saying? I mean, sound like you're correcting me, like I had misquoted you.
Damn, what happened to Will? Will fell off.
I guess.
Yeah, the plaque was donated by Robert Hempstead, and it was highlighting the Indians who built the mounds in honor of the daughters of the American colonists, 1976.
Wow.
So y'all let him know that next time y'all see him on the round.
Okay. Hempstead. I'll look it up. That's beautiful. The daughters of what? The daughters of what?
American colonists.
Oh.
The white man daughter. Yeah.
I'd have to check that out and see what they really saying right now. That sounds like something that I got it. You know what I mean? It's like one of them
not
things
those,
that
yeah, not those mounds, Seville.
That's one of them assumptions. What year was it done? You still around to speak the year?
1976.
1976.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's when the dedication was dedicated.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't reference the time that those mounds were discovered. Because he just asked what was the plaque that I was showing that was embedded in that rock. That's all.
I remember. That's so beautiful. Yes, indeed. Beautiful thing. That's kind of fun.
So yeah, there's a natural history museum that's located down the river from there.
Oh, beautiful. You know, that's a place where I found a lot of was that there?
No, that was the actual video from the museum. My bad. I thought I had it muted.
The national parks, I was looking through their records. They have a lot of good information in their records and stuff. And when I heard the guy talking about getting rid of the national parks, they got historical stuff going on. It's a lot of history, American history, and them parks history. I mean, the way they carry the history, they have a lot of American history in those archives. I think it's very interesting. And then I just found out about it about a year or more ago, and now they're talking about getting rid of it. I was like, wow, they're trying to get rid of everything. That's just wow. I'm not arguing. I'm just saying what it is. Yeah.
So we can revisit that from time to time, I guess.
Mm.
But
So you're actually living there now. You're not in
yeah, that's right
transit.
across the street.
Yeah, okay. So you're not in transit. You actually residence. Okay, good. I think I see some yellow bananas out there.
Yeah, that river is about 200 feet from me right now. I showed
Oh. Ah.
upper view where I'm located.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. That's a good view. You're up high like that. The other one is like a matching one. The other building like matches this one, the one you're in. I mean, it look like they might be matching.
Yeah, that river is right over there, I guess. Yeah. And that park is under them trees over there where I was at.
Yeah, man, that's not a bad view at all. At all. Ooh. Bad view at all. Hey, Dale, do you eat papaya?
No.
I didn't either till I got here. They grew around me, but I never ate them. To me, it's an acquired taste, not something I'd be looking forward to. But I understand it's healthy. And it's not bad, it's just.
What you mean? Why I got that many windows open? Black Beauty. There's only two.
Two windows open.
I'm cutting trying to get some fresh air. A nice little breeze coming off the lake.
That's what I miss most when I was in jail, was
That's
fresh air.
that's different people and different many. Oh, yeah. It only fall back to that though, boy. In the wintertime, boy. That frost Arctic blast be bang.
Mm. 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 Oh, I do? I ain't never had it with watermelon. I think I'll get sick if I eat it together. Which one? Which seeds? Watermelon seeds or papaya seeds? One Love say 4 seeds a day.
Yeah, I guess that would be different different people living in different units with 21 is open, but yeah, I think it's way more than 20.
Mm-hmm. I was asking because I get a lot of seeds out of the papaya. Every papaya got like 100, at least 50 seeds. I want to build a row of papaya. You know how I put them out in rows? Because I got about 20 of them growing already. I want to put them in the ground in rows so I could harvest them easier.
Mm.
Mm. Yeah, like I said, it's an acquired taste. It's not bad. It's actually good, but it's not something I'm, desire. Oh, I just did it. I like mango. Now I desire mango. Yeah. So that's beautiful, man. Equate with the days of the year. You could dry them in the sun too. Okay. I'll try and see what happens. I got some. And some more on the tree are turning ripe, so I have more seeds soon as well. I see. I thought I dried them, man. I'm willing to check it out.
Oh, you finally got the guy to do your inspection?
What happened?
You finally got the guy to do your inspection to get your sticker?
You mean for the vehicle?
Yeah.
Oh, I got all that done last month, I think. Yeah, last month. I got it finished last month. The whole thing. I'm good till September or something with everything.
Oh, okay.
Auto insurance, everything. I just want some more tires right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want fresh tires. I'll get some. You know when it la-di-da. Oh, One Love coming this way. Do hit me up. We could spend a few minutes, that's for sure. Ain't no doubt. Well, I just threw one out. They smell a little funky. I threw it out. That's too funky for me. I'm not gonna eat that. So I threw it out. Maybe another one next time. I'm telling you now, Jackson, the guy that lived behind me before I was even born, his nickname was Papaya. And he was like, damn, I think when I was born, he was already 72 years old. And he was known for papaya. He had papaya trees in his yard, but he also had mango trees. And the mango trees sat closer to the fence. And I could get a mango from his tree because it grew over the fence. So I love mangoes, and he asked me, so you don't eat the papaya? I was like, I don't even know what they taste like. They're inside the yard. Not going in the man's yard and get his fruit. But he was a funny old guy, man. Him and his wife. We call him Uncle Papaya and her Aunt Grace. There was an Aunt Grace behind me and an Aunt Grace in front of me. That was fun. Growing up was fun for me. I enjoy life. You'd be in the mountains up there by the Blue Mountains. Which mountains, man? There's mountains anywhere in the middle of the island. Mountains. What Blue Mountains? May Penn, I think. May Penn them. It's mountainous and stuff through there too. Otherwise, they call it the hills. And some guy told me, take the hill road. I'm thinking I'm going to take the hill road. It took me straight through the mountain. Man, I was like, I was upset. I said, he told me it was a hill road. Took me straight through the mountain. I was trying to avoid going through the mountain. Going right over the mountain. Yeah, there you go. One love. Pepsin. Papaya has a compound called pepsin, and it breaks down what you ate, especially meat, and make your shit smooth, easy, even though I don't eat meat. Also, it's used in meat tenderizers. If you look on the what's they call it, the label of the meat tenderizer, you'll see that ingredient inside. So yes, it does. I agree with you as far as that information. Yes, one love. Yes, indeed. Even the leaf helps. And I was watching a video about the leaf, and they were talking about eating the leaf, but it's so doggone bitter. I'm not eating that leaf. That's stuck a bitter, man. I put some in my food and tried to eat it. I couldn't get through the first spoonful. I was like, what they telling me to eat? This stuff is nasty. I didn't eat that. I don't care. I ain't got to try everything. I mean, I ain't got to continue. I tried it. I didn't like it. There you go. But I do eat that stinging nettle. That's good stuff. Get a stinging nettle sandwich, man. I suggest y'all all start eating those green sandwiches. Just saute the green like spinach or something. I eat spinach sandwiches. Saute the greens with some onions and garlic and stuff. A little, seasoning of a different kind, oregano, whatever you like, need in your body, because all of them seasonings are actually medicinal herbs. So we used to call it piking, where we call it divinate too, though, where you divinate what a person needs in their body to make them feel better or do better. And it's like an empathetic thing. Some people call it reading the body, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that actually works when when you're doing it. People who know what they're doing, la-di-da. But piking is when somebody eats something that's not normally what you would think they would be eating. Like some people would eat rocks or salt. I forget what they used to eat. Mostly pregnant women would eat some kind of powder, baking soda. I don't know what it was right now, the name of it. But almost all the time, they would get the urge to eat that kind of thing. And that's how sometimes you knew they were pregnant, because they were eating that thing. Sometimes they didn't even know, but their body would crave that thing. What was it? I thought somebody knew about the thing. Yeah, nature is the mother of all things. Dried mango leaves off my tree as well. Well, you're not in New York with the mango trees, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not in New York with mango trees, I doubt. What part of the, you know, what part of the country are you in? Mango trees don't just grow everywhere. I grew up on mango trees. We used to have what was called Mango Grove. The whole area was just full of mango trees. Mango Grove. Oh, you in Florida? Well, there you go. I was in Florida. Mango Grove in Florida, man, down nearby on the south side. Not the far, it's a short north side of Miami in the 30s or something. Oh, yeah. It is. Especially like now is mango season, right? And when I first got a crib, it had two trees in it, two mango trees in it, and every morning I can pick up a bucket of mangoes. Every morning they drop mangoes every morning. That was beautiful. Other people would come and get them. I set them out and tell them to take the mangoes. Like, it was too many mangoes to eat, man. It's crazy. Too many to sell even. I ain't toting all them heavy mangoes nowhere trying to sell them. So I put them out front and let people get them. You know what I mean? Take them if you want them. Just leave my bucket. Yeah. That's what I'm doing that with the bananas now. I got so many mangoes. I mean, bananas, I can't sell them all. I did that. It ain't that many people. Everybody, other people got bananas too. I'd be like, you want some bananas? No, man, I got banana trees myself. That's how that goes. I can't sell them, so I started giving them away. It's too many for me to eat. And I don't go to the city often. I go to the city, I can sell them. I just don't go to the city often. Because in the city, people don't have it, trees. They buy everything, which is not bad. So everybody got their thing they do. The thing is, like I was going to go to Florida myself, but it's too damn hot, dude. It's too hot. It's hot for no reason. That seemed ridiculous to be that damn hot. You gotta have an air conditioner. I grew up there, never had an air conditioner. Now you gotta have an air conditioner because they done tore down all the trees, and put up all these buildings everywhere, and then nothing but doing is ricocheting the heat. It's crazy, man. And Florida is built on, especially South Florida, is built on sand, not dirt, sand. And when you get to if you get up especially in Opelika, and you just grab a handful of sand, you'll see it's not even sand. It's broken shells. It's not even sand. It's finely broken shells. Seashells and bones, finely broken. And it looks like sand, but it ain't even sand. It's shells, seashells. Very little actual soil in that sense. Dirt. Mostly all seashell. Florida used to be underwater. It used to be a lot more of it was underwater than it is today. And so when the water receded, that left the bottom of the ocean there exposed, and things start growing on it. So we call it land and try to live on it and stuff. I knew people who had actual beachfront, Miami Beach. I knew niggas that owned those properties. They had the deeds. They owned them properties. Where they all them hotels, them big hotels. Niggas own them properties. I know the people who used to own them properties. I know at least one of the families that own them properties. They were niggas, man. I went to school with them. But you wouldn't know it that niggas own all that product, and a lot of that property, not all of it, enough, you know, a percentage, enough. I won't even say 50%, but enough of it. And the land was gentrified, sold out. They were making offers people couldn't refuse. Plus, there was a lot of racism and stuff like that. And people weren't able to utilize the land anyway, because you got to go through the racism to get to the land. All that kind of stuff. So people sold it. The people I know sold their land on purpose. But they say they can't use it no way. They might as well sell it. You know, Florida, the flower state. Florida was nice. Yeah, I mean, Florida's nice. Especially if, you know, I got family there. For sure. Got family in a few places. I was up in North Carolina, and I heard this woman talking to my sister. My sister used to live in North Carolina, and she was going on with my sister. And I walked out the room. I say, "Who is this?" Because she sounds just like she had got off the boat from Jamaica. And I told her that. Boy, did she cuss me out. She ain't never left the neighborhood. How's she from Jamaica? But she had the same everything sound. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I was like, and my sister, though, had traveled the island. So my sister cracked up. She said, I didn't tell her that because I found out through that incident and the preceding study that all the way up into Virginia was referred to as West Indies. West Indies. The West Indies used to go from the southern part of Virginia, I think it's southern part, all the way down to the Trinidad, and parts of South America was called all that stuff y'all call the Caribbean now, all that was called the West Indies. And now people used to travel back and forth from the West Indies. A friend of mine from Trinidad told me about his grandmother who used to make the run on like a big canoe boat, and they would move produce and stuff back and forth between mainland America and Trinidad. And they had a run they used to make on a regular route run. And they would come back they would leave because the water would tell you which route to run. Because the water has a normal flow east to west and north to south at different times of the year. So you take, and at this time of the year, you can go up the northern road, the western route, because the water will push you there automatically. And then when you come back, you come down in the southern route, and the water will push you back south automatically. And they were using these, what they call the ocean currents, to move around and stuff like that. And one of the guys I talked to now, he said, man, he could reach, what does he say? He could reach Cuba before nightfall. He get up in the morning, he can reach Cuba before nightfall. So it's not that far away. And he got a little 17-foot boat, something like that, 17. It's not very long. And he said, yeah, he can make Cuba by nightfall, man, from where we are. So I'm just saying, so you can get an idea of how long it takes them to do these things. And you can see the credibility of the statements, maybe. But it's just, it's just something more to know about. No, I don't really remember stuff like that. We had our own incidences in Florida. You could look up the Florida race riots and stuff in the 70, 71 area. I did. I just Googled that the other day, and they showed some stuff on that. And the integration here over there. We had different incidences all over Florida, man. Not just St. Augustine. It was just a lot of different places. And some of them got to be newsworthy, as they put it, and some did not. But yeah, man, I don't remember a lot of just incidences. Pick this one out, pick that one out. Like even in Florida, they talk about Leon County and what's that other place? But there were other counties that had been towns had been ransacked by crackers too, not just the ones that they talk about, the other ones too, man. So I'm just saying, sometimes we don't know about these things. My brother used to work for the railroad, and he used to tell me, man, that because they were older than me, my brothers, right? And he said they find bodies on the track all the time. Not all the time, but enough times. Not all the time, but enough times. They would find bodies on the track. Because the cracker would do what they call coon hunting. And if a nigga out there and they ain't got his stuff connected, man, they might steal you. Like they be coming in with ice and shit. They come in with their pickup truck. That's how they used to run. And grab a nigga off the street real quick and throw him in the back of the pickup truck, and you might not see that nigga ever again. Until my brother find him on the doggone railroad track as a body. I don't know what y'all think was happening and has been happening, but we still fighting. There ain't no war over. We have not been conquered. Somebody tell you you've been conquered, yeah, they're a slave. A slave has been conquered. I got it right here. So you cannot worry. A slave is one who has quit fighting, first of all, and surrendered, converted, and subjugated. That's why they be talking about, oh, we under the white man. Yeah, you're subjugated. A prisoner of war, because we had war. You get reparations from war. You don't get reparations from being no damn slave. Are you crazy? All them places you talk about, them people who were at war with America, talking about they got reparations here because they fought with these. They were like, shit, I got a backbone type of thing. And then a prisoner of war will never quit fighting and surrender. Don't happen. The most you can do is put me in a prison as a prisoner of war, but I won't quit fighting and I will never surrender. Never become converted and subjugated. Just because everyone enslaved is not a slave. I would never say any of my ancestors' progeny, none of that was a slave. They might have been in a condition of enslavement, but they never gave up. They never converted and subjugated themselves to that garbage. Even my mother, who was a regular Christian, she used to try to take me to church. My grandmother stopped her and said, no, don't take this little nigga to church. We need this little nigga here. So my mother went to church. She was always in the church and all that stuff. But me and her talked in the last few years. She lived to 97 years old. But we talked a lot because I used to visit her on purpose to discuss things with her. And she realized in our conversations what she knew already. And she told me what I do now is the correct thing to be doing. And that's what I'm doing. Because like a lot of people, we take on these different personas like Christian and whatever they call us, so that we can get some kind of a social benefit.
Yeah, OS, we're gonna pull the plug on the Wale show.
All right, my man. Somebody is here. I didn't think nobody was here.
No, I had a lot of noise out. People was out on Saturday. And
I could have been looking
we're operating in a society where people have different things going. So
Oh, you don't understand because I actually studied African the people. Because see, when I was a child, right, people said several things to me, and I spent a lot of years researching those things. They said one, they said niggas sold niggas into slavery. I researched that to the end results. I actually found some of the niggas who did that in Africa and read their story and see what they had to say about it. And I know what they said is different than what most people conceive. Secondly, they say niggas own slaves in America and niggas did. And I researched their stories and found out that most of them niggas had bought the bond. They had paid the bond off for their own families. Most of the people niggas who own what you call slaves, they had paid off the bond on their family. That was mostly of that. Those are the things I'm saying now that, what you saying? I'm not really catching what you're saying.
Yeah, your connection ain't coming through, Mercy. You're gonna have to catch us on the restream next live stream, bro.
Oh, okay, beautiful.
Get out and enjoy your day.
Ain't no doubt. It's a beautiful one.
All right.
He said Uncle Wale show. Y'all funny. That's beautiful. Oh, only 8 hours. All right. No crap.
Yeah, I'll check go there and head over to Psycho. He's gonna be rocking and rolling for us tonight. And we'll be back after we go off.